A Cure for Wanting, by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. The Geometry of Empty Rooms. The cafe building arrived at 7 minutes before 8 in the morning as a study in organized light. Luo Zhanyi knew this because he had walked through its lobby at this hour for 4 years, and because he had the particular habit of noticing things that other people filed under atmosphere and left alone. The lobby boy was sweeping the same tile he always swept first, working left to right with the faint mechanical certainty of a man who had decided the left side of things was always more trustworthy. The elevator operator stood with his white-gloved hands at his sides, composed into professional blankness. The smell was always the same. Cold marble, fresh-cut flowers from the arrangement. The building management changed on Mondays. The faintest residue of cigarette smoke from the night before, which the cleaning staff addressed but never fully eliminated. Zhanyi preferred things that could not be fully eliminated. They were, at least, honest about their nature. He rode the elevator to the 4th floor without speaking. This required no effort. He had long ago stopped filling silences out of social obligation and discovered that most people, given a few seconds, would fill them for him. The elevator operator said, "Morning, Dr. Luo," and Zhanyi said, "Good morning," and that was sufficient. The gate opened. He walked the corridor. His office was at the end of it. Room 412, the number chosen for no particular reason except that it had been the available room when he had taken the lease, and he had since made a minor private myth of its ordinariness. The frosted glass of the door read, "Dr. Luo Zhanyi, Psychiatry and Nervous Disorders and Characters he had chosen for their clean strokes." He unlocked it. He went inside. The office held its usual geometry. He had arranged it with care in the first week he occupied it and had made no changes since, because changes to an environment indicated that the environment had been wrong, and he did not permit himself the retrospective luxury of being wrong about controlled things. The desk sat at the south wall, its surface kept clear of everything except the current case file, a pen holder, and the telephone. The 2 chairs for sessions faced each other at an angle that his training materials had described as optimal for therapeutic dialogue. Not directly opposing, which invited confrontation, but not side by side, which diffused accountability. The window faced east. In the morning, the light came in over the Huangpu and fell across the floor in a long, pale stripe that moved as the hours passed. He had never mentioned it to a patient. He had spent considerable private attention on it. Behind the inner door, a wardrobe with 4 identical white shirts, a spare jacket, and a case of instruments he rarely needed. The shirts were a matter of economy, not eccentricity, though he had long since stopped explaining this to anyone who commented on them. He sat at the desk. He opened the current case file. A young shipping clerk referred by his employer, presenting with sleeplessness and what the employer's letter described as excessive agitation in the workplace. Zhanyi had been seeing him for 6 weeks. The agitation, it had gradually emerged, was less a disorder of the nervous system than a rational response to an employer who docked wages for lateness and raised them for nothing. He would note this delicately in today's session notes and make a referral for occupational counsel. The work was, on most days, this navigating the distance between what people said was wrong and what was actually wrong, and try and make the difference legible without making it feel like an accusation. He was good at it. He had been good at it for long enough that the skills had stopped feeling like skills and had become indistinguishable from personality. He set the kettle on the small spirit burner by the window. While it heated, he arranged the day's files in order, not by appointment time, which the leather page calendar already provided, but by a secondary taxonomy of his own devising. Complexity, fragility, the particular kind of work each case required from him. He had never explained this to his colleague, Dr. Kai, who shared the building's 4th floor and who kept his own files and arrangements Zhanyi considered, charitably, impressionistic. The tea, when it was ready, was clear and slightly bitter. He drank it standing at the window, looking at the river. The Huangpu in early morning was its own kind of argument. It moved with the indifference of something that had been moving long before Shanghai had decided to exist at its banks, and would go on moving long after whatever the city was currently doing to itself had resolved. Zhanyi found this neither comforting nor troubling. He found it accurate. His first patient arrived at 8, 7 minutes after Zhanyi had seated himself behind the desk and adjusted the case file to the precise angle he preferred. The shipping clerk was a small, nervous man named Su, who had in 6 weeks progressed from speaking in monosyllables to speaking in complete sentences, which Zhanyi considered a reasonable arc. Today he spoke for 40 minutes about his wife's sister's opinion of his career, which he correctly identified as irrelevant to the immediate problem, and then, in the final 5 minutes, said one true thing about the immediate problem. Zhanyi wrote it in the file. He would return to it next session. The second patient was a woman referred by Dr. Kai. A referral Zhanyi suspected was motivated less by clinical judgment than by Dr. Kai's difficulty with patients who did not respond to his particular style of enthusiastic encouragement. She was, in fact, not difficult. She was thorough, methodical, and in possession of an accurate map of her own psychology that she had spent 15 years refusing to act on. Zhanyi liked her. He would not say so to her face. The therapeutic relationship had specific rules about warmth, and he followed them with the same precision he applied to everything else. Between the second and third patients, Dr. Kai knocked on the open door and came in without waiting for an answer, which he always did and which Zhanyi had long since categorized as a fixed feature of the professional landscape rather than a solvable problem. Kai was broad, cheerful, and operated on an apparent conviction that the world generally meant well. A worldview Zhanyi found neither credible nor enviable, but which he could not, in any clinical sense, pathologize. "There," Kai asked, gesturing at the spirit burner with the familiarity of a man who had helped himself to it on 7 previous occasions. "The kettle is cold," Zhanyi said. Kai refilled it and turned on the burner and sat in the patient's chair with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never seriously considered that furniture had designated purposes. "I wanted to ask you something." "You usually do. Don't you ever get tired?" Kai said, in the tone of someone raising the question for genuine rather than rhetorical reasons, of understanding everyone and knowing no one. Zhanyi looked at him. Understanding and knowing are the same thing. Kai made a sound that was not quite agreement and not quite disagreement. A conversational middle ground he inhabited frequently, as if he were perpetually reserving his position. "Are they?" Knowing requires some consistent object. Understanding is the process by which the object becomes known. Zhanyi set his pen down. "They're sequential, not distinct." "That's a very tidy answer." "It's accurate." Kai looked at him with the comfortable fondness of a man who had worked near Zhanyi long enough to have categorized the particular quality of his deflections. "There's a new referral coming through from the hospital," he said, changing direction with the ease of someone who had learned not to push at walls. "I put the file on your desk yesterday afternoon. The Pei case." Zhanyi looked at the second file in the day's stack. He had noticed it this morning without opening it, a fact he would not examine. "An artist," Kai continued. "Dr. Chen at the hospital thought you'd be better suited. Difficult patient, resistant to treatment, history of refusing follow-through. Won't be managed." He paused. "I suspect Chen is putting it charitably. When is the appointment?" "Tuesday, 10 o'clock. The kettle was beginning to sound. Kai stood and poured and helped himself to Zhanyi's tea with the equanimity of a man who had decided that all tea in the office was communal. "The thing I said earlier," he said, "about understanding and knowing, I didn't mean it as criticism." "I know," Zhanyi said. "I just sometimes wonder if—" "The appointment is noted," Zhanyi said. Not unkindly. Kai left with his tea. The door closed behind him with a courtesy click. Zhanyi sat for a moment in the office's quiet. Outside, the city did its perpetual arithmetic, trolley bells, river horns, the layered conversation of a place that was always in the middle of several different negotiations with itself. He had, over the years, learned to hear it as white noise. On certain mornings, however, it arrived as something more deliberate, as if the city were reminding him that the orderly space of room 412 was a construction rather than a given, and that constructions, by definition, required maintenance. He reached for the second file. Pei Yunu, male, 25 years. Referral source, Dr. Chen Baoming, Shanghai Municipal Hospital. Presenting concern, emotional instability following traumatic loss. Secondary concerns: social withdrawal, erratic work patterns, refusal of follow-up care. Note from referring physician: resistant, intelligent, unlikely to accept standard therapeutic frameworks without significant initial resistance. Unlikely to accept standard therapeutic frameworks. Zhanyi read this twice. He was aware, with the precision he applied to the monitoring of his own states, of something in the neighborhood of interest. Interest was permissible. Interest was professional. He permitted it. He closed the file. He set it back in the stack. He sat for one additional minute before his next patient arrived, looking at the Huangpu light moving across the floor. Then he picked up his pen, turned to a clean sheet of notepaper, and began to prepare for the afternoon. Chapter 2. Everything left unfinished. The harbor painting was wrong again. Pei Yunu stood back from it with his arms crossed and his brush dripping cadmium orange onto the floor, which was already beyond saving in the matter of paint, and looked at the canvas with the particular hostility he reserved for things that were making him think too hard about things he had decided not to think about. The painting was large, 1.5 meters across, nearly as tall, and showed the Huangpu at dusk from the embankment near the old French warehouses, the water doing the thing it did in that specific light where it stopped being water and became a surface on which something was trying to be reflected and not quite managing it. He had painted the sky correctly. He had painted the water almost correctly. He had painted the embankment in the foreground with the specificity of someone who had stood there so many times that his hands knew the angle of the stone without his eyes having to confirm it. The figure was wrong. There was a figure in the left third of the canvas, suggested more than stated. Dark coat, turned slightly away, at the edge of the embankment where the stone met the air above the water. The figure had been in the painting since the beginning, 3 years ago when he had first stretched this canvas and blocked it in on a bad November night, and in that time it had been repainted no fewer than 12 times. He had tried it closer to the water. He had tried it farther back, nearly swallowed by the shadow of the warehouse wall. He had tried it without a face, which was the only version that had lasted longer than a week before he painted over it again, and which he had thought briefly was the answer, until he understood that a faceless figure was not an artistic choice, but an avoidance strategy, and he was not interested in being dishonest with himself on a canvas. He had enough of that elsewhere. The figure was, at present, neither arriving nor leaving. It was suspended in a state he could not resolve, and he suspected, without enjoying the suspicion, that this was because he could not decide which direction he wanted it to move. He threw the brush into the cleaning jar and turned away. The studio was what it was, a rented room above a noodle shop on a side street in the French concession, walls stained yellow-white with the accumulated dampness of 30 Shanghai winters, floor painted over in layers of pigment that documented the last 3 years of his work the way a geological cross-section documented a history of floods. He had 3 canvases in progress at various stages, not counting the harbor piece. He had 17 finished works stacked against the wall to the right, wrapped in paper he had been given by Madame Chow Liefen's housekeeper, which was good paper and which he felt obscurely guilty about using. He had a cot in the corner that he used approximately every 3rd night. The other nights he worked until the light changed or until he ran out of whatever was holding him upright, whichever came first, and then fell asleep in the chair. The chair was the best thing in the room. He had found it on the street 2 years ago, missing one leg, and had propped the missing side on a stack of art books he'd considered expendable, which had turned out to be the correct structural solution, and also had improved his opinion of at least 3 of the books, which he could now see from below. He was sitting in this chair with the particular quality of stillness that indicated he was either thinking hard about something or trying very hard not to think about something, when he heard the footsteps on the stairs. "I have a key," Bao Qingxi said, pushing the door open without knocking, which was how he always arrived. He was carrying a clay pot of tea in one hand and a newspaper under his arm, and he moved through the room with the proprietorial ease of someone who had been coming here long enough to feel that the space partially belonged to him. This was not entirely incorrect. He had helped Yunu move in. "I can see that," Yunu said. "The lock is broken." Qingxi said, "It's been broken since last month." "I am aware. Do you plan to fix it?" "Eventually." Qingxi set the teapot on the table that served as both dining surface and mixing palette, which was why everything Yunu ate tasted faintly of turpentine, and sat in the other chair, the one without a propped leg, which he occupied with the alert physical economy of a man who had spent years calibrating his relationship to exits. He was 31 and looked it, which was to say that he had the face of someone who had been paying close attention for a long time and had not found the attention particularly restful. He was not, by any aesthetic standard, a handsome man. He was, by several kinds of practical standard, one of the most competent people Yunu knew, which counted for considerably more. "You look terrible," Chung-si said. "Thank you. When did you last sleep in an actual bed?" "What day is it?" "Thursday." Yunu thought about this. "Tuesday," he said, "or the night before Tuesday. I lose track around this end of the week." Shin-si poured tea into the 2 cups he had also brought, because Yunu owned cups the way he owned everything that wasn't paint, intermittently and without confidence, and set one in front of him with the firmness of someone who was not asking. Zhang Weiming was arrested, he said. Yunu went still. "Last night," Chung-si said. "Not at the association office. They were careful. On the street. One of the constable's people spotted him leaving the print shop on Fuzhou Road. Is he in municipal jail or the municipal? For now." Chung-si's voice was even, which meant he had already spent whatever reaction he was going to spend on this, and was now operating from the flat pragmatic ground on the other side of it. "His wife has been notified. There's nothing we can do for him directly that won't make things worse." Yunu looked at his hands. They were, as always, carrying the evidence of the morning's work. A smear of cadmium orange along his right thumb, a shadow of blue-black at the base of his index finger from the underpainting he'd reworked 2 days ago. Zhang Weiming had known Yisei. They had worked together in the early period before everything changed. He was a cautious man, methodical, not the type to make visible mistakes. If he had been spotted, it was because someone had been looking specifically. "The city is tightening," Chung-si said. It was not a question. "It's been tightening for a year. It's tightening faster." He wrapped his hand around his teacup. "I want you to be careful, for a few weeks. Stay away from the usual places. Don't go to the print shop." "I wasn't going to the print shop." "You were considering it." "I know you were considering it, because you always consider it when something happens and you want to feel like you're doing something." Yuna looked at him. "That's an uncharitable reading." "It's an accurate one." He said it without heat. "I'm not asking you to stop being yourself. I'm asking you to be yourself somewhat less conspicuously for the next few weeks, until we understand what they know." "All right." Chung-si looked slightly surprised at the ease of it, which Yunu allowed himself to notice. All right. I'll be careful." He picked up the tea. It was too hot to drink properly, which was how Chung-si always made it, operating on the apparent theory that scalding temperatures indicated effort. "What about the exhibition?" "What about it?" "The one at Madame Chow's gallery. She's confirmed a date." He nodded at the harbor painting. "She wants 8 pieces. I have 7 that are finished to a standard I'd accept." Chung-si regarded the harbor piece with the expression he reliably produced when confronted with Yunu's more ambitious work, which was not quite admiration and not quite concern, but something that lived in the territory between them, acknowledging both the work's quality and the person who had made it at the cost he had made it at. "Is that one of the 8? "It will be." "How long have you been working on it?" 3 years. "And it's not finished." "It will be," Yunu said again, with the particular precision of someone making a commitment rather than a prediction. Chung-si let this sit for a moment. Outside, the street was doing its usual business. The noodle shop below was opening up, sending the smell of pork broth through the floorboards, and the particular Shanghai combination of bicycle bells, vendor calls, and the distant industrious noise of the bund in full operation came through the window with the unstoppable abundance of a city that did not particularly care whether you were paying attention to it. "There's something else," Chung-si said. He set his cup down with a small decisiveness. "Madame Chow's exhibition. I've heard through a contact that someone is interested in preventing it." Yuna looked at him. "Not stealing the work. Not a critical campaign." Chung-si was choosing his words with a care that meant the unchopped version was worse. "Someone wants it shut down before it opens. The paintings, some of them, are being characterized in certain quarters as sympathetic to revolutionary elements. They're paintings. They're paintings of the harbor at the time of the strike, Chengxi said, and of the workers' district, and of he stopped. A brief pause that was its own kind of editing. They're not neutral paintings, Yunu. You know they're not neutral paintings. Yunu was quiet for a moment. He had always made the art he needed to make without particularly worrying about what it meant to other people. A fact that Chengxi had pointed out to him on multiple occasions over multiple years as both a professional strength and a survival liability. He had never managed to feel that these two things were incompatible. He was beginning to wonder if he had been wrong about that. Who is it, he asked. I don't know yet. Someone with connections to the colonial authorities and to the business community. The sort of person who can make the necessary conversations happen quietly. What kind of conversations? The kind that end with a show being canceled and the artist finding himself without a venue and possibly without a patron. Chengxi looked at him with the directness of an old friend who has long since moved past the consideration of whether to say difficult things. Chow Lifin's support is considerable, but she's also a woman who knows when a thing is costing more than it's worth. I don't want you in a situation where you have no protection and someone is applying pressure. Yuna looked at the harbor painting again. The wrong figure at the edge of the wrong embankment, neither arriving nor leaving. Lifin mentioned protection, he said. Last week when she confirmed the date. She said she had someone in mind. Did she say who? She said she'd arrange a meeting. He reached for the tea again. It had cooled to drinkable. I told her I didn't need it. Chengxi looked at him with the patience of a man who had heard this sentence in various forms for many years. And she nodded in the way she nods when she's already decided something and is waiting for you to catch up to where she already is. So, well, you'll meet with whoever it is. I haven't decided. You've decided, Chengxi said. He stood and reclaimed his newspaper from the corner of the table. You decided before I got here, or you wouldn't have mentioned it. You're telling me because you want me to tell you it's a reasonable idea. Yuna said nothing. It's a reasonable idea, Chengxi said. I don't know who she has in mind, but the threat is real and you have nothing else, and I can't be everywhere. He paused at the door. I'll come back Thursday evening. Don't eat anything with turpentine in it. That's my palate. I know what it is. He left. Yunu sat in the silence Chengxi left behind and looked at the harbor, painting for a long time after the sound of the stairs faded. The figure in the painting looked back, or it would have if it had a face, which it didn't. Which was the problem? He got up and went back to the canvas and stood in front of it for a long moment, brush uncleaned in his hand, thinking about all the things he had started and not finished, and all the reasons he had not finished them, and whether the reasons were good reasons or whether they were merely, as Chengxi periodically and accurately observed, the forms that cowardice preferred. Then he cleaned the brush, put it down, left the studio. He had a letter to write to Madame Chow Lifin, and he was going to write it before he changed his mind, which, if he was being honest with himself, he was already starting to do. Fine. He would meet with the protection. Fine. Chapter 3, The Referred Patient. The first session was on a Tuesday in October, 2 years and 9 months ago. Zhanyi remembered the date precisely, a habit he could not claim was clinical, since he remembered the dates of appointments that mattered to him the way he remembered other things that mattered to him, involuntarily, completely, without permission. He had been working at his desk when a knock came, and when he had called out, "Come in," the door had opened and remained open for 3 full seconds before anyone entered, which was unusual enough that he looked up. Pei Yunu came through the door the way certain people come through doors, with the physical quality of someone who has made a decision about whether they're going to stay and is not yet fully committed to yes. He was 25 then. Zhanyi had the file, lean in the way of someone whose relationship with meals was inconsistent and unregretted, wearing trousers that had been excellent 6 years ago and a jacket that appeared to belong to someone larger, carrying a worn leather bag over one shoulder. His hands, which Zhanyi noticed because he always noticed hands, were paint-stained, cobalt blue along the first 2 fingers of his right hand, and something darker, almost black, at the crease of his left thumb. He stood inside the door and looked at the room with the specific attention of someone cataloging exits. "Dr. Luo," he said. Not a question. "Yes. Please sit." He sat. Eventually, after a brief survey of both chairs that was too quick to be obvious and too complete to miss, He chose the left one. He did not put the bag down. Zhanyi said, Dr. Chin's referral indicates you've been seen at the hospital following a recent bereavement. He suggested you might find it useful too. He suggested I needed a psychiatrist, Pei Yunu said. Chun is a good doctor and an optimist. I told him I wasn't the problem. What is the problem? He looked at Zhanyi with eyes that were doing two things simultaneously, assessing and, beneath the assessment, something more careful. I'm a starving artist in a city of opium dens and capitalists. The problem is structural. Zhanyi wrote, resistant in the margin of the note paper. Then, beneath it, because he was precise about this kind of thing, resistant and intelligent and very aware of the difference between the two, he capped the pen without looking at what he had written. The problem is structural, he said, may be accurate, but structural problems have individual effects. You're here because one of those effects became significant enough that Dr. Chun was concerned. Dr. Chun is concerned about everything. He has a very large surface area for concern. He looked around the room. You have 4 identical shirts. Zhanyi looked at the wardrobe, whose door was not fully closed. Then back at Pei Yunu. Tell me about the bereavement. His name was Ruan Yisei. Pei Yunu said, a beat. Was. How long ago? 3 months. And you? We were together for 2 years. He was involved in certain organizational activities in the city. A pause that was its own kind of precision, locating the thing to say and carefully stepping around the things not to say. There was a raid. In August. He didn't. Another pause. He's gone. Zhanyi waited. I'm not here because I'm grieving, Pei Yunu said. His voice was very even. I want to be clear about that. Grief is what happened to him. I'm here because Chun filled out the forms and someone has to sign them, and you're apparently the person who signs them. All right, Zhanyi said. Pei Yunu looked at him, faintly suspicious of the compliance. We can call this whatever you need to call it, Zhanyi said. And we can talk about whatever you need to talk about, or not talk about it, and work around the edges of it for a while, which is also a legitimate process. He set his pen down. But I want to tell you something, since we're being clear about things. All right, you have paint on your hands. Cobalt blue, right hand, second and third fingers. Something darker on the left, bone black, possibly. You've been working this morning, which means you were able to work, which means whatever you're carrying is not yet preventing that. That's useful information. I'd like to understand what it is and isn't preventing. Pei Yunu looked at his hands, then at Zhanyi. Something in his expression shifted very slightly. Not warmth, nothing so approachable as that, but a subtle recalibration, the kind that a very alert mind performs when it encounters something it hadn't predicted. One session, he said, that's all I'm asking for today. He stayed for 50 minutes. He said, in that time, 3 things that were true and 12 things that were technically accurate and several things that were elegant evasions, and Zhanyi cataloged all of them and said nothing that indicated he knew the difference. At the end, Pei Yunu stood and picked up his bag and said, you ask a lot of questions. It's the method, Zhanyi said. Is it the method, Pei Yunu said, or is it just that you've decided questions are safer than statements? Zhanyi looked at him. Same time next week? Pei Yunu asked, as if he hadn't said it. Same time next week, Zhanyi said. By the 3rd month, a pattern had established itself that Zhanyi recognized with the precision of a man trained to recognize patterns and the discomfort of a man recognizing one he hadn't selected. Pei Yunu came every Tuesday at 10, arrived between 9 and 9:52, depending on circumstances that appeared to include weather, mood, and the state of his current work, and spent the first 10 minutes of each session engaged in what Zhanyi had come to think of as the warm-up. Oblique observations about the city, a half-finished thought about something he was working on, the occasional direct challenge to Zhanyi's questions, delivered with the satisfaction of someone who had spent the intervening week preparing it. He had not mentioned Yisei again after the first session. The absence was itself an argument, and Zhanyi did not push at it. He took notes. He asked his questions. He maintained the professional distance that the work required and that he had, over 10 years of practice, made into something indistinguishable from a personality trait. In the 3rd month, Pei Yunu said, entirely unprompted, in the middle of a sentence about something else, he used to sing when he was working. Not songs, just noise, really. He thought it was quiet. It wasn't. Zhanyi did not respond immediately. He waited the 3 seconds that experience had taught him was the correct interval between statement and question in moments like this. What did he work on, he asked. Pamphlets mostly, and correspondence. The kind of correspondence that required certain precautions. A pause. He had very clear handwriting. I used to think it was funny, all that dangerous content in such orderly characters. Do you miss the noise? Pei Yunu looked at the window. I miss a lot of things, he said. I try not to make a project of it. Zhanyi wrote, in the margin of his note paper. The thing he will not say is louder than everything he says. He capped the pen. He said nothing. Pei Yunu eventually moved on to something else, and the session ended as it always ended, with Pei Yunu picking up his bag and looking briefly at the room as if he were reassessing whether it was useful, and then leaving. Zhanyi sat after his departure and thought about the orderly handwriting and the dangerous correspondence, and the noise that wasn't quiet, and the way Pei Yunu had looked at the window when he said, I try not to make a project of it. He thought about it for longer than was strictly professional. The 8th month, a Tuesday in June. Pei Yunu came in with his bag over his shoulder as always, and the bag was bulging with the angular shapes of portfolio boards, which was unusual. He set the bag on the floor. He looked at Zhanyi with the expression he wore when he had decided to do something and was still deciding whether to regret it. You have a meeting after this, Zhanyi said. How do you? The portfolio boards. Something moved across Pei Yunu's face. Not embarrassment. Yunu was not a man who embarrassed easily, but a version of the recalibration Zhanyi had seen in the first session. Reassessing the room. There's a collector, Pei Yunu said. Lai Fan, Madame Gao. You may know of her. She's been supporting my work for about a year. He said supporting the way someone says a word they've chosen carefully from a field of less acceptable alternatives. She wants to see the latest series, and you don't want to show it to her. I don't want to show it to anyone. He paused. The thing is, he stopped. The particular stopping of someone who has caught themselves starting a sentence they didn't mean to start. The thing is, Zhanyi said. Pei Yunu looked at him for a moment. Then he reached into the bag and drew out the top portfolio board and unwrapped it. He stood it against the side of the patient's chair, angled toward the light. It was the harbor painting, not the full canvas which would not have fit in the bag, but a study. The same composition in smaller scale, the embankment and the water and the particular 3-quality light he had described to Zhanyi months ago. The figure was there in the left third, the same suggested form, neither arriving nor leaving. Even at this scale, the painting had a quality that Zhanyi, who was not a person given to the vocabulary of art, could only think of as pressure, the feeling of being in a room where something was about to be said and hadn't been yet. Zhanyi looked at it. He said nothing for a long time, which was not a clinical technique in this moment, but simply the response the painting produced. The figure, he said eventually. Pei Yunu said nothing. This was his version of waiting. How long have you been working on it? The study, or the full canvas? Whichever one you've been working on the longest. A pause. Almost a year. Zhanyi looked at the figure in the painting. The way it stood at the edge of the embankment, coat dark against the light off the water, the face unresolved. He asked, very carefully, the question that had formed itself in the first moment of looking. What is the figure waiting for? He did not say it out loud. He would say it later, in the letter, in the middle of the night, to paper. Not here. Not in this room, with Pei Yunu watching him and the figure watching from the canvas and the particular quality of June light doing what it always did through the east window. What he said was, is this one going to Madame Chow's collection? No, Pei Yunu said. This one isn't for anyone. He wrapped it back up and put it in the bag, and neither of them said anything about it again that session. But something had opened, the way certain rooms open when you walk through them with the intention of looking at what's inside rather than at the door. Zhanyi sat with it. The 18th month, a February Tuesday, rain on the window, the kind of Shanghai winter that came down with the insistence of something personal. Pei Yunu was talking. Something about a gallery opening he had attended the previous week, an event Madame Chow had required his presence as part of the ongoing negotiation of their professional relationship. He described it with the arch specificity he used for things that had interested him more than he intended, and Zhanyi was listening with the portion of his attention that managed the session and the other portion that had long since stopped pretending it was only professional. In the pauses between observations, Pei Yunu had been watching him. Not the watching he did at the beginning of their work together, the exit cataloging look of a man deciding whether a space was safe. Something more specific. A particular quality of attention that Zhanyi had not encountered before in this room, in which he had decided, once and finally, to categorize as the natural scrutiny of a visual artist applied to the nearest available subject. This was accurate. It was also incomplete. He did not examine the rest of it. He asked a question about the gallery. The question was in retrospect, in the careful retrospect he would apply to this session much later, at 2 in the morning, with a pen in his hand, slightly more personal than the professional standard. A question not about the gallery, but about Pei Yunu's experience of being required to be there. Whether being required to be somewhere felt different from choosing to be somewhere. Whether choice, in general, was something that Yunu considered worth making. Pei Yunu stopped talking mid-sentence. He looked at Zhanyi. Zhanyi looked back, aware with the precision of a man, very carefully not moving that he had said something he had not meant to say, or had meant to say in the way you mean to say things when you have been not saying them for long enough that eventually one escapes. He reached for his pen. He touched the cuff of his left sleeve, which he had not done in a session in 4 years. He looked at the note paper. Pei Yunu said, very quietly, "That wasn't a professional question." "No," Zhanyi agreed. He kept his voice at its usual register, the one that held everything at the same temperature. "It wasn't." He did not explain. He wrote 3 words in the margin and then capped the pen immediately and crossed them out. He asked a different question, and Pei Yunu, after a moment, answered it, and the session continued. But Pei Yunu had noticed the cuff. Zhanyi could see that he had noticed it in the specific quality of his silence afterward. Not the silence of someone who hadn't observed something, but the silence of someone who had and was deciding what to do with it. He did not say anything about it. He would not say anything about it for another 1.5 years. Zhanyi was aware, walking home that February evening, that this was either very good or very bad, and that he was not, for once, entirely clear on which it was. The 30th month, a May evening. Zhanyi sat at his desk after the building had emptied, in the particular quality of silence that offices had after 5 o'clock when the day's work had been done and the distance between now and tomorrow was long enough to see clearly. He took the note paper from the desk. He uncapped the pen. He dated the page with the precision he applied to all documentation. He wrote, "Pei Yunu." He stopped. He looked at the words for a long moment. He kept writing. He wrote for 40 minutes, stopping only when the pen needed refilling, which he did twice. He wrote in the manner of a man who had been not writing something for longer than he had any professional excuse for, and was now writing it entirely off the record, to paper, in the certainty that paper was a safe destination, because paper stayed where you put it. When he was done, he read it once. He put it in an envelope. He wrote the name on the front. He opened the bottom drawer of his desk. He placed the envelope inside. He locked it. He put the key in his left jacket pocket. He sat with his hand over the pocket for a moment, feeling the shape of the small metal key through the fabric. Then he put on his jacket. He gathered his things. He walked out into the Shanghai evening, which was warm and slightly humid and smelled of river and cook fires and the particular industrial sweetness of the docks. And he walked home through it with his usual measured pace, 7 minutes early even for himself, and did not think about the letter at all. He was very good at not thinking about things. Present day, a Tuesday in August. Session 35. Pei Yunu left at 10 minutes to 11, as he always did, gathering his bag, standing at the door with the brief, arrested quality of a man who was considering saying something he'd decided against, then leaving. His footsteps on the corridor tiles were even, unhurried, the walk of someone who had decided long ago that showing your pace to a place said too much about how much you wanted to leave it. Zhanyi sat in the empty room. The Huangpu light had moved since morning. It lay now in a long stripe across the floor near the right-hand wall, amber rather than pale gold. He watched it for 4 minutes, which was longer than he needed to sit there and shorter than he had found himself doing it some Tuesdays. Then he put his pen cap back on. He set the case file in the stack. He thought about the Tuesday appointments. The way Pei Yunu's bag always sat on the floor beside the chair rather than in his lap, which had shifted sometime in the second year from the position of someone prepared to leave to the position of someone who had decided to put down what he was carrying, at least for the hour. The way he'd said, last week, I keep starting the harbor painting and then stopping. I don't know if the figure is arriving or leaving, and I can't decide if that's a problem with the painting or a problem with me. Zhanyi had said, what would be different if you decided? Pei Yunu had looked at him for a moment. Then he'd said, everything, probably. He thought about the letter in the bottom drawer. He thought about it for exactly as long as he needed to think about it to confirm the decision was unchanged. Then he stopped. He had a patient at 2 o'clock, and then another at 4, and then the walk home, and then tomorrow, which would be Wednesday, and eventually the week would complete itself, and it would be Tuesday again, same as always. He unlocked the bottom drawer. He looked at the envelope for one moment. He locked it again. He placed the key back in his jacket pocket and went to wash his hands before the afternoon session. Chapter 4. A name delivered like a warning. Madame Chow Liefen's parlor was, as it always was, a room that knew exactly what it was doing. The lacquered furniture, deep red, the color of something expensive and slightly ominous, had been chosen to anchor the space without crowding it, each piece positioned with the kind of deliberation that looked effortless and was not. The silk hangings on the west wall were originals, not decorative reproductions, a distinction that visitors who knew about such things noted and visitors who didn't were affected by anyway. The tea service was jade-handled, and the tea itself was something Yunu had never been able to identify except as the kind of tea that cost more than 3 months of his rent and tasted like being told, gently, that you were out of your depth. He had been in this room perhaps 24 times over the past 2 years, which was often enough to have mapped its geometry and not often enough to have stopped finding it slightly overwhelming. This was probably intentional. Liefen was not a woman who left the effects of her spaces to chance. She was seated when he arrived, which meant she had timed his entrance, which meant she had people outside who told her when her guests came through the building's front door. He had long since stopped finding this disconcerting and had moved on to finding it informative. You know, she said, using just his given name the way she always did. Not with the intimacy of a friend, but with the comfortable authority of someone who had decided, 2 years ago, that the relationship had advanced past surnames and had simply enacted that decision without consulting him. You look like you haven't slept in several days. 2.5, he said. Sit down. He sat. He put his bag on the floor beside the chair and kept his coat on, which he always did in Liefen's parlor regardless of the temperature, and which he suspected she had noted and filed appropriately. She poured the tea. It was jasmine today, layered with something Yunu tentatively identified as osmanthus, which meant she had pulled out the good cabinet. She handed him the cup. He accepted it because refusing Liefen's tea was a battle he had fought once and lost with the specific comprehensive thoroughness of someone discovering that the other party had been at this considerably longer. She had aged in the way that Shanghai's most resilient women aged, not softening but settling, the kind of face that had resolved itself into something the years couldn't significantly revise. She was 52, and she had built and maintained her position in the city's cultural world with the consistent application of intelligence and information and the willingness to know where both were most useful. She genuinely believed in Yunu's work. He was aware that this was, in its own way, the most dangerous thing about her, that her investment was real. I've heard from a gallery, she said, which meant she already knew what she was about to tell him and what she wanted him to say in response, and what she had already arranged in the event that his response differed from what she wanted. The exhibition is confirmed for the 9th of October. We have the main gallery space through the following weekend. Good, Eunice said. I want the 8th piece by the 15th of September. She looked at him over the rim of her cup. Is the harbor painting going to be ready? Yes. She considered this for a moment. The considering of a woman who had learned to distinguish between yes that meant yes and yes that meant I intend it to be yes and will not discuss the alternative. She apparently decided to let it sit. There's something else I need to tell you. she said. The threat, Yunu said. She looked at him. You've heard. Chingxi told me. Someone with colonial connections who wants the exhibition canceled. Someone with colonial connections, and significantly more than that, Li Fin said. She set her cup down with a small deliberateness. The man in question is named Wei Dangshan. You won't know him. He operates very carefully behind other people's names. He has interests in 3 trading companies and a significant social relationship with one of the senior commissioners in the French concession. He has been known, in the past, to take an interest in cultural productions that he finds objectionable. And he finds my work objectionable. He finds what your work implies about certain periods of recent history objectionable. A brief pause. There's a difference, though I understand if it doesn't feel like one at present. What does he want? At minimum, for the exhibition not to take place. Beyond that, she spread one hand in a gesture that managed to be both elegant and specific. I don't yet know. His methods have historically been more administrative than physical, but the current climate in the city has made people bolder in certain respects. Yunu thought about Zhang Weiming's arrest. The print shop on Fuzhou Road. The city tightening in ways that were starting to feel less like gradual process and more like deliberate architecture. The work is political, he said. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. No one is asking you to pretend otherwise. Her voice was even. She was not a woman who needed to raise it to indicate finality. I'm asking you to be realistic about the fact that political work in the current environment requires a certain amount of practical support. Protection, Yunu said. Protection, she agreed. He looked at his tea. I told you last week I didn't need it. You did, and you nodded. I nodded. She agreed, with the serenity of someone who had never needed to argue with people when she could simply wait for them. I've reconsidered, he said. I'm not saying you were right. I'm saying the situation has developed in ways that make a certain amount of practical pragmatism appropriate. Li Fin showed no satisfaction whatsoever, which was how he knew she felt it. I've made preliminary arrangements. The person I have in mind has specific experience with exactly this kind of situation, social protection in environments where the threat comes through official channels as much as unofficial ones. He knows Shanghai. He knows how to be discreet. And he already knows you, which I consider an advantage. Yunu went still. He stayed still for 3 full seconds, which for Yunu, who moved through the world with the restlessness of someone who had learned early that stillness required confidence he didn't always have, was its own kind of signal. Ooh, he said. Li Fin looked at him with the expression she wore when she already knew the answer to the question she was watching someone else ask. Dr. Luo Zhanyi, she said. The parlor held the name. The jasmine tea cooled slightly. Somewhere in the building's upper floors, a clock struck the quarter hour. No, Yuna said. I thought you might say that. Then you already have my answer. I have your immediate answer. She picked up her cup again. I don't think it's your considered answer. My considered answer is also no. He set his own cup down. He was aware of the slight controlled quality that had come into his voice. The voice he used when he needed to maintain a position under pressure, which was a voice he had developed early, and which was, according to multiple people who knew him well, extremely unconvincing to anyone who had been around him long enough to know what his actual control sounded like. He is my psychiatrist. He was your psychiatrist. Your sessions ended 3 weeks ago, at his recommendation, pending a review of certain circumstances. She said this with a mildness that indicated she had known about this for some time and had not mentioned it, which was itself a complete sentence about her awareness of the situation. He is, currently, a person with the relevant skills and the relevant knowledge of your habits and circumstances. He is not, currently, your physician. That's a very technical reading of the situation. Ideal and accurate readings. She looked at him with the attention of a woman who had been collecting information about him for 2 years and was now deploying a specific piece of it. He has agreed in principle, contingent on your acceptance. Yunu looked at her. He agreed. He considers the threat credible and the arrangement professionally defensible. A brief pause. He was very precise about the word defensible. Yunu stood up. He was aware of the physical quality of the room pressing at him. The lacquer, the silk, the jasmine tea, the particular quality of Li Fin's attention, which missed nothing and filed everything and would be deployed somewhere in the future at exactly the moment it was most relevant. He picked up his bag. He put it over his shoulder. "I need to think about this," he said. "Of course," Leifin said. He walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on a lacquered frame. Outside, through the parlor's tall windows, he could see the street below, the afternoon commerce of the French concession in full operation, rickshaws and automobiles, and women in qipao with Western hats, and the whole layered cosmopolitan argument of Shanghai at 2 in the afternoon. Ordinary and dangerous and beautiful and completely indifferent to what he decided in this room. He thought about the harbor painting, about the figure at the edge of the embankment, neither arriving nor leaving, about the particular quality of Zhanyi's silence in a room. Not absence, not cold, but a fullness he had spent 3 years trying to name and had not named yet. He thought about Zhang Weiming, arrested on a street that Yunu had walked on 100 times. He thought about Chengxi's voice. "The threat is real, and you have nothing else." He turned around. Leifin was watching him with the patience of a woman who had many years of experience waiting for people to reach the conclusions she had already reached for them. "Fine," Yunu said. "I'll send word today," she said. "There are conditions. I expected there would be. I continue working. My schedule, my studio, my meetings. He shadows. He doesn't contain. That can be discussed with him directly. And the therapeutic relationship is finished. That's separate. That remains finished." Leifin looked at him for a moment with an expression that was almost entirely neutral and only very slightly, at the edges, something else. "Of course," she said. He left. The street was exactly as it had been through the window. Ordinary and dangerous and beautiful. The city in full operation, doing what it always did. He stood on the pavement for a moment and let the noise and movement arrange itself around him, which was something Shanghai was very good at, absorbing individual people into its general argument with such efficiency that individual decisions felt briefly less significant than they were. He started walking. He had, in the space of the last 10 minutes, agreed to a protection arrangement he had spent 3 weeks refusing, with a person who occupied a specific and complicated place in his interior landscape, under terms he had not yet negotiated, because of a threat he still didn't fully understand. This was, objectively, a reasonable response to an unreasonable situation. He told himself this twice. It helped almost not at all. He walked faster into the afternoon in the direction of nowhere in particular, letting the city do its work of making individual things feel smaller than they were. By the time he reached the corner of the boulevard, he had achieved something in the neighborhood of equanimity. He turned left. He went to the studio. He stood in front of the harbor, painting for a long time, without painting anything. Chapter 5. The Trouble with Knowing. Leifin's message arrived on a Thursday morning, by the hand of one of her household staff, on notepaper that smelled faintly of osmanthus, and said, in precise characters, nothing more than, "He has agreed. The arrangement can begin the 23rd, if you are willing. The details require a conversation." Zhanyi read it twice. He set it on the desk beside the case file he had been pretending to review for the last hour. He looked at the Huangpu. The message was the thing he had said, when speaking with Leifin 3 days ago, that he would consider. He had used the word consider with precision, meaning not yes and not no, but I need to conduct the internal review that this kind of decision requires before I give you an answer that I will then have to live with. Leifin had heard this, and had said she would send word. She had sent word. He had, over the intervening 3 days, conducted the internal review. The review had proceeded as follows. The case for refusal. The therapeutic relationship, though formally ended, left a residue that standard ethics required a sufficient interval to clear. The interval was typically measured in months, not weeks. A protection arrangement that required Zhanyi to live in proximity to a former patient, to shadow him through his daily life, to make judgment calls about his physical safety, to be available at hours and in circumstances that no clinical framework governed, compressed that interval into nothing. The professional hazard was not theoretical. He knew, with the precision of a man who had been watching himself carefully for 3 years, that his judgment in respect to Pei Yunu was not clean. This was the case for refusal. It was a strong case. He had written it out in precise, complete sentences in the journal. he kept for exactly this kind of deliberation, and when he read it back, it held up under scrutiny with the solidity of a well-constructed argument. The case for acceptance. He had also written this out. The threat was credible. He had made inquiries, careful ones, through channels that were available to him because of a period of his life he did not discuss professionally, and what he had found confirmed Liefen's account and added further detail that made it worse. Wei Dangshan was not a theatrical man. He did not make gestures. When he wanted something prevented, he arranged for it to be prevented, and his methods were administrative until they were not, and the threshold between those two states was not publicly legible. Pei Yunu would hire someone else. This was not nothing. A stranger who did not know his habits, his exits, the specific shape of his defensiveness, who would not know, as Zhanyi knew, that Yunu's tells were all in his hands, that his stillness was the one you had to watch, that he would walk away from safety out of principle if he believed the safety was being offered as management rather than genuine protection. A stranger would not understand any of this until he had spent weeks learning it. The threat was not going to wait weeks. And underneath both cases, a third consideration that Zhanyi wrote and then crossed out and then rewrote because honesty required it even if it disqualified him. The thought of Pei Yunu under a real threat, without someone who knew him between him and it, was something that Zhanyi could not make indifferent. He had crossed it out because it was not professionally a reason for anything. He had rewritten it because refusing to see a thing did not make the thing smaller. His father had taught him that lesson, though not in the way fathers typically plan to teach things. He capped the pen. He locked the journal in the cabinet. He picked up the telephone. Dr. Huangfian's office was on Nanjing Road, on the 5th floor of a building that smelled of fresh plaster and institutional ambition, which described approximately half the buildings in Shanghai's medical quarter in this decade. She had been in practice for 8 years and had established a reputation for the particular combination of rigor and warmth that the best clinicians achieved and the rest approximated. Zhanyi respected her professionally and found her company useful in the specific way you found useful the company of someone who was very good at telling you things you were trying not to hear. He had framed the call as a consultation. She had agreed, with a brevity that indicated she already knew it was not a conventional consultation and was prepared to address whatever it actually was. He sat across her desk now in the patient's chair, which he noted and which he suspected she had noted him noting. "I have a hypothetical," he said. "All right," she said. A therapist is asked to take on a protection role for a former patient. The therapeutic relationship was terminated 3 weeks ago. The protection role would require proximity, shared residence, essentially. The former patient is under a genuine and credible threat. Fian looked at him. She had a face that processed information without showing the processing, which he recognized as a professional skill and which she had honed to a state of transparency that communicated very clearly that there was no gap between her understanding of a situation and her assessment of it. The therapist in this hypothetical, she said, yes, has feelings for the former patient. The hypothetical doesn't specify. Zhanyi, he was quiet for a moment. The hypothetical does not benefit from being made concrete prematurely. The hypothetical benefits from being accurate, she said, since you are, presumably, asking me for a genuine assessment rather than a comfortable one. He looked at the window. The Nanjing road traffic was in full argument below, which was its natural state. There may be some complication in the therapist's objectivity with respect to this patient, he said. Some complication, she said, with the neutrality of someone choosing not to perform the irony this required. It has not affected the therapeutic work. The sessions have been conducted with professional integrity. Has the former patient any awareness of the therapist's feelings? A pause. Possibly. The patient is, he selected the next word with care, observant. Fian looked at him for a long moment. She had very clear eyes, the kind that suggested she found her own thoughts neither surprising nor distressing, which was either excellent psychology or excellent performance, and he had long since concluded it was the former. The answer to your hypothetical, she said, is obviously no. That's what I expected you to say. Then why are you here? Because I wanted to hear it stated plainly before I made a decision. You've already made the decision, she said. She said it without judgment, which he found more unsettling than judgment would have been. You came here to confirm that the decision is as problematic as you already know it is. You're not here to be talked out of it. You're here to have the record show that you asked. The traffic on Nanjing Road offered a brief symphony of horns. Someone below was arguing with a rickshaw driver about price, their voices carrying the specific indignation of a transaction going badly. The protective question is real, Zhanyi said. A stranger would not be adequate. Possibly. You also have a substantial professional interest in believing that. He said nothing. He'd be better protected by someone else with proper training and no complicating feelings, Fian said. Or he'd be slightly less well protected and his therapist's integrity would be intact. Those are the actual options. A pause. I know you know this. Yes, he said. Then I've done my part. She folded her hands on the desk. If you decide to take the arrangement, I'd suggest you speak with the board proactively rather than waiting for them to ask questions. And you should refer him for continued therapy immediately. Not to me, but to someone. The therapeutic relationship can't simply be suspended. It needs a proper handoff. He won't take a referral easily. You know that from 3 years of sessions, she said. That knowledge is itself evidence of the problem. He stood. He thanked her. She walked him to the door. Zhanyi, she said at the door. He turned. I am not, she said carefully, saying that what you feel is a problem. What you feel is not something I have an opinion about. She looked at him with the directness of a very good clinician offering something that was neither approval nor censure. What you do with it, in a professional context, is a different question. You know the difference. I know the difference, he said. He walked down 5 flights of the street and stood on Nanjing Road with the city's indifferent commerce moving around him and thought about the difference for exactly as long as it took him to hail a car. He was home before 6. He sat at his desk. He wrote, I have reviewed the circumstances. The protection assignment is professionally problematic in ways I have fully documented and am not prepared to dismiss. The therapeutic relationship carries obligations that do not end at termination. The proximity required would introduce complications I cannot guarantee I will manage with the consistency that the situation requires. He put the pen down. He sat for a moment. He picked up the pen. The threat is real. The subject requires specific handling that a stranger cannot provide. The oversight I can maintain over my own conduct is, in fact, substantial. I have been maintaining it for 3 years with full awareness of the risks, and the record of that maintenance is clean. He paused. I am aware that this argument is self-serving. I am noting that I am aware of this. He capped the pen. He took out the case file. He wrote, in the notes section, in the precise hand he applied to all documentation. Therapeutic relationship suspended pending resolution of external circumstances. Referral to Dr. Huang Fian, Nanjing Road, for continued clinical support during protective arrangement. Board to be notified of assignment details. Arrangement to be reviewed at 30-day intervals. He read this back. It was accurate. It did not say everything that it could have said, but documentation had never been the appropriate vehicle for everything. He reached for the telephone. He called Lifan's house. When her staff answered, he said, Tell Madame Chow that Dr. Luo accepts the arrangement. He'll want to meet with Mr. Pei directly to establish the terms. He put the telephone down. He sat for a moment in the office's quiet. Then he touched his left cuff. Once, briefly, a pressure without purpose, the habit of a man suppressing something, and then removed his hand and stood and began to look for the things he would need to pack. Chapter 6, Terms and Conditions. The meeting was set for Thursday afternoon at a tea house on Rue du Consulate, which was Lifan's suggestion and which both of them had accepted because it was neutral ground in the way that neutral ground in Shanghai was always somewhat relative. Neither of them owned it. Neither of them had been brought there by the other, and if either of them needed to leave, there were 2 exits and a back corridor that Yunu knew about because he had eaten here occasionally, and Zhanyi knew about because he knew about every building he entered before he had reason to need that knowledge. Yunu arrived first. He was aware of this and experienced it as a tactical error, which told him that he was already thinking about this wrong. He sat at the table by the window and ordered tea he didn't want and looked at the street outside and told himself he was not waiting in any meaningful sense of the word. Zhanyi arrived at the precise minute the appointment had been scheduled, which was exactly what Yunu had expected and which was still, somehow, its own kind of irritation. He wore a dark suit and carried nothing. He crossed the room with the measured economy of a man who moved through spaces as if he had already surveyed them, which he had, and which was visible once you knew what it looked like. He sat down across the table. He looked at Yunu. Neither of them said anything for a moment. "You accepted," Yunu said. "Yes." "Lifen convinced you." "Lifen provided relevant information. I made the decision independently." A brief pause. "How are you?" "That's not a clinical question," Yunu said. "No," Zhanyi said. "It isn't." Something in the room shifted slightly, the way rooms sometimes did when two people in them had just agreed to change the terms under which they occupied the same space. The tea arrived. Yunu wrapped his hands around his cup. Zhanyi's hands remained on the table, still, the way they always were when he was in a public space. "I want to establish the terms before we agree to anything formally," Yunu said. "That's reasonable. I continue working. Studio hours are mine. I go where I need to go for the exhibition preparations, the gallery, Lifen's, the framer on Avenue Joffre. You shadow. You don't contain." "Agreed. I have a standing meeting on Saturday evenings." He looked at Zhanyi steadily. "You come to the door. You wait." Zhanyi looked at him. He had the expression he sometimes produced in sessions when Yunu had said something that he was assessing from 3 directions before answering. "If the threat is credible at that location." "You wait," Yunu said. "At the door." "That's a condition." A pause. "All right. The spare room in my building is available. There's a cot. It's adequate." He was looking at the street now, not at Zhanyi. "The building's landlord knows me. I'll tell him you're a cousin visiting for work. That will require some corroboration." "You can produce corroboration?" "Yes," Zhanyi said, with a matter-of-factness that indicated the capability was not theoretical. Yunu looked at him. He had known, from Lifen's description and from 3 years of intermittent observation, that Zhanyi's background before psychiatry had involved something requiring exactly these kinds of skills, but having it confirmed in the flat tone of a man stating an established fact was still slightly different from knowing it abstractly. He filed it. "The therapeutic relationship is finished," Yunu said. "Yes. I mean, it's finished in the sense that this isn't a continuation of it. What you're doing here isn't therapy, and what I'm allowing isn't being a patient. If that distinction breaks down, if at any point this starts to feel like a session, I'll tell you," Zhanyi said, "before you have to raise it." Yunu studied him. Zhanyi looked back with the quality he had always had in sessions, entirely present, entirely composed, and underneath the composure something that Yunu had spent 3 years deciding not to look at directly. "One more thing," Yunu said. "Yes. I'm going to speak to you as a person, not as a doctor. If that's something you can't manage." "I can manage it," Zhanyi said. He said it without inflection, which Yunu had learned was not absence of feeling, but its opposite. "I've been managing it for longer than you know." The tea house moved around them. Conversations in French and Shanghainese at other tables. The sound of a cup set down too firmly. The smell of long jing and something deeper and older. The particular residual warmth of a room that had held a great many meetings over its years and kept none of their secrets. Yunu drank his tea. Zhanyi did not drink his yet. "When do you want to start?" Yunu asked. "The arrangement begins the 23rd, Zhanyi said. "That's 4 days from now. And between now and the 23rd, I'll be conducting an assessment of the building and your usual routes." His voice was entirely professional about this, the way it was professionally neutral about all operational things, which was its own kind of information. "I'll need a copy of your exhibition schedule, the gallery address, the framer, the dates of any public events. I'll write it down. Today, if possible." Yunu looked at him. "You're being very thorough." "I'm always thorough," Zhanyi said. "That isn't new." "No," Yunu agreed. "It isn't." He reached into the inside pocket of his coat. The oversized coat, the one he had been wearing since the 2nd month of sessions, and which Zhanyi had noticed on the first day and never mentioned, which was something Yunu had noted with a precision he did not examine, and produced a folded piece of paper. He slid it across the table. Zhanyi unfolded it without ceremony. He read it with the focused attention he gave to everything written, which was the same attention he gave to everything else. Total, unhurried, visible only in the quality of the quiet around it. He folded it again. He placed it in his jacket pocket. The Saturday meeting, he said. The standing one. How many people? Usually 4 or 5. Sometimes more. Location changes? The same place for the last year. The location is known to Chengxi. Yuna looked at him. You know Chengxi? I know of him, Zhanyi said. From the file. And from what Li Fin mentioned. Then you know he'll have opinions about you. Most people do. He said it without either defensiveness or amusement. The flat acknowledgement of someone who had long since stopped requiring the opinions of strangers to align with his own assessments. I'm not concerned about his opinions. I'm concerned about whether he uses channels that could make the Saturday meeting more visible. Yuna was quiet for a moment. The question was precise, and the precision was not unkind. It was the precision of someone who needed accurate information in order to do the job he had agreed to do, which was protecting Yunu's life, which was a sentence that Yunu was still in the process of getting used to in its full weight. He had agreed to this. He had gone back into Li Fin's parlor and said fine, and that fine, it turned out, had specific operational consequences. Chengxi is careful, Yunu said. He's been careful for years. Whatever you think of him politically, I don't think of him politically, Zhanyi said. He thinks you do. That isn't the same thing. He turned his teacup slightly on the saucer. The only movement in his hands, a small rotation. He'll have assessed me as a class representative. That's a reasonable reading of the surface information. It doesn't affect my ability to do what I'm here to do. Yuna looked at him for a moment. You're going to have to be in the same room as him. I understand. He won't make it comfortable. I'm not here for comfort, Zhanyi said. He picked up his tea at last and drank it. He made no expression about it, which meant it was satisfactory, because the only times he expressed anything about tea was when it was wrong. They sat for a while longer. The negotiation had, technically, concluded, terms established, logistics confirmed, the beginning date agreed on. What was left was the particular quality of two people at a table who have just committed to a significant change in the arrangement of their lives and have not yet experienced what that change will actually feel like. I want to ask you something, Yuna said. All right, you're doing this because of the threat, not because of anything else. It was not quite a question. Zhanyi looked at him for a moment with the expression that meant something had landed and he was deciding whether to pick it up. I'm doing this, Zhanyi said carefully, because the threat is real and I'm the most qualified person available and I would not be able to construct a version of my own values in which I declined. He paused. The pause had the specific weight of a man choosing between two honest answers and selecting the more professional one. That is an accurate answer. Is it the complete one? Zhanyi met his eyes. No, he said. The word sat between them for a moment. All right, Yuna said. He stood. He put on his coat. He picked up his bag with the motion that had, over 3 years of Tuesdays, become familiar in the way that specific gestures belonging to specific people become familiar. Not beautiful, not dramatic, simply theirs. The 23rd, he said. Yes, Zhanyi said. Yuna looked at him for one more moment. The professional composure, the still hands, the expression that was, at its precise edges, not quite neutral. He noted it. He had been noting it for 3 years. He was not going to pretend, at this stage, that he was going to stop. He left. Zhanyi sat for a few minutes after, finishing his tea. Then he took the folded schedule out of his pocket and looked at it again. The exhibition was October 9th. 8 pieces. One of them the harbor painting, which was unfinished. He noted this in the way he noted everything, without comment, thoroughly, for later. He paid for the tea. He left. He walked the route from the tea house to Yunu's building in the French concession, moving at a pace that allowed him to register doorways, sight lines, the locations of telephone exchanges, and the businesses that stayed open past dark. He had done this kind of work before. In the period of his life, he did not explain to colleagues, and the skills had not left him in the years since. The body remembered what it had been taught to do. He trusted the body more than most things. The building was a narrow 4-story on a side street that smelled of noodle broth and river damp. The studio was on the top floor. The stairs were external on the right side of the building, exposed, which was a problem. 2 alley approaches, 1 main entrance. The lock on the main door was inadequate. He stood on the pavement for a moment, looking up at the building with the same stillness he brought to everything, mapping what needed to be fixed and what simply needed to be known. Then he walked back toward the Bund, taking a different route, looking at every corner twice. For days. Chapter 7. The Architecture of Proximity. The spare room was approximately 3 meters by 4, with a window that faced the alley and a cot that had been in the building longer than the current landlord. The mattress was thin and the pillow was thinner. The ceiling held a water stain in the shape of something Zhanyi chose not to interpret. He set his 3 items on the cot. A change of clothes, folded with the precision he applied to everything he folded. The case file with its documentation of the arrangement's terms, conditions, and review schedule. The key he had been given, which was brass, slightly worn at the bow, and which he had held in his palm on the walkover, and which he was now placing on the shelf above the cot with the deliberate care of a man setting down something he is not sure he has earned. He sat on the edge of the cot. Through the wall, to his left, the studio. Through the wall, to his right, nothing, an exterior wall, the alley. Above him, the building's roof, which was flat and accessible from the 3rd floor window, and which he had already noted and already had thoughts about. Below him, 3 floors of the building that smelled of cooking and old wood, and the specific accumulated presence of people living in close proximity to each other without thinking about it. Through the left wall, the particular silence that a room produced when a person was in it not making noise. Yunu was in the studio, had been there since Zhanyi arrived, had let him in with the expressionless efficiency of someone completing a logistical task, and then returned immediately to the canvas with the focused quality of a man using work to avoid the question of what this was going to feel like. Zhanyi appreciated this. He was, himself, doing something similar. He unpacked the change of clothes into the small chest the room provided. He arranged the case file on the shelf beside the key. He looked at the room with the diagnostic precision he applied to spaces. What was wrong? What was workable? What would need to be addressed in the first week? The window latch was insufficient. He would fix that tomorrow with tools he had brought in the bottom of the bag. The door had a bolt on the inside, which was the correct arrangement. The cot was against the wrong wall, too far from the door for fast exit. He moved it. The water stain, now at a different angle, still suggested nothing he wanted to interpret. He sat back down. Through the left wall, a brush being set down. A step, something being picked up that made a lighter sound than a brush, a smaller tool, or a rag. Then quiet again. Zhanyi had been in a great many rooms in his professional life where he had listened to the people on the other side of walls. This was different in ways he was not going to examine in the first hour. He lay back on the cot, still in his jacket, and looked at the ceiling. The city outside produced its usual ambient argument. Somewhere below, the noodle shop closed for the night with the sound of chairs and metal and brief voices. A cart passed on the street. Rain began, lightly, the way Shanghai rain began in late August, apologetically at first, as if testing the city's patience. He did not sleep for a long time. The first week established a grammar. Zhanyi woke before Yunu, which was not difficult because Yunu did not reliably sleep, and which became the basis for the morning interval, the hour between first light, and whenever Yunu emerged from the studio having worked through the night or from the cot having slept in it, in which Zhanyi made tea and read and conducted the mental work of a man trying to maintain a professional equilibrium in a space that was not designed for it. The studio was nothing like the office. He had understood this in the abstract before moving in. He understood it concretely on the first morning when he came into the studio to check the window and found it in the state it apparently occupied most of the time, a benign chaos organized by some internal logic Zhanyi could not initially parse, and which he gradually came to understand was organized by light. The canvases were positioned relative to the windows. The paints were grouped not by color, but by which ones needed to be close to hand for the current work. The floor's accumulated pigment was a record, older stains deeper in the grain, newer ones still tacky in places, the whole surface a map of what had been worked on and when and for how long. He did not say any of this. He noted it, the way he noted everything, and filed it away with the rest of the information he was collecting about what Pei Yunu's world looked like from the inside. On the second day, Yunu said, without turning from the canvas, "You don't have to stand in the doorway." "I'm not in the doorway," Zhanyi said. "You were for the first 20 minutes. He had been. He moved to the chair in the corner, the one that was not Yunu's chair, and sat. Yunu went back to painting. This became the pattern for the mornings. Yunu working, Zhanyi in the corner with the current case files, or the book he had brought, or, occasionally, with nothing, simply maintaining the open quality of attention that noticed everything without fixing on anything. He was aware, on the third morning, that he was no longer watching the room. He moved his gaze to the window. He kept it there for several minutes. Then he opened the case file. On the fourth day, they went to the market. This was necessary and practical. Yunu's food situation on the day of Zhanyi's arrival had consisted of half a jar of preserved plum and a bag of rice that appeared to have been there since the previous tenant. Zhanyi had looked at this inventory with the expression he usually reserved for clinical presentations that required delicacy and said, very carefully, "When did you last eat a meal?" "Yesterday," Yunu said. "What did you eat?" Yunu looked at the preserved plum. Zhanyi did not say anything further about this. He simply added the market to the following morning's itinerary, and the following morning they went. The market occupied a covered block off the main boulevard. Stalls packed close, the smell of fish and wet greens, and the early morning sweetness of bread from the bakery at the East End, which was French-operated and which had been there since the previous century. It made, Yunu told him without being asked, the best sesame flatbread in the concession, a claim Zhanyi could not evaluate, but which Yuna made with the authority of someone who had been testing it for years. Zhanyi walked 2 steps behind, which was the position that allowed him to watch the approach from behind without making it visible to anyone watching from the front. Yuna moved through the market with the kinetic fluency of someone who came here often. He argued about the price of ginger with a woman who clearly knew him by sight and clearly found his arguments entertaining rather than persuasive. He bought more vegetables than he was likely to cook. He bought the flatbread and ate half of it before they reached the end of the block, which was the first food Zhanyi had seen him consume without prompting. On the way back, Yunu said, still eating, "You're making a list." "No," Zhanyi said. "In your head. You're making a list of the route, the exits, which stalls are consistent and which change. You do that thing with your eyes where you look like you're not paying attention to something specific, but you're paying attention to everything." Zhanyi looked at him. "I paint people," Yunu said. "I notice things." "Yes," Zhanyi said. "I know." Yunu looked at him for a moment, a brief, measuring look with the quality of someone revising an estimate, and then finished the flatbread and said nothing else about it. But something had shifted almost imperceptibly in the arrangement of the space between them. The acknowledgement of mutual observation, which was not the same as the clinical observation of doctor and patient, but something more symmetrical, and therefore more interesting, and therefore something Zhanyi was not going to examine in the middle of a market street. On the 5th day, Luo Zhanyi arrived. He appeared at the building's front door at 4 in the afternoon, which was not unexpected in itself. Zhanyi had mentioned to him by letter that he would be in the French concession for some weeks, but the timing, arriving on a day when Yunu would be in the studio, suggested a deliberateness that Zhanyi noted and did not comment on. "You didn't mention a visit," Zhanyi said at the door. "I was in the neighborhood," Zhanyi said. He was 29 and had his brother's height without his brother's stillness, which produced in him a quality of animated presence that most people, on first meeting, found immediately and genuinely appealing. He had a warm face and the kind of eyes that registered everything they looked at with direct, uncomplicated attention. He was, in the ways that Zhanyi was not, easy to like. "You live in Jiabei," Zhanyi said. "I was in the neighborhood in the broader sense." He smiled. "Are you going to make me stand on the pavement?" Zhanyi let him in. They went up. The studio door was open. Yunu had been working with the door open all afternoon, which Zhanyi had registered as a positive development. Zhanyi knocked on the doorframe. Yunu turned from the canvas. The meeting between them was exactly what it looked like from Zhanyi's position at the hall. Easy, immediate, the warmth of 2 people who had none of the history between them that made warmth conditional. Jianhao asked about the painting. Yunu answered, which was not a given. Yunu did not answer questions about his work from most people, and when he did, the answers were oblique and required the questioner to be paying close attention. With Jianhao, he simply answered, speaking about the harbor piece with the directness of someone talking to a person he had decided, in the first minute, was genuinely interested rather than performing interest. Zhanyi stood in the hall and watched through the open door. He touched his left cuff. He removed his hand. He cataloged this and placed it in the file with everything else. Jianhao stayed for 2 hours. He asked more questions about the exhibition, about Yunu's work process, about what he was trying to do with the light in the harbor painting, and Yunu answered all of them. At one point, Yunu laughed at something Jianhao said, a short, genuine laugh, the kind produced by being caught off guard rather than by something that had been set up to be funny. Zhanyi had not heard that laugh before. He noted it with the precision he applied to new information and placed it in the file with everything else. He returned to the spare room. He sat on the cot. He looked at the water stain on the ceiling. He was not experiencing anything he had not already noted, categorized, and declined to act on. He knew what this was. He had known what it was for some time. The fact that it produced, in the presence of Jianhao's easy warmth with Pei Yunu, a response that he could only describe as the particular cold clarity of a man understanding he has no claim on something he has been quietly treating as his. That was information. He would keep it in the correct file. He did not have a name for the file. After Jianhao left, Yunu came to the spare room door and knocked once. "Your brother," he said. "Yes. You didn't warn me. I didn't know he was coming." Yunu studied him for a moment with the quality of a person deciding whether this was true. It was true. He appeared to conclude this. "He asked good questions about the work," he said. "He usually does." Yunu stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, the posture of someone who has entered a room they're still deciding to stay in. "Is there anything I should know about him?" "He's my brother," Zhanyi said. "He's a good person." A pause. "He's very warm. Sometimes that has consequences he doesn't fully account for in advance." Yunu looked at him with the expression of someone absorbing a sentence that contains more than its surface, which was what it contained, and deciding how much of the additional information to claim. "All right," he said. He went back to the studio. The sound of brushwork resumed through the wall. Then the brush set down. Then quiet for a long time. Then brushwork again, which was the evening's rhythm, the one Zhanyi had spent 5 days learning. Tonight, he was awake longer than the previous 4. He lay in the dark and listened to the city and to the work through the wall and thought, with the careful precision of a man who had decided that acknowledgement was not the same as action. He is painting. The thing he does when he cannot say something out loud. He painted instead. The brushwork stopped. The studio went quiet. Zhanyi lay still. Outside, the rain had ended. The alley held its own silence. The city, as it always was going on regardless. Beautiful and corrupt and absolutely indifferent to whatever a man in a borrowed room decided about the wall beside him. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep for a long time. Chapter 8. What Paint Remembers. The harbor painting was doing something different. Yunu had been in front of it for 2 hours and was only now allowing himself to notice this. The way he sometimes needed time to acknowledge what he was looking at when what he was looking at was something he wasn't ready to name. The sky was the same. The water was the same, but the figure in the left third had shifted in some quality he could not locate to a specific brushstroke. He felt with the instinct he trusted above most things, slightly closer to the center of the canvas. Not by much, a matter of degrees. But in a painting about distance and the question of crossing it, degrees were not small. He had not repainted it. He was almost certain he had not repainted it. He picked up the smallest brush he owned and held it without using it, which was a habit he had that Chengxi called thinking out loud in paint, and which he himself called just thinking. Zhanyi was in the corner. He had been there for the past hour with a book that he had turned 4 pages of in that time, which Yunu had counted without meaning to. He read the way he did everything, with his whole attention applied at a specific, chosen angle. Currently, the angle was slightly off the page, which meant he was not reading. He was doing the thing where he watched the room without appearing to watch the room. Yunu knew this, had known it since the 3rd week of sessions, when he had realized that Zhanyi's stillness was not passivity, but a form of concentrated presence that had the specific property of making you feel, if you weren't careful, like the most interesting thing in any room he occupied. He had been careful about this. He had been careful about it for a long time. The studio in late morning had a particular quality of light that Yunu had spent 3 years trying to accurately describe to himself, and that he would describe to Zhanyi some weeks from now as the light when the city has finished being afraid of the day and started being interested in it. The light came off the Huangpu first, which gave a quality of reflection, not the thing itself, but the image of the thing, slightly delayed, slightly warmer. It came through the east window and caught the harbor painting at an angle that made the figure's ambiguity more visible rather than less. He thought about Yisei. He did this less often than he had in the first year, and more deliberately than he had in the second, and with a quality in the third year that he was only beginning to understand was not grief, but something that had lived underneath the grief and was only now becoming visible as the grief settled. It was the particular feeling of a conversation that had been interrupted before it finished, and had been interrupting him ever since, arriving at intervals in the spaces between other things, in a way that unfinished sentences had of wanting to be completed. The last fight had been about nothing and everything, which was how the last fights of relationships always were. They had been in Yisei's room on a Tuesday evening in July, 2 years into the thing they were, and Yisei had said, "I don't need you to love me more. I need you to stop pretending you don't." And Yunu had said nothing, which was what he had always done with the true things. And Yisei had picked up his coat and gone downstairs and out onto the street, and into the particular terrible democracy of August in Shanghai, where anyone could be anywhere and the city didn't take attendance. The raid had been 5 weeks later. Yuna had not been there. He had been in the studio. He had been in the studio, and Yisei had been wherever he was, and the city had happened around them both in the way the city happened, which was without asking permission or providing notice. And one of the things that came after was that Yisei was gone, and the conversation was unfinished, and the painting that Yunu had started that night, 3 hours after the news came, was the painting that was currently doing something different from what it had been doing 2 hours ago. He turned the small brush in his fingers. "Who is the figure in the corner canvas?" Zhanyi said. Yuna looked up. The corner canvas was the one facing the wall, had been facing the wall since the second week of the arrangement, which was not itself unusual since he turned canvases that were in the wrong state toward the wall all the time. But this one had been there longer and facing it in a way that was less about the canvas's state and more about his. He had been aware of Zhanyi looking at it, periodically, with the careful quality of a man who has noticed something and is deciding whether to ask about it. He had apparently decided. "Someone who didn't get to finish his sentence," Yunu said. Zhanyi was quiet. The room held the quiet for a moment. "You haven't mentioned him in some time," Zhanyi said. He said it in the way he said things that were professionally careful. Not like a doctor, the way he had promised not to be in this room, but like a person who was aware that what he was saying touched something that could break if handled wrong, and was choosing to handle it correctly. "No," Yunus said. "Is he present anyway?" It was not quite a question. The construction was the same as a question, but the intonation was the flat acknowledgement of someone who already knew the answer and was giving you the opportunity to confirm it rather than making you feel cornered by his knowing. "He's always present," Yunus said. "He's just quieter some days." He put the small brush down. He picked up a larger one without knowing why, began mixing something on the palette without being sure what he was mixing it toward. His hands knew sometimes before he did. He had learned to let them. "The harbor painting began the night after," he said, without deciding to say it. "The night I found out. I stretched the canvas and blocked it in and didn't sleep. I thought I was painting the harbor because it was the last place I could think of where things had been. Not fine. Nothing had been fine for months. But not over yet." He looked at the figure in the painting. "I don't know if I was painting the moment before or the moment after. I've never been able to decide." Zhanyi said nothing. This was correct. There was nothing to say to that. That wasn't worse than silence. "The argument," Yunu said. "The last one. I've been finishing it in paint for 3 years, and I can't finish the painting, which means I can't finish the argument, which means I've been sitting inside it for 3 years." He looked at the brush in his hand. Paint on his fingers. The same blue as always. He needed me to say something, and I didn't say it. That's all. That's the whole thing. What did you need to say? Yunu looked at him. Zhanyi held his gaze with the expression that had, in sessions, produced in Yunu the consistent experience of being seen by someone who intended to use nothing they saw against him. The expression was the same now, in the studio, in the morning light, with no professional framework around it. Just the expression itself, belonging to a person rather than a role. I needed to say that I needed him, Yunus said. That's all. 3 words. I'm a man who thinks in paint, and I couldn't manage 3 words. He turned back to the canvas. He began to paint, not at the harbor piece, but at a smaller canvas he'd been leaving alone for a week, a study of the light off the Huangpu at 4 in the afternoon, which was a technical problem as well as an emotional one. He painted for a while in the silence that Zhanyi kept without effort, which was not an empty silence, but the kind that felt, to Yunu, like company without obligation, which was different from every other silence he knew. After a while Zhanyi said, quietly, he knew. Yunu kept painting. What? That you needed him. He knew. A pause. You showed him the harbor painting. Before. The study, Yunu said. The first study. Before the full canvas. He saw it once. Then he knew, Zhanyi said. What you couldn't say in words, you've been saying in paint for months. He wasn't waiting for the words. He was asking you to stop pretending they didn't exist. Yunu put the brush down. He looked at the canvas. He looked at the window. He did not look at Zhanyi. He stopped. Started again. That's not a professional observation. No, Zhanyi said. It isn't. Yunu was quiet for a long moment. Something had shifted in the room, the way the room had been shifting in small increments since the 23rd, each shift so incremental that it was only the accumulation of them that was now registering as something significant. He could feel the weight of it. He could feel, specifically, the weight of the particular 2 feet of space between where he was standing and where Zhanyi was sitting, which was not a large distance in objective terms and which had, over the past 8 days, become one of the most specifically measured distances he had ever stood at. He picked the brush back up. He painted for another hour. Zhanyi remained in the corner and turned 4 more pages and did not say anything else, which was the correct thing, and Yunu was aware of this with the precision of a man who had been taught, by 3 years of Tuesdays, what correctness felt like in that specific person. At some point in the late afternoon, when the light had shifted from morning quality to the flat yellow of midday, and Yunu had put down the second brush and was cleaning his hands with the rag he kept on the low table, he became aware that the corner canvas, the one facing the wall, the one with the figure he could not paint, was still there. He crossed to it. He stood in front of it for a moment. He took it off the wall and turned it to face the room. He looked at the figure. The incomplete figure, the one that had no face, which was the version that had lasted longest before he'd always painted over it. Not because it was wrong, but because he hadn't been ready for what a faceless figure meant about the question he was refusing to answer. He stood with it for a long moment. Then he put it back, still facing outward. He didn't explain. He went to the kitchen to heat water for tea. He heard, as he left, the small sound of Zhanyi setting down his book and not picking it up again. He did not look back. He was not ready for most things. He had learned, over the past 8 days, that not ready was not the same as never. It was beginning to feel like a meaningful distinction. Chapter 9. The Things That Get Said at Dinner. Madame Chow Lifin's dinner parties operated according to a logic that was not quite social and not quite political, and was, in practice, both simultaneously. She invited people who were interesting in ways that created friction with each other, arranged them in rooms that were too beautiful to be confrontational in, and then watched to see what they did with the constraint. She had been doing this for 20 years. The results were, by her own account, informative. The invitation had arrived 6 days before. It was addressed to Yunu and noted, in Lifin's characteristically precise hand, that a companion was of course welcome. The phrasing was deliberate. It acknowledged the arrangement without naming it, which was exactly the kind of thing Lifin did when she wanted to demonstrate that she was watching without making anyone feel watched. Yunu showed it to Zhanyi over tea without comment. Zhanyi read it, set it down, and said, the 14th. That's 11 days before the exhibition. The gallery world always accelerates in the weeks before a show, Yunu said. She'll want to control the conversation about the work before the opening. Dinners are how she does that. Who else will be there? Other painters, if she's thinking about the critical context. A writer or two. At least one person from the Municipal Arts Council, because she always invites someone from the Municipal Arts Council when she wants something to feel official. He turned the invitation over in his hands. One or two people I won't recognize. Are those the people I should be watching? Yuna looked at him. You should probably try to enjoy the dinner. I could do both. He could, it turned out, do both with a proficiency that was interesting to watch on the other side of it. The dinner was at Li Fin's Faubourg residence, the one on the tree-lined street that ran parallel to Avenue Joffre, which had a garden that was too small for the grandeur of the house, and which Li Fin had resolved by making the house so precisely beautiful that the garden scale became irrelevant. The dining room seated 14. Tonight it seated 12, which was intimate enough to produce the sensation of being chosen. Zhanyi was in evening clothes, which Yunu registered the way he registered most things about Zhanyi's appearance, with the neutral precision of an artist cataloging light, and the secondary awareness that he was doing this, and the third-order decision not to do anything with the information. He had been managing this particular three-part awareness for a long time. He had gotten better at it rather than less conscious of it, which was, in his experience, the honest version of how that kind of management worked. They arrived together, which produced in the assembled guests a quality of attention that Yunu recognized as Shanghai's particular interest in adjacency, the city's perpetual noting of who stood near whom and what it implied. He was used to being noted. He had less experience with being noted in this specific configuration, and found it produced a sensation he declined to examine in Li Fin's entrance hall. She greeted them with the warm authority of a woman who had decided what the evening would be before the guests arrived, and was now enjoying the process of being right. She steered Yunu toward a painter he knew, Lu Mingzhu, who was good and contentious, and who would want to talk about the harbor piece, which was both useful and exhausting, and left Zhanyi to navigate the room with the confidence of someone who had, presumably, navigated more demanding rooms. The dinner structure was, as always, Li Fin's preferred architecture, small assigned cruelties of seating that forced the interesting friction without making it visible. Yunu was placed between Lu Mingzhu and a woman from the Arts Council, whose name he forgot within 4 minutes of her saying it. Zhanyi was placed 3 seats down, beside a French journalist who appeared to be covering the cultural season for a Parisian publication and who had opinions about Chinese modernism that he delivered in the tone of a man who considered his opinions a gift. Yunu kept the conversation at his end of the table technically interesting and emotionally manageable, which was his standard approach to Li Fin's dinners, and watched Zhanyi at the far end of the table with the peripheral attention of someone who was doing 2 things simultaneously. Zhanyi was conducting the French journalist with the particular expertise of a man who knows exactly what to ask to make a person feel they are being seriously engaged while revealing nothing of himself in the process. He asked questions. The journalist answered at length. Zhanyi listened with the quality of total attention that he applied to everything, and the journalist appeared to find this enormously gratifying, which it was in the way that being attended to by someone who normally attends to nothing was always gratifying. Li Fin watched from the head of the table with the expression she wore when the dinner was going precisely as she had intended. Yunu looked at his wine. After dinner, the guests distributed themselves into the kinds of small configurations that evenings produced when people were trying to have the conversations they had actually come to have rather than the ones that dinner required of them. Yunu drifted toward the edge of the main room, which was his preferred position at these events, close enough to be present, positioned to watch the room, near enough to the door to leave without negotiating his departure. Zhanyi appeared beside him. He had, at some point in the intervening period, separated from the French journalist, who was now in conversation with one of the unrecognized guests across the room, a man in his 40s who wore the particular quality of calm that Yunu had. Learned, from his specific experience of the city's various factions, was not natural ease but professional habit. The man in the gray jacket, Zhanyi said, very quietly, in the tone of someone making an observation that might or might not need to be acted on. I don't know him, Yunu said. I know of him. He's a legal intermediary. Works between French concession, administrative offices, and private interests. A pause. He's had dealings in the past with a trading company that is connected to Wei Dangshan. Yuna looked at him. You recognize him from a legal firm. I recognize him from other contexts, Zhanyi said. He said it with the matter-of-factness he applied to all the information that emerged from whatever period of his life preceded his current profession, which Yunu found himself wanting to ask about more urgently than he had asked about most things, and which he would not ask about tonight. He's Li Fin's guest, Yunu said. She knows everyone who comes into this house. She may not know this specific connection. I'll mention it to her before we leave. He turned slightly, not toward the man in gray, but in a way that made their small configuration look more naturally social. Is the painter with the strong opinions going to be at the opening? The pivot was so clean that Yunu almost missed it. The professional smoothness of a man who had just completed a threat assessment and was moving on without making the transition visible. Lu Mingzu, Yunu said. Probably. He's difficult and talented, and he'll say something about the harbor piece that will be both wrong and interesting. What'll he say that's wrong? Yunu considered. He'll say it's too personal for serious work. He thinks the political dimension should be explicitly structural, not embedded in a figure's ambiguity. He looked at the painting on the wall across the room. A piece of Li Fin's own collection, a Shanghai harbor scene from the previous generation, stiff with the certainty of a particular decade's aesthetic. He thinks private feeling is a contaminant in political art. What do you think? Yuna looked at him. Zhanyi was watching the room with the half-profile attention he used when he was in surveillance mode, and also genuinely listening, which Yunu had learned was not two separate operations, but one. The thing is, he stopped, started again, the way he always did with the sentences that wanted to be true. Private feeling isn't a contaminant. It's the medium. You can't paint something that changes how people see the world without first painting something that changes how you see it. The political is personal or it's a poster. Zhanyi turned to look at him. You asked the question that's actually underneath the question, Yunu said before he'd fully decided to. Professional habit, Zhanyi said. You're not my therapist anymore. No, Zhanyi said. I'm not. Neither of them looked away. The room continued its conversations around them. A waiter passed with a tray of something. Somewhere in the back of the house, the kitchen was having a discussion about dessert. Li Fin was telling a story at the far end of the room that was producing the right quality of politely surprised laughter. You did that in sessions, Yunus said. You'd ask one question, and it would be 3 questions nested inside each other. And by the time I'd answer the surface one, I'd already answered the other 2 without meaning to. It's more efficient than asking everything separately. It's also, he paused. It's also not neutral. Questions have an angle. Yours always point at the center. The center of what? The thing, Yunus said. Whatever the thing is. The real thing under the stated thing. He looked at his wine again. You do it now, too. Not as a doctor. Just as this. This, Zhanyi said. Whatever you are right now, Yunus said. In this room. Not a doctor. A pause. Zhanyi looked at the room. He looked at the man in gray, briefly, with a flat professional attention. He looked back at Yunu. I'm aware, he said, that I'm standing here with you at the edge of this room, and neither of us is looking at the party. No, Yunus said. That's, he stopped. The briefest thing. The flicker of the public composure encountering something it had not prepared for. That's noted. Yuna looked at him for a moment longer. Then he moved slightly away. Not enough to make anything of it, just the small social adjustment of a person shifting their weight, and said, the man in gray has moved toward the garden door. Zhanyi clocked it without turning his head. I see him. What do you want to do? Watch, Zhanyi said. For now. He's not here for you tonight. This is reconnaissance on his part. Information collection. Should I be doing something different? No. A pause. You're doing well. It was a simple thing to say, and said in the flat tone of a man stating an operational fact rather than a compliment. And it still produced in Yunu the particular sensation of having been seen clearly by someone who had chosen to look. He had felt it before in sessions. He had told himself it was the product of the clinical context, which he had believed for approximately a year before he stopped believing it. He looked at the painting on the wall. The stiff harbor, the old decade certainties. He thought about what he was going to put in the place of the harbor piece at the exhibition. The finished version, with the figure finally resolved. He had a week and a half. He was closer than he had been in 3 years. He had not painted the face yet. Not tonight. Tonight was operational. The man in gray went to the garden and came back and spoke briefly with the French journalist, and spoke with no one else of note. The dinner wrapped in the standard pattern of these evenings. People making their exits in the sequence that preserves social face. Liefen at the door with the gracious precision of someone closing a meeting she had called. In the car on the way back, Yunu said, "You mentioned the man to Liefen." "Before we left," Zhanyi confirmed. "What did she say?" "She thanked me." A pause. She already knew. Yuna looked at him. "Liefen always knows," Zhanyi said. The dinner was partly to determine how he would operate in a social context, where he couldn't be direct. She wanted to observe it. He was looking at the road through the car window. The French concessions avenue of plane trees going past in the dark, the city's lights doing what they always did from inside a moving car, suggesting rather than confirming. "She's managing this more actively than she's let on to either of us." "That's life, Finn," Yunu said. "Is it a problem?" Yunu considered. "No," he said. "She's on the right side of it. She just doesn't tell you things until you need them." He looked at the trees. "She told me once that information given too early becomes noise. You only hear the signal when you're ready for it." Zhanyi said nothing, but there was a quality in his silence that was different from his usual silence. And Yunu, who had catalogued Zhanyi's silences the way he catalogued light, by quality, duration, what they did to everything around them, noted it and did not press it. The car turned onto their street. The noodle shop below was closed, its window dark. The building held its usual nighttime quiet. They went upstairs. At the top of the landing, Yunus stopped. "What you said to dinner," he said. "About being aware of where we were standing." Zhanyi looked at him. "I was aware of it too," Yunus said. "Since the beginning of the evening." He looked at the studio door rather than at Zhanyi, the familiar deflection of saying a true thing while looking somewhere that isn't the person you're saying it to. "I thought you should know." He went into the studio. He closed the door, not all the way, but most of it, the small gap that had become habitual over 2 weeks. Zhanyi stood in the hall for a moment. Then he went to the spare room. He sat on the edge of the cot. He did not look at the ceiling. He looked at his hands instead, which were, as always, still, the stillness of a man who had learned, through years of careful practice, to keep them that way. He was aware that this particular stillness was costing more than usual. He put his hands flat on his knees. He sat with the dark and the city outside and the faint sound of Yunu on the other side of the wall, not working tonight, just present, which was its own kind of information. He sat for a long time before he turned out the light. Chapter 10. The light at 4 o'clock. The light at 4 o'clock in late September was not the same as the light at 4 o'clock in July. Yuna knew this the way he knew most things he considered important. In his hands first, in his eyes second, in his ability to articulate it third, and most approximately. The July light off the Huangpu was flat and assertive. It came in at a low angle and washed everything out to the same quality of presence, which was technically interesting and emotionally insufficient. The September light was different. It came at a steeper angle and left shadows that were more specific, and the shadows made the light between them feel earned rather than given, which was the difference between light as a fact of a room and light as an argument the room was making about itself. He was trying to paint it. He was not succeeding, but he was failing in more interesting ways than he had been failing in July, which was progress. Zhanyi was in the corner with a book. He had read, by Yunu's count, approximately 40 pages in the 3 hours since they'd come back from the morning's errands, which was not his usual pace. He read quickly and consistently, and the fact of 40 pages over 3 hours meant he had spent a portion of those hours doing something other than reading, which Yunu had learned to identify by the particular quality of the silence in his corner. A different texture from reading silence, which had a quality of regular breath and occasional page turn, versus the silence of Zhanyi engaged in some internal process, which was denser and held itself differently. Yunu added a touch of yellow ochre to the mixture on his palate. Too warm. He added a small amount of gray. "Why psychiatry?" he said. He said it without turning, which was how he said most of the things he meant to say in this room. Looking at the canvas, addressing the question to the air, giving Zhanyi the option to treat it as a rhetorical observation rather than something requiring engagement. This was a habit from his sessions, where Yunu had learned that some things landed better when they appeared to be aimed at no one. A pause behind him, the specific pause that meant Zhanyi was deciding between responses. "I told you in session," Zhanyi said. "Twice. You told me the professional version. Twice." Yunu turned slightly, not facing him directly, somewhere in a three-quarter angle that felt like conversation without being confrontation. "I'm asking for the other one." Silence. Yunu turned back to the canvas. He was not going to push. He had never pushed. Pushing produced in Zhanyi a quality of further closure, the way walls thickened under pressure, and the only approach that had ever produced anything genuine from that particular direction was patience. The specific patience of a person willing to sit inside the question until the other person decided the question was worth answering. He waited. He mixed. He looked at the light on the south wall, the way it was doing the September thing, the thing with the specific shadows. He began painting it. "My father was a physician," Zhanyi said eventually. Yunu painted. He was well regarded. He had a practice in the French concession, general medicine, well-connected patients. He was careful, and he was respected, and he seemed, from everything I could observe at 16, to have made a reasonable arrangement with the world. Another pause. The quality of the silence had changed. It was not the silence of evasion now, but the silence of a man deciding how true to be. He was an opium addict. He had been for years. He kept it from everyone, his patients, his colleagues, his family. He kept it so completely from us that when it finally surfaced, I had no framework for it. There was no way to have predicted it from what I knew. He had built a completely convincing version of himself that had nothing to do with what was actually happening inside him. Yuna did not say anything. He painted. "He died when I was 22, Zhanyi said. "Not from the opium, technically. From the consequences of having hidden it for so long, and then having it exposed, and then having nothing left to hide behind." A silence. The practice collapsed. The money was gone. The reputation. Everything. He paused again. "I rebuilt everything alone. It took a long time." "That's not an answer to the question," Yunu said. "No," Zhanyi agreed. "It's the context." "Then what's the answer?" He heard the small sound of Zhanyi setting the book down on the floor beside the chair. "I wanted to understand what happens to people who fall apart," Zhanyi said. "I thought, if I understood the mechanism completely, I could stay ahead of it. If I understood every possible way a person could come undone, I could arrange myself so that none of those ways applied to me." Yunu turned to look at him. Zhanyi was looking at the window, which was the thing Yunu did when he was saying something true and didn't want to watch it land. His hands were on his knees, very still. The afternoon light came through the glass at the September angle and caught the line of his jaw, the composed expressionlessness that was, Yunu had learned, the opposite of nothing. It was a surface over something that moved in its own directions regardless of what the top looked like. "And is it," Yunu said, "enough to understand it? Does that keep you safe from it?" Zhanyi looked at him. A long moment. "No," he said. He said it like a man stating a fact he has known for a while, and this is the first time he has said it out loud. The words had the quality of something finally exiting the body after having been held there too long. Yunu turned back to the painting. His brush was loaded with the gray ochre mixture, and he applied it to the south wall in the canvas and looked at what the light was doing and kept painting. He had known, in some form, the rough shape of this for a long time. Not the details of the father, the practice, the specific ruins of a family he had never asked about, but the shape of it, the construction of control as a response to chaos witnessed, the armor taken on at an age when the armor was the only thing available and then kept because it had become indistinguishable from the body underneath. He knew this shape. He had drawn it from the inside, from the outside, from the angle of someone who was watching it, and from the angle of someone who shared certain of its structural features, which he would not say aloud. "You wanted to understand it so you could be immune to it," Yunu said. "Yes. And instead you understand it very well, and you're not immune." "Yes," Zhanyi said. "That is precisely what happened." Yunu almost laughed, not at the fact of it, which was not funny, but at the exactness of the admission, the way Zhanyi delivered even his most honest things in the tone of clinical precision, as if the format could contain the feeling and make it manageable. That's very, Yunu said. I'm aware. Is that frustrating? Knowing something completely and having it be irrelevant to the practical problem. A pause. Yes, it is the central frustration of my professional life. He stopped, started again, which was unusual. Zhanyi rarely needed second attempts. Of my life, yes. Yunu looked at the canvas. The light in the painting was beginning to do what he wanted it to do. Not finished. Nothing of his was ever finished in an afternoon, but the argument it was making was becoming audible. I have a frustration too, he said. All right, I know what the harbor painting is about. I've known for a year, maybe longer. Knowing doesn't help me finish it. He put the brush down and picked up the smaller one, the detail brush. The knowing is what makes it harder. If I didn't know what I was painting toward, I could just paint. But knowing means I have to decide if I'm willing to go where it wants to go. Where does it want to go? He looked at the harbor piece. The figure in the left third, still suspended, the face not yet there. Arrival, he said. The word sat in the room for a moment. It was a simple word. It contained something that was not simple. Zhanyi didn't respond immediately. The silence had that particular density again. The non-reading silence, the processing silence. Outside, the street produced its late afternoon sounds. The vendor's call, the bicycle bell, the distant river at its indifferent business. When Zhanyi spoke, it was carefully, what's preventing it? The same thing that always prevents things, Yunu said. Not knowing if I'm allowed to want what I'd be arriving at. The room held this. Yunu painted. The detail brush was good for the shadows and the September light. The specific places where the light was not. He worked in silence for a while, and Zhanyi led him, which was the correct thing. And the particular quality of that correctness was something Yunu had stopped trying to attribute to training or habit and had started, carefully, beginning to attribute to the person himself. Eventually, he put the brush down and stepped back and looked at what he'd done. The south wall light in the canvas was almost right. Not finished, but the argument it was making was becoming audible. Your 4 shirts, Yunu said. What about them? They're not economy. He looked at the canvas rather than Zhanyi, the oblique angle of the true thing. I thought so at first. But economy means you've considered the alternatives and found them extravagant. Yours means you decided, at some point, to remove the decision from the category of decisions entirely. You removed everything variable, everything that required choice on a given morning, so you could spend your attention on things that required it. A pause. That's a reasonable interpretation. It's correct, Yunu said. You know it's correct. Yes, Zhanyi said. It is. Yunu turned around. Zhanyi was looking at him with the expression he had in sessions when Yunu had said something that arrived at the center in fewer words than he had expected. Surprised, and something underneath the surprise that was not surprise at all, but recognition. You knew from the first session, Zhanyi said. I suspected, Yunu said. I confirmed it over the following 6 months. What else did you confirm? The question was not quite professional. It was the question of a man standing in a room where several things had been named and wanting to know whether the most important one was going to be named too. Yunu looked at him for a moment. The composed face, the precise angle of his jaw, the specific quality of the afternoon light in the lines of him, which Yunu had been painting, without fully acknowledging it, for 6 months. Not tonight, Yunu said. It was not a rejection. Zhanyi understood this, which Yunu could see in the way the composure didn't shift into the particular closure it produced when something was being held against him. What shifted into instead was something quieter. The quality of a man sitting down and deciding, very deliberately, to wait. All right, Zhanyi said. Yunu went back to the canvas. He worked until the light changed to the early evening quality. Neither morning nor afternoon, but the specific brief tone of the city negotiating its transition, the color that existed only in the hour before dark, and which was, in all the time he had been trying to catch in paint, something he had not yet managed to fully hold. He thought he might be getting closer. He was not sure whether he was thinking about the light. He was fairly sure he was not. He painted until the color left the air and the studio filled with the flat yellow of the lamp. And he looked at what was on the canvas and looked at the harbor piece across the room, and the figure in the harbor piece had done the thing again, shifted, almost imperceptibly, toward the center, closer to arriving than it had been this morning. He had not repainted it. He stood in front of it for a long time with his arms at his sides, hands empty, looking at the figure in the painting. He understood that some things were decided before you decided them. You just had to wait for the rest of you to catch up. Chapter 11. In the company of revolutionaries. The meeting was in a room above a cobbler shop on a narrow street in the old city district, in the part of Shanghai that the French concession had absorbed administratively without ever quite digesting culturally. The streets here were still the old width, built for foot traffic and wheelbarrows, the buildings still the old height, 3 stories and no more, and the smell was still the old smell. Coal smoke and river damp, and the particular vegetable sweetness of a neighborhood that had been feeding itself from the same market stalls for 2 generations. Zhanyi had been to this part of the city before. Not recently. He kept 2 paces behind Yunu through the narrowing streets, which was the position he had established in their first week together, and which had become, in 3 weeks of operation, automatic. From 2 paces back, he had a clear view of Yunu's shoulders, the angle of his head, the particular quality of his movement through different kinds of space. Markets, fluid, comfortable. He moved the way water moved through a known channel. The French concession's main boulevards contained, slightly performing, the walk of someone who knew he was visible and had decided what to do with that. Here, different again. Purposeful, but with the economical quality of someone navigating by internal map rather than observation, following a route his body knew better than his eyes needed to. He had been here before, often probably, in the period Chengxi had described, before the raid, before Yisei, before whatever the before was. This had been his part of the city too. The cobbler shop was shut at the front. They went around to a door in the side alley, which opened before Yuna knocked, which meant someone had been watching the street. Zhanyi filed this. Inside, a staircase, narrow and steep, smelling of leather and linseed, and the close warmth of a room that had held people for some time. At the top, a room with a table and 4 chairs, currently occupied by 3 people who looked up when they entered with the specific quality of attention that a group developed in environments where unannounced visitors carry consequences. Bao Qingxi was against the far wall. He had the posture of a man who had claimed a room before everyone else arrived and was now watching what the room did with his presence. He looked at Yunu first, then at Zhanyi with the slow, deliberate attention of a man constructing a file. Zhanyi looked back with the neutral patience of someone who had been assessed by people more practiced than this and had learned that the correct response was to give the assessment nothing to work with. The other 2 were younger, a woman in her mid-20s with ink-stained hands and the alert economy of someone who had been moving quickly for a long time, and a man, perhaps 27, who had the look of someone recently arrived from somewhere inland, his clothing still carrying the particular stiffness of a life recently changed. Zhanyi noted them and moved to the wall to the right of the door, which was the position that gave him the longest sight line to the staircase and the clearest view of the room. He stood. He stayed standing. Yunu went directly to the table, which was the thing he did in rooms where he was comfortable or wanted to appear so. He pulled out a chair with the familiarity of someone who had used it before. He sat. Chengxi, he said. You brought him, Chengxi said. Not an accusation. A statement that was the shape of an accusation without its heat. Yes. Chengxi looked at Zhanyi again. Does he know what kind of room this is? He's here as protection, Yunu said. Not as a report. Those are not mutually exclusive categories, Chengxi said. In my experience. In your experience, Zhanyi said from the wall, in the tone of someone noting a claim rather than contesting it. Protection arrangements conducted by government-aligned sources don't generally leave their subjects at the door and stand against the wall. Chengxi looked at him. It was the first time he had looked at him in a way that allowed for information rather than only assessment. Fair, he said after a moment. Noted, it was not warmth. It was the acknowledgement of a man who had expected a different type of professional than the one in front of him, and was revising accordingly. Zhanyi accepted it for what it was. The meeting concerned the exhibition. The younger woman, whose name was Lin and who appeared to function as the group's information architecture, had assembled what was known about Wei Dangshan's current campaign against the show, the specific officials he had contacted, the administrative mechanisms he was using, the timeline of his approach. She spoke quickly and without excessive preamble, which Zhanyi found efficient. The man from inland, Dai, said very little, but when he spoke, it was with the exactitude of someone who had thought about what he was going to say before being in the room to say it. Chengxi coordinated without appearing to. He had the quality of a man who had learned to lead groups that were constitutionally resistant to the idea of being led, which was a specific skill requiring genuine conviction and a kind of self-effacement that was its own form of discipline. He did not look at Zhanyi again during the first half of the meeting. He looked at Yunu frequently, with the attention of an old friend who was reading a situation he found privately complicated. The administrative route, Lin concluded, was unlikely to be closed before the exhibition date. Wei Dangshan's contact at the French concession offices had indicated willingness to delay rather than obstruct, which meant the threat was real, but its timeline was uncertain, which was in its way more dangerous than a clear one. And beyond the administrative, Yunu said. A brief pause. Chenxi's jaw tightened very slightly. Beyond the administrative, Chengxi said, we've had reports of individual works being identified. Specifically, not the show in general, but particular paintings. Which ones? Yunu said. The Harbor series. The Workers' District piece from last year. The one Lifan has in her collection. The one with the figure at the gate. Yunu was quiet. The Harbor series in particular, Lin said, looking at her notes with the care of someone who had been asked to be precise. The full canvas was mentioned specifically. Someone has been asking questions about where it's being stored. The room adjusted itself. Zhanyi was aware of Yunu going very still in the particular way that indicated the stillness was not natural but deliberate, the stillness of a man applying pressure to something he does not want to show. He had been watching this stillness for 3 weeks, had learned to read its varieties. This one was the one that followed impact. He kept his position and his expression and filed everything. That painting is in the studio, Yunu said after a moment. I know, Chengxi said. A specific silence passed between them that contained its own full conversation. Chengxi looked at Yunu with something that was not quite alarm and not quite the flat pragmatism he wore through everything else. The look of an old friend for whom professional danger and personal danger had, through this particular conversation, become the same thing. We'll move it, Zhanyi said from the wall. Both of them looked at him. Before the end of the week, he said, to a location that isn't public knowledge. I'll arrange it. Who are you arranging it with? Chengxi said, people who can be trusted with the physical task, and who have no connection to the exhibition or to anyone in this room. Chengxi looked at him for a moment with the considering expression of a man, deciding whether this was something he could accept or merely something he had no grounds to contest. All right, he said, if Yunu agrees. Yunu agrees, Yunu said, with the flat acceptance of someone who had already decided this was not the fight worth having. The meeting continued. Lin ran through the practical schedule. The final preparation of the space, the printing of the catalog, the specific coordination required between Lifan's household and the gallery staff. Dai contributed logistical detail about a different printing arrangement, safer, already in operation. Chengxi listened and directed with the minimal visible effort of someone who had done this particular kind of coordination for long enough that it had become muscle memory. At one point, something came up about an operation the previous year. Chengxi said, without particular deliberateness, that the timeline had been different before August. He said August with the specific gravity of a word that contained more than its month. He glanced briefly at Yunu. Yunu was looking at the table. Zhanyi was looking at Yunu. He was aware, with the precision he brought to all his own monitoring, that his left hand had moved under the table's edge, pressing against his left cuff with the habitual pressure of a man suppressing something he has decided not to act on. He removed his hand. He kept his face as it always was in professional situations, present, contained, revealing nothing. But he had heard the weight in the word, had heard Chengxi use it with the care of someone who knew what it carried for the person across the table from him, and who was not being cruel about it, but was also not pretending it wasn't there. And Zhanyi had registered, in the specific register he used for information he could not afford to lose. What it meant that a month and a raid and a door and a sentence left unfinished had made Yunu the person who went still and looked at the table when certain words landed. He understood this better now than he had in any session. The meeting broke apart in the way these things broke apart, without formal close, with a practical scatter of people who had other places to be. Lin left first. Die after. Qingxi remained. Yunu stood. He looked at Qingxi with the look of two people having a longer conversation than the one in the room. The painting will be fine, Yunu said. I know it will, Qingxi said. That's not what I'm thinking about. I know, Yunu said. He moved to the door. He stopped and looked at Zhanyi with the brief measuring look he had developed in the first week. The look that meant, ready? And Zhanyi moved away from the wall without comment, and they went down the stairs together, through the alley, out onto the narrow street. The city at night was its own country. The streets in this part of the old city held their darkness differently from the French concessions' lit boulevards. It gathered in the narrower passages, pooled at the intersections, was broken only by the occasional lantern above a door or the moving light of someone further up the block. The air smelled of river and coal smoke and something faintly sweet from a bakery operating late somewhere. It was a city that worked at all hours because it had no choice but to, and in the dark it became a different kind of argument with itself, quieter on the surface and more complex underneath, the way cities always were when the social performance of daylight was not required of them. Yuna moved ahead by 2 paces. Zhanyi matched it. He was watching the street with the automatic attention he applied to all streets at night, reading the shadows, clocking the doorways, registering the quality of each stretch of pavement between one pool of darkness and the next. There was a man on the opposite side of the street, perhaps 40 meters back, who had been maintaining that distance for 3 turns. The distance was consistent. The consistency was not coincidental. He kept his pace. He watched through the peripheral quality of attention he had developed for exactly this and said, very quietly, left at the next corner. Yunu turned left without comment. He had learned, in 3 weeks, that these instructions came with reasons even when the reasons weren't stated, and that asking in the moment cost time he might need for other things. They took the left, then an immediate right into a passage Zhanyi had mapped on his walk through this district 2 weeks ago, then through a courtyard with an unlocked gate, then out onto a parallel street. He gave a minute. The man was not on the parallel street. They walked. Someone was following, Yunu said. A statement, not a question. Yes. Wei Dongshan's. Possibly opportunistic. The meeting location wasn't as secure as your contact believes. He said it without criticism. Information was information. I'd recommend varying the approach routes in future and varying the location. I'll tell Qingxi. Tell him also that the cobbler shop can be seen from 3 positions on the upper floors of the building across the alley. Anyone with access to the 2nd floor could observe the side entrance. Yuna looked at him. You noticed it on the way in. I noticed everything on the way in. They walked in silence for a block. The streets widened slightly as they moved back toward the concession, the architecture changing its tone from the old city's compressed intimacy to the French district's organized space. You're very good at this, Yunu said. He said it looking ahead, the way he said things he meant without wanting to make them available for direct response. I had to be once, Zhanyi said. Yunu looked at him, then, a sideways glance with the quality of someone deciding whether to ask the question that was now in the room between them. He had been not asking it since the beginning of the arrangement. In the same way he had been not asking other things, with the careful non-pressure of a man who had learned, in 3 years of Tuesdays, that some information came on its own schedule. The life before this one, Yunu said. Yes, when you're doing this kind of work. For a period, Zhanyi said. After my father, before I went back to study, I needed money, primarily. Contact, secondarité. The work was available, and I was suited for it, and it paid. He paused. It also required exactly the qualities I had developed in response to what happened with my father, so it felt for a period like a reasonable use of the damage. Yuna said nothing. He was doing the thing where he went quiet when something had moved him, which Zhanyi had learned to recognize as the opposite of indifference. He went quiet when he was most present. Did it help? Yunu said. Eventually, no, Zhanyi said. But it kept me occupied until other things could. They reached the street that bordered the concession's edge. The change in lighting was immediate. The boulevard's electric lamps turning the pavement gold, the traffic thinner at this hour but present, an automobile going past with the particular unhurried authority of someone who owned the night they were moving through. They turned toward home. The painting will be moved by Friday, Zhanyi said, returning to the operational. I'll arrange a safe location through someone I trust. You won't need to know the address. It's safer if you don't. I want to know anyway. Yes, Zhanyi said. I know. I'll tell you anyway. He said it without softening. It was simply an acknowledgement of what Yunu was and what that required of anyone responsible for his safety. Not the management of a person, but the cooperation with one, which was a different and more demanding arrangement, and which Zhanyi had understood from the first week was the only version Yunu would accept. They were nearly at the building. The noodle shop below was closed, the street quiet. Yunu stopped outside the door. He was looking at the building with the quality he sometimes had at moments of transition, the pause before entering or leaving when the decision of the body was slightly ahead of whatever the mind was still catching up to. The meeting in August, Yunu said. Zhanyi waited. Yisei was at the one before it, not the one that was rated, the one in July. The last time I saw him in that room. He looked at the building's door without seeing it. I was late. He was already there. He'd saved a chair beside him. He stopped. He was not going to say anything further. Zhanyi understood this and did not press. But the image arrived anyway and remained. A chair saved beside a person who would be gone in 5 weeks, in a room that looked like this one, probably close and purposeful and filled with people who were doing something that mattered and had no way of knowing that the matching was going to cost them so specifically and so soon. He understood the harbor painting better now than he had this morning. I'll check the locks, he said. Go up. Yunu looked at him for a moment with an expression Zhanyi had not yet learned to name, but had been cataloging for 3 weeks with the precision he gave everything he could not categorize and was not yet prepared to abandon. Complicated and unguarded, and underneath both of those things, something that simply saw him back. All right, Yunu said. He went inside. Zhanyi stood on the pavement for a moment, looking at the building's front, the side alley, the roof. Then he went around the perimeter once, quietly, checking everything he had arranged to be checked. Everything was secure. He went upstairs, through the wall, the sound of him moving in the studio. Not painting, just moving, the restless quality of a man who had come home from a room full of consequence and needed to let the consequence settle before he could work. Zhanyi recognized this. He had his own version of it. He sat on the edge of the cot in the dark. He thought about the chair, saved beside a person who would not stay to use it long. He thought about unfinished sentences and paintings that started on bad November nights, and the specific weight of a word like August when a man who had learned to hold his grief like a lantern inside a closed fist said it, and immediately looked at the table. He sat in the dark for a long time. Then he turned out the light and lay back and listened to the city and to the room on the other side of the wall going still, and understood that he had been changed for some time and had simply been choosing very carefully what to do about it. Chapter 12. The Ghost Speaks First. The coat had been at the back of the wardrobe since October of the previous year. Yunu knew it was there the same way he knew about several things in the studio that he was not ready to address, with the precise and comprehensive awareness of someone who has decided that readiness is not, presently, available. The coat was Yisei's, left at the studio during one of the weeks before the raid when he had come to paint alongside Yunu, which was something he had started doing in their second year together, setting up in the corner with his pamphlets and his correspondence, and occasionally observing what Yunu was working on with the earnest interest of a man who did not understand painting technically and was genuinely curious about the failure of his understanding. He had a good eye for the wrong things, which Yunu had told him once and which he had taken as a compliment, which it was. The coat had been there when the weather changed. Yunu had looked at it in November, in December, in the deep cold of January when the Huangpu had gone gray-green and the studio's inadequate stove required constant attention. He had not worn it. He had moved things around it. He had, in February, gone and bought himself a new coat, the one he wore now, 2 sizes too large because that was the one on the table at the shop, and he had not particularly been examining options. He took the old coat down this morning because the weather had changed again. The particular damp chill of late September that arrived in Shanghai, not as a temperature shift, but as a quality of the air, a saturation that got into the studio's walls and into the joints and made the cold feel personal rather than seasonal. He needed a coat with more substance than the oversized one he'd been wearing. He had reached for this one before he was aware of having decided to. He put it on. It fit. Yisei had been his height, had been the arithmetic arriving as always sideways, in the specific grammar of things that had a tense, and the coat settled onto Yunu's shoulders with the particular quality of something that had been made for his dimensions and then lived another life on someone else's. He stood in it for a moment with his hands in the pockets. In the left pocket, a stub of pencil, a crumpled receipt from a tea house he recognized, on Sichuan Road, the one they had gone to after a meeting in the spring, the one with the good sesame cakes, and the owner who never asked what they were talking about. In the right pocket, a folded piece of paper. He took it out. It was not a letter. He knew Yisei's letters, had them, most of them, in the portfolio case under the cot, had not opened the portfolio case since last November. This was different. The paper was heavier. The handwriting not the careful private hand, but the print-clear political hand. The one Yisei used when he was writing something meant to travel and be reproduced. A pamphlet draft. Dense, the margins full of corrections, the particular texture of something that had been written and revised again in the intervals between other things. Yunu sat on the cot and read it. It was a piece about the harbor strike, the one from 2 years ago, the summer before the raid, the one that had brought the Bund to a standstill for 4 days and about which Yunu had painted 6 studies that were now stacked against the wall in the portfolio case he didn't open. Yisei had written about it with the quality he brought to all political writing. Not the dry structural analysis of the organization's official materials, but something more immediate, more insistent. The writing of someone who believed that the right words in the right order could change what a person understood about the world they were in. The analysis ran for 3 pages. The 4th page was different. At the bottom, in the space below the last typed paragraph, a sentence in ink. The private hand, not a pamphlet line. Personal, written after, in a margin or the footer space of someone who had a thought at the end of work and didn't have other paper and wrote it where the space was, stop painting what you're afraid of. Or stop being afraid. You can't do both. Yunu read it twice. He sat on the cot for a long time with the paper in his hands and the coat around his shoulders and the smell of the studio around him. Linseed and turpentine and the specific river damp that had been in this room since he moved in and which he had stopped noticing somewhere in the first month and started noticing again some weeks ago in a way that felt less like the room and more like an argument the room was making. Through the wall, the sound of Zhanyi in the spare room. The particular stillness of a man who moved very quietly, which Yunu had learned was not the stillness of absence, but of presence that was managing itself carefully. He was awake. He had been awake for some time, probably. Zhanyi's sleep patterns were not irregular exactly, but they were governed by something that was not comfort, and on nights after the kind of day they had had yesterday, he tended to be awake longer and earlier than on ordinary ones. Yunu folded the paper back on its creases. He put it in the coat pocket. He stood. He did not say anything to himself about what he was going to do. He had found that this was more effective for certain things. He went to the kitchen and put the kettle on. He waited. When the tea was ready, he poured 2 cups and stood in the doorway of the kitchen with both cups and looked at the spare room door, which was closed. He knocked once. Yes, Zhanyi said from inside. Tea, Yunu said. A moment's pause. Then, come in. Zhanyi was sitting on the edge of the cot in his shirt and trousers, the jacket folded over the chest at the foot of the bed, a book open in his lap that he had clearly not been reading. The water stain on the ceiling was doing whatever it did. He looked at Yunu in the doorway with the expression he wore in early morning when the professional composure was assembled but not yet fully occupied. The expression that lived in the gap between what he chose to be and what he simply was, which was a gap Yunu had been measuring for some weeks, and which kept proving smaller than he had originally estimated. Yunu set one of the cups on the shelf above the cot. He kept the other and stood in the doorway, which was his natural position in rooms he was deciding whether to stay in, though he had been staying in this one increasingly since the first week. "You found something," Zhanyi said. It was not a question. He had the quality, this early, of someone whose professional observation was running on reflex before the deliberate controls were fully engaged. "In the coat pocket," Yunu said. He looked at the coat on his own shoulders, then at Zhanyi, making the connection available without laboring it. "A note. From before. From Yisei." "Yes." He drank his tea. "Tell me something you've never told a patient." Zhanyi looked at him. The book closed on its own. He let go of it. He reached for the teacup on the shelf without looking at it. An automatic gesture. "That's not how it works," he said. "I know how it works," Yunus said. "I'm not your patient." A pause. The kind that weighed something, not the kind that stalled. Zhanyi looked at the tea in his cup and did the thing he sometimes did when he was deciding something. Very slightly, almost not at all, the breath changed. The body before the words. "I think," Zhanyi said, looking at the tea, "most people come to therapy not to be fixed but to be witnessed. And I think sometimes the witnessing is the thing I can't do cleanly. Because to witness someone honestly, you have to be willing to be changed by what you see." He looked up. Yuna was looking at him. "And are you?" Yuna said. "Changed." Zhanyi did not answer, but he did not look away. The spare room held its silence. Outside, the city was doing its early morning negotiation. Distant trolley bells, a vendor starting up somewhere 2 streets over, the river's constant indifferent conversation with itself. The light through the window was the flat pre-gold of Shanghai, not quite yet morning, the hour when the city had not decided yet what it was going to be. "The note," Yunu said eventually. "What did it say?" "Stop painting what you're afraid of. Or stop being afraid. You can't do both." He said it evenly, the way he said things he had already been sitting with long enough to have found the bottom of. He wrote it at the end of a pamphlet draft. The bottom of the last page. In the private hand, not the political one. Zhanyi was quiet. "I don't know when he wrote it," Yunus said. "It was in the coat pocket. The coat was here from before." He looked at the window, the flat, pre-morning light. "I've been painting the harbor piece for 3 years, and I've been afraid of it for all 3 years. And I've been telling myself the fear is about technique, about not being ready, about the figure not being right yet." And he knew, before any of it. He knew what I was doing, and he left the note, and I didn't find it until now. "You found it when you were ready to find it," Zhanyi said. "That's a therapeutic interpretation," Yunu said. "It's also true." Yuna looked at him. The pale early light was doing something specific to the line of him. The jaw, the careful stillness, the hands on the teacup that were at rest, the most expressive part of him, long-fingered, controlled, holding the cup with more care than the cup required. Yunu had been painting hands for 3 years. He knew what hands looked like when they were keeping something in. "The thing he asked for," Yunu said in the last fight. "He wasn't asking me to love him more. He was asking me to stop pretending I didn't." He looked at the coat on his own arms. "I spent the first year, after thinking the problem was that I hadn't loved him enough. Now I think the problem was simpler. I just didn't say it. Out loud. I let him wonder." "He didn't wonder," Zhanyi said. It came out very quietly, the way he said things he had thought about for some time. He knew. The last fight wasn't about whether you loved him. It was about whether you'd let yourself be known to love him. Yuna looked at him. "There's a difference," Zhanyi said, "between the feeling and the willingness to be witnessed having it." The word witnessed arrived with a specific weight, given the thing he had said 3 minutes ago. It was possible it was not accidental. With Zhanyi, very few words arrived by accident. "You know that difference well," Yunu said. Zhanyi looked at his tea. "Yes," he said. "Ido." The gap between the professional and the personal had been narrowing for some weeks. Yunu knew, in a way a tide, narrowed a shoreline. Gradually, and then all at once. And then you were standing somewhere you hadn't planned to be standing. He was standing in a doorway in the early morning with a coat that belonged to a ghost on his shoulders and a cup of tea in his hands, and the understanding, finally arriving in its full weight, that the unfinished argument with Yisei and the unfinished painting and the unfinished question of what he was doing standing in this particular doorway were not 3 separate things. They were the same thing addressed to different people across different kinds of silence. He was going to finish the painting. Not today. Maybe not this week. But it was going to be finished because he had just understood something about it that 3 years of starting and stopping had not given him, and the understanding was not going to recede now that it had arrived. "Thank you," he said, which was not something he said often and which came out more plainly than he had expected. Zhanyi looked at him with the expression that arrived when Yunu said something that caught him, the brief, involuntary, honest thing that existed in the space before the professional composure could decide what to do with it. "You should eat something," he said, which was what he said when he did not know what to say, and which Yunu had come to understand was not deflection, but the specific care of a man who expressed things in the practical register, because it was the register he trusted. "After I paint," Yunu said. He went back to the studio. He did not take the coat off. He stood in front of the harbor piece for a long moment. The figure in the left third, the suspended form, the face not yet resolved. He had been circling this figure for 3 years, and he understood now, in the way you understood things that had always been true but required the right morning to become legible, that the figure was not a question he was avoiding. It was a question he had been answering in increments in every session he had come to, and every brush he had set down and picked up again, and every morning he had kept working even when working felt like pressing on a bruise. He picked up the brush. He did not paint the face. He was not ready for the face. But he painted the figure's posture, just that, just the quality of how it held itself at the edge of the embankment, and he painted it slightly differently than he had before, and when he stepped back the difference was this. The figure was no longer suspended between arriving and leaving. It was on the verge of one of them. He could not yet say which. But the verge was different from the suspension. The verge was a beginning. He painted for 3 hours. He did not eat anything. At some point, Zhanyi appeared in the studio doorway and placed a bowl of rice on the low table without comment and disappeared again, and Yunu did not look up, but the bowl was empty when he next looked at the table, which seemed like the relevant evidence. He stopped before the light changed. He looked at what he'd done. The figure was closer. He did not know what it was closer to. He thought, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall and his hands full of paint and the coat still on his shoulders, that not knowing was all right. That the verge was its own kind of resolution. That some things could be on their way somewhere without requiring you to know the exact address of the destination. He sat for a long time. Then he went to sleep in the cot with the coat still on and slept without the particular quality of restlessness that had been with him for 3 years. Outside, the city went on without him, as it always did. He let it. Chapter 13. 4 identical white shirts. The shirts were in the wardrobe behind the spare room door. Zhanyi had known Yunu was aware of them since the first week, had clocked the specific quality of attention Yunu had given the open wardrobe door on the 3rd morning, the look of someone performing a small inventory, and finding the result interesting. He had not said anything. He had added it to the list of things Yunu had noticed and filed, and was waiting to produce at a moment of his own choosing, which was his standard operational approach to information he found useful. The moment arrived on a Wednesday in the 4th week at 7 in the morning in the kitchen. Yunu had come in from the studio. He had worked through the night, which happened 3 or 4 times a week, and he arrived in the kitchen with the particular quality of someone whose brain was still in one room while his body had transitioned to another. He was wearing the old coat. He had not taken it off since finding the pamphlet in the pocket 4 days ago, which Zhanyi had noted and which he had decided was not his territory to comment on. Zhanyi had the kettle on. He was in his shirt and trousers, not yet in the jacket, which was the state he occupied in the first half hour of a morning before the professional composure was fully assembled. He was aware of this. He was also aware that Yunu had been observing this particular state with increasing regularity, which was what happened when 2 people shared a building's kitchen at 7 in the morning for 4 weeks. Yunu came in, stopped at the table, and looked at the wardrobe door, which was visible through the spare room's open door. He looked at it with the alert focus of someone who has just remembered something. "You have 4 of them," he said. "The shirts," Zhanyi said. "Yes." Yunu sat at the table. He folded his arms on the surface and looked at Zhanyi with the awake quality that paint through the night produced in him, slightly stripped of the careful management of his expressions, the tiredness making him more direct without making him less himself. "You brought 3 items to the spare room when you moved in. The clothes, the file, the key. The clothes were one change. 1. I have a wardrobe at my apartment, Zhanyi said. For identical shirts, Yunu said. I've seen your apartment. Through the window from the street, the one time we passed it. He was looking at him with the expression he wore when he was about to say something that was going to be correct. The shirts at your apartment are also identical. The same shirt. 4 of them. Zhanyi looked at the kettle. I thought it was economy, Yunu said. In session. For a while. Then I thought it was habit. The same kind of habit as arriving 7 minutes early. The kind that you develop because consistency costs less than variability. Then he stopped. Considered. He was working out in real time, which was something he did with problems he was interested in, thinking through them aloud with the same quality he painted through problems. Approaching, revising, approaching again. Then I realized it was neither. Economy would mean you'd considered the other shirts and found them extravagant. Habit would mean you hadn't thought about it, but you think about everything. So the shirts are a decision. The shirts are shirts, Zhanyi said. The shirts, Yunu said, are a decision to remove one category of decision from your mornings so that you can put your attention elsewhere. You have limited capacity to care about certain things. You chose not to spend any of it on what you're wearing. He looked at him with an expression that was not quite victory and not quite something else. It's actually very efficient. Zhanyi looked at him. He had prepared, at various points over the past 3 years, for Yunu to notice the shirts and to say something about them, and he had assembled in his mind the several responses that were available. The accurate but incomplete account of economy, the slightly more accurate account of routine, the fully accurate account that Yunu had just arrived at independently. He had none of those responses available now, because Yunu had already said the fully accurate version, which left him with nothing to offer except agreement, which was its own kind of exposure. Yes, he said, that's correct. Yunu laughed. It was the kind of laugh that arrived when a person had been prepared for resistance and found none, short, genuine, slightly surprised by itself. He had laughed in the studio before at things Juanhao had said, and once at something Chengxi had said in the meeting. But this was different from those. This was the laugh of someone who had been given, without warning, something unguarded, and found it unexpectedly and specifically funny. Zhanyi stood at the counter with the kettle and listened to it. He was aware, in a careful way he was aware of things he had decided not to act on, that this was the first time he had heard that particular laugh. He put in the file with everything else. You have no defense prepared, Yunu said, when he had finished laughing. No, Zhanyi agreed. That's the most disarmed I've ever seen you. It's 7 in the morning. It's always something, Yunu said, but without heat, without the edge he gave to observations that were criticisms in the shape of observations. This one was simply true, and he was noting it the way he noted light, with the attention of someone who found the thing interesting regardless of what it revealed about himself in the noticing. He poured the tea. He set Yunu's cup on the table and went back to his own with the measured economy of a man who had assembled a morning routine over 4 weeks and was now conducting it with the automatic quality of established practice. He had a particular order to the morning. He had not named it to himself as routine. He had simply done the same things in the same order long enough that they had become the morning in a way that anything repeated enough times eventually stopped being a choice and started being a fact. Yinu's hands were around the cup. There was cobalt blue on the right hand, the same blue he always had in some form when he had been working, a color that had become, for Zhanyi, something he associated with this specific person with a specificity that he was not going to examine at 7 in the morning. I have a question, Yunu said. All right, not a therapeutic one. You don't need to specify that anymore, Zhanyi said. We've established the distinction. Yunu looked at him over his cup. All right, then, when did you decide? About the shirts. The original decision. 12 years ago, Zhanyi said. After my father. I was reorganizing everything, the apartment, the schedule, the professional preparation. I got to the wardrobe and I thought about the energy that clothes required. Choosing, comparing, the social register of what you were wearing versus what the day required. And I decided I didn't have any to spare. I bought 4 of the same shirt, and I haven't made that decision since. And you never reconsidered it. The arrangement works, Zhanyi said. I think you just never had a reason to reconsider it, Yunus said. He looked at the cup. You built the whole structure of yourself after your father, and then you just kept it. Because it held. You never needed it not to hold. It still holds, Zhanyi said. Yunu looked at him. There was a quality in the look that was specific to mornings Zhanyi had found. The tiredness stripped the management of it, left something more direct, more present. Does it, Yunu said. It was not quite a challenge. Not quite a question. It was the same construction he used when he wanted to leave something in the room without pushing it. Zhanyi looked at the window. The morning light was doing the September thing on the kitchen's small square of visible sky. The particular angle that Yunu had tried to paint, the specific quality of the earned light. He had been watching this light come through the kitchen window for 4 weeks, and he had begun to see it the way Yunu described it, which was something he had not anticipated and which he was not prepared to examine publicly at 7 in the morning. That's a larger question than the shirts, he said. I know, Yunu said. I'm asking about the shirts. For now. For now, Zhanyi agreed. He drank his tea. Yunu finished his own cup and set it on the table and looked at his hands, and then at the studio door, the familiar pull of the work in progress. He would go back soon. He always went back soon. But there was a quality to this morning. The laugh, the shirts, the for now, that was different from the previous 4 weeks' mornings, and Zhanyi was aware of this in the way he was aware of things that had shifted in the room without having been addressed directly. He had been placing food in Yunu's path for 3 weeks. This was the kind of thing that had happened gradually and then completely in the way that arrangements developed when 2 people were in close enough proximity for long enough. The first week he had noticed that Yunu worked through meals, not as a deliberate choice, but as an oversight, the specific oversight of a person whose attention was elsewhere and who had not built the kind of internal prompting system that told other people when they were hungry. The second week, he had begun putting food in places where Yunu would encounter it. A bowl of rice on the low table in the studio, an orange on the windowsill in the kitchen, the sesame flatbread from the market left on the table, where it would be visible when Yunu came in from the studio in the morning. He had not made it an issue. He had simply done it. Yunu had not commented. He had, however, eaten the things, all of them, with the absence of ceremony that characterized everything Yunu did when he was not paying attention to himself, which was the state in which he was most himself and which Zhanyi had been observing with the precision he applied to things he had decided he could not make more explicit. He was aware that this was not a professional behavior. He was aware that the space between professional and personal had been eroding at a rate that he could track if he chose to track it, and that he had chosen consistently not to track it directly. He had been maintaining the no direct tracking policy with the same precision he applied to everything he maintained, and it was he acknowledged to himself at 7 in the morning on a Wednesday in October, costing more than it had in September. Juanhao came that afternoon. He arrived at 3 o'clock, which was the hour when the light in the studio was at its most specific. The October version of the September quality Yunu had been chasing, steeper and colder, but still doing the thing with the shadows that Yunu considered significant. Yunu was in front of the harbor piece. Zhanyi was in the corner with the case file he had been reviewing for 2 hours, with approximately 20 pages of actual attention applied. The knock on the studio door was Juanhao's. 3 quick raps, the specificity of a person who had developed a signature knock sometime in childhood and never revised it. Come in, Yunu said without turning. Juanhao came in with the animated ease of a man who moved through rooms he was welcome in and knew he was welcome in. He had a paper bag from the bakery at the end of the bund, which he set on the low table, and he looked at the harbor piece with the genuine attention he had brought to it on his first visit. The non-performing interest, the question forming before the pleasantry. It's different from last time, he said. Yunu turned. He looked at the painting. You remember how it was? The figures changed, Juanhao said. He was looking at it with his head slightly tilted, the way people who were not trained in looking at art looked at art when it had actually caught them. It's closer. To something. Yes, Yunu said. Is it arriving now? Yunu looked at Zhanyi, not with any particular intention, not the loaded quality of some of his looks, just the reflex of a man who had begun orienting himself to one other person in a room. Then back to Juanhao. Not yet, he said. Almost. Juanhao smiled. the easy, warm smile of a man who had no complicated history with his canvas and found its progress simply and genuinely interesting. I like it better. Something is about to happen. Yes, Eunice said. They talked about the painting. Juinhao asked questions in the direct mode he had. Not the questions of someone who wanted to impress, but of someone who wanted to understand, which were different in quality and required different answers. Yunu gave them, which was not a thing Yunu did with most people who asked about his work, and Zhanyi watched from the corner with his case file open in his lap, and the particular quality of attention that he had been applying to this specific arrangement since the first time he had watched it, measuring the ease of it, the warmth of it, the specific directional quality of Juinhao's attention toward the person giving the answers. He had known for some time. He had been precise about when he knew. It had been the second visit, the one 2 weeks ago, the afternoon light, and Juinhao's laugh at something Yunu had said that was a fraction of a second faster than the social laugh. The laugh of someone already in the conversation, rather than watching himself be in it. He had known then. He had filed it with the specific label of information I am not yet going to act on or examine, which was the label he used for things he could not make himself indifferent to. Juinhao was not a person who hid things well. He was warm and direct, and he did not have Zhanyi's equipment for concealment, which was equipment that had taken 12 years and considerable damage to build, and which Zhanyi did not, at 7 in the morning on a Wednesday with the shirts on the wardrobe shelf, particularly recommend. His brother felt things in the open. The feelings were visible if you were watching. Zhanyi was watching. He watched Juinhao watch Yunu describe the harbor piece's technical problem. The specific challenge of painting the quality of water that was simultaneously reflecting and absorbing light. The thing the Huangpu did at dusk when it was half gold and half dark, and the line between those states kept moving. He watched his brother lean forward slightly, not because the technical explanation required it, but because of the person giving it. He watched Yunu. In the peripheral way, Yunu watched everything, not noticing and noticing. He put the case file on the floor beside the chair. After an hour, Juinhao looked at his watch, a new one, practical, nothing like the ones their father had owned, and said he should be getting back to Xiaobei. He stood. He looked around the studio with the easy appreciation of someone who had decided he liked this room and was comfortable saying so. He looked at the harbor piece once more. He looked at Yunu. The exhibition is in 10 days, he said. I'm coming. I know, Yunus said. Save me a spot near the harbor piece. It'll be done by then, Yunus said. Properly done. Juinhao smiled at him. It was a warm smile and a genuine one, and it went slightly past what the conversation required in the direction that Zhanyi recognized and that Yunu, he thought, was beginning to recognize and was doing the thing he did with recognition he was not ready to receive, noting it carefully and storing it somewhere he would return to later when he had more of the picture. He went to the door. He stopped and looked at Zhanyi. You look better, he said, with the directness he applied to things he thought were simply true and worth saying, than when I last saw you. Zhanyi looked at him. I've been sleeping adequately, he said. Juinhao looked at him for a moment. He had their mother's eyes, a quality of clear, slightly amused looking that suggested he was always a sentence ahead of the one he was saying. That's not what I mean, he said. He left. The studio held its quiet after his footsteps faded on the stairs. Yunu was looking at the harbor piece again. He had the brush in his hand, which he picked up from the low table without looking at it, the automatic reach of someone whose hands knew what to do when the social occasion ended. Your brother, Yunu said. Yes. He's coming to the exhibition. He said so. He asked good questions. He turned the brush in his fingers. He's very warm. You said that, at the beginning, that sometimes that has consequences he doesn't fully account for. Zhanyi said nothing. Yunu looked at him over his shoulder, the three-quarter angle. You knew what you were saying when you said that. Yes, Zhanyi said. Yunu turned back to the painting. The brush touched the canvas, a small, specific mark, somewhere in the lower third of the harbor. He was quiet for a moment. The exhibition is in 10 days, he said. The date is confirmed. Yes. The threat hasn't resolved. No. Wei Dangshan is still applying pressure through the administrative channel. The painting is secure. I checked on it yesterday. He paused. But the situation will need to be watched through the opening. Yuna nodded, which was not his usual response to operational information. He usually had something to add or contest. The absence of it said something about where his attention was. "Zhanyi," he said. "Yes. What you said this morning. About the shirts. About it holding." He kept painting, small, careful, watching what the brush was doing. "I want you to know that I'm not going to ask about it tonight. I'm asking you to know that I'm not asking. Not because I don't have the question." Zhanyi looked at him. The afternoon light was behind Yunu, the October version of the earned light, doing what it did to the line of him from behind. The familiar shape of a person who had occupied this specific studio at this specific hour for 3 years before he arrived, and who would occupy it for years after, in some form, working toward whatever the harbor piece was working toward. "I know," Zhanyi said. "I know you're not asking. And I know you know," Yunus said. "I just wanted to say it." He kept painting. The studio filled with the quiet that had become, in 4 weeks, its own kind of language between them, specific, voluntary, not absence but presence that had chosen this form. Zhanyi picked up the case file. He did not review it. He held it in his lap and watched the October light move through the room and did not look at his left cuff and thought, with a precision he applied to all the things he was not going to examine, that holding was not the same as holding still. That the architecture he had built at 22 was still standing and was also, in ways he could not quite resolve, different in some structural sense from what it had been in September. He thought about the shirts. He thought about what Yunu had said, that he had built the whole structure of himself after his father, and kept it because it held and because he had never needed it not to hold. He sat with this. He thought it was probably accurate. He thought, very carefully and with the full weight of the precision he brought to things he could not make himself indifferent to, that he might be ready, for the first time in 12 years, to find out what happened if something was allowed to change. He did not say this out loud, but it was, for the first time, available to be said. Chapter 14. What the Painting Knows. The harbor piece was finished, or nearly. Yunu stood in front of it on a Saturday morning, 7 days before the exhibition, and looked at what he had done. The sky was right, had been right for months, the particular quality of the Huangpu, at that specific hour in that specific season, the flat gray that wasn't flat at all when you were inside it. The water was right. The embankment stones were right in the way that things you have painted so many times they live in your hands become right, automatically, without decision. The figure in the left third was right in the way that had taken 3 years. Poised at the edge of the embankment, dark coat against the light off the water, the face rendered now with the care of someone who had finally decided to stop being afraid of what painting the face would mean. The face was not Yisei's. He had thought for a long time that would be. He had thought the whole of the harbor piece was about Yisei, and it had been, for 3 years, but somewhere in the past 2 weeks the figure had become someone else. Not a specific person, just a person. A face that was arriving toward something with the quality of a figure who had spent a long time deciding and had now decided, and the deciding was in the face. Almost right. There was one thing missing. He did not yet know what it was. He was still looking at the canvas when Zhanyi came in from the kitchen with 2 cups of tea. He did this now, had done it for weeks, the morning tea appearing without ceremony or comment, set on the low table in a position where it would be encountered. Yunu had stopped tracking when this had become the expectation and had started being simply what mornings were. Zhanyi set the cups on the low table. He looked at the canvas. He stopped. "May I?" he said. Yunu stepped aside. This was a decision, the showing of the harbor piece in full, intentionally in good light, with the figure there and the face there and the almost right quality of the whole canvas visible to someone who would understand what he was looking at. He had been building toward this and had not named it to himself as building, which was how he built toward things, obliquely, incrementally, without announcing the direction until he arrived there. He stepped aside. He stood in front of the east window with his tea and watched Zhanyi look at the painting. Zhanyi looked at it for a long time. He did not speak. He had the quality he had in the 8th-month session, when Yunu had shown him the study. The quality of a man whose professional vocabulary had been set aside, not because he had chosen to set it aside, but because what he was looking at had made it irrelevant. He stood in front of the canvas with his hands at his sides and looked at it with the stillness that was, in him, the opposite of nothing. The figure is closer to arriving than the last time I saw it, he said. Yes, Eunice said. You remember how it looked? Zhanyi turned. I remember everything you've shown me. He said it simply, in the register he used for facts rather than observations, which meant he had said it without first deciding to, and without inflection, to soften the weight of it. It landed in the room with the weight of a thing that had been true for a long time and was only now being said out loud. Yunu looked at his tea. The room had narrowed. This was the thing that happened in this building when the accumulated weeks of the same two people in the same space produced, at certain moments, a specific contraction, the world becoming the size of this room and the room becoming the size of the 2 feet between them, which was the distance they were at now, Zhanyi having turned from the canvas and the space between them now being that exact measurement. He had been in this distance with Zhanyi in the office, in sessions, and he was in it now, and it felt different from those times in the specific way that everything in this building felt different from the office, less controlled, more itself. He thought, say it. He thought, I don't know what to say. He thought, in the way he thought things that he immediately knew were true. I know what to say. I just don't know if I'm allowed. I need to tell you something, Zhanyi said. Yuna looked at him. Zhanyi's expression had shifted. The professional composure was present, but it was holding something rather than being itself, which was a distinction Yunu had learned to read and which was visible in the specific quality of the stillness. More effortful than usual, the way stillness was when it was suppression rather than nature. Dr. Huang Fian has been in contact, Zhanyi said. The board has been notified of the current arrangement. They have questions about the nature of our professional relationship and whether it constitutes a breach of clinical ethics. The room temperature shifted, not dramatically. The light was the same, the canvas was the same, the tea was the same, but the particular warmth that had been present in the 2 minutes before this was no longer in the same position. Is it a breach? Yunus said. Zhanyi looked at him steadily. That depends, he said, on what the relationship actually is. The words were careful. Careful with the specific precision of a man who was saying the accurate thing rather than the comfortable thing, and who was saying it now, in this room, with the harbor piece behind him and 2 feet between them and the memory of everything I remember in the air, because the ethical question was real and it was present and he was not going to pretend it wasn't there. This was what Zhanyi was. This was the quality of him that Yunu had been noting for 3 years. The refusal to look away from the thing, even when the thing was uncomfortable, even when the thing was himself. I know what it is, Yunu said. I know you do, Zhanyi said. I know what it is too. Then the question is whether what it is constitutes a breach. Yes. Yunu set his tea down on the low table. He looked at the harbor piece, the figure at the edge of the embankment, the face, the quality of arrival that was almost but not quite resolved. He looked at it for a moment and understood, in the way he understood things that arrived through the painting rather than around it, that the one missing thing was not a detail or a technical problem. It was a decision about what the figure was arriving toward. What does the board want, he said. A formal inquiry. Not yet a hearing. Preliminary questions. He paused. Dr. Fian's assessment is required. She's already been asked. What will she say? Something accurate and professionally uncomfortable. He said it without bitterness. That's her function. She does it well. Yuna looked at him. And you? I'll answer the inquiry accurately. A brief pause. I've been intending to speak with the board before this. The arrangement should have been disclosed more formally at the outset. I didn't manage that with the timeliness that the situation warranted. That's a professional failing on my part. You were trying to keep me safe, Eunice said. Yes, Zhanyi said. I was. The 2 words carried something they had not quite carried before. Not the professional acknowledgement of a duty of care obligation, but the specific admission of a person who had chosen something beyond duty and was acknowledging the choice. It was the most honest thing he had said in this room, since I remember everything you've shown me, and it sat in the same space as that sentence, at the same distance in the same October light. Yuna picked up his tea. He was not going to press it now. He could see that this was the most Zhanyi had available at this specific moment. The acknowledgement without the full sentence, the honesty without the declaration, and pushing past it would produce not more honesty, but the closing that pressure produced in him, the walls thickening, the voice going quieter. He had learned this in 3 years of Tuesdays. He had learned it better in 4 weeks in the same building. The inquiry, Yunu said, when Monday, preliminary, and if they decide to pursue it formally, then there will be a formal hearing. His voice was entirely even. The arrangement would need to be addressed. My involvement would need to be restructured, meaning you'd leave, meaning the professional relationship would need to be clarified in ways that might require me to end the protective arrangement. A pause, not my preference, but a possible outcome. The exhibition was in 7 days. The threat from Wei Dangshan had not been resolved. Chengxi's contacts had identified the administrative channel being used, but had not yet closed it. The painting in its temporary safe location was secure. The opening was confirmed. There were 7 days in which everything needed to hold in place, and the board inquiry was a new variable that Yunu was not going to pretend was not a variable. "All right," he said. "All right," Zhanyi said. They stood in a room with a harbor piece. The canvas was between them in the sense that it was physically in the room, and in the sense that it was the thing they were both thinking about. In a way, it had become the thing that held what they had not said directly. All of it, the 3 years and the 4 weeks, and the letter in the bottom drawer, and the specific 2 feet they had been navigating together for a month. He picked up his brush from the low table. He did not go to the canvas. He turned it in his fingers. "The figure," he said. I said, "Almost." When I looked at it this morning. Zhanyi waited. "There's one thing still missing. I know what the figure is doing. It's arriving. I know where it's arriving from. But I don't know yet what it's arriving toward. I need to know that to finish the face." "What options are you considering?" Zhanyi said. It was not a clinical question. It was the question of a person who was in the room with the painting and wanted to know what the painter needed. Yunu looked at the canvas. "I think it's arriving towards something it's not sure it's allowed to want," he said. "And whether the face is right depends on whether I can paint what it looks like to want something anyway." The room was quiet. Outside, the Saturday city was in its weekend argument with itself. Market noise and bicycle bells, and the particular unhurried quality of the concession on a morning that did not require it to be anywhere specific. The light was doing the October thing, the sharp-angled light of the urn shadows. Zhanyi looked at the painting for a long moment. He looked at the figure with the face that was almost but not quite resolved. "I should go to my room," he said. "I have documentation to prepare before Monday." "Yes," Yunus said. He went. At the door, he stopped, which was the thing he did when he had said something and was deciding whether to say one more thing. Usually he did not say the one more thing. It was a quality Yunu had noted in session frequently, and which he had, over 4 weeks, noted here. "The figure," Zhanyi said without turning. "In the painting?" "Yes. It's arriving towards something real," he said. "Whatever else is uncertain, that's not." He paused. "I wanted to say that. Before Monday." He went to the spare room. Yunu stood in the studio with the brush in his hand and looked at the harbor piece. The figure at the edge of the embankment. The face that was almost right. The light off the Huangpu doing what it always did at this hour, giving the water the quality of something that was half gold and half dark, and the line between those states kept moving. He thought about what it looked like to want something anyway. He thought about the face. He thought about Monday. He put the brush down. He went to the east window and sat on the sill and looked at the city below, which was doing what it always did, beautiful and corrupt and completely indifferent to what any individual person in any individual room was deciding. The city did not care about the harbor piece or the board inquiry or the 2 feet between 2 people in a studio that smelled of linseed oil and the particular quality of something that had been true for a long time and was still working out what to do with itself. He sat for a while in the window. Then he went back to the canvas. He looked at the face. He picked up the brush. He did not paint the face yet, but he stood in front of it with the brush ready, which was different from all the previous times he had stood in front of it, which had been the standing of a person who was not yet sure. This was the standing of a person who was becoming sure. Becoming, not there yet, but the direction had resolved. The brush in his hand. The face on the canvas, almost right. The exhibition in 7 days. He stood there until the light changed. Chapter 15. What the board wants to know. The building that housed the Medical Licensing Board's offices was on a street in the International Settlement that had the specific quality of institutional seriousness. Thick stone, narrow windows, the kind of architecture that communicated permanence in the specific register of things that wished you to feel slightly less substantial than they were. Zhanyi had been inside it twice before, both times in professional capacities, neither time as the subject of inquiry. He arrived 7 minutes early. He sat in the anteroom and read nothing. He had prepared for this the way he prepared for everything, completely, in writing, with the full documentation of the arrangement's terms and his conduct within them. He had, in the 2 days since the conversation in the studio with the harbor painting, written 3 versions of his statement. He had kept the third, which was the most accurate and therefore the most costly. He had submitted it to the board secretary yesterday, with the professional precision of a man who believed that the record should reflect what had actually happened rather than the version of what had happened that made the least demands on the record. The inquiry room was small and institutional, the kind of room designed to communicate the weight of the proceedings while remaining technically neutral. 3 members of the board, arranged behind table. Dr. Fian was not among them. She was a witness, he'd been told, not a panel member, which was correct practice. The chair of the panel was a woman he knew slightly, Dr. Song Miling, who was 60 and had been practicing longer than Zhanyi had been alive, and who conducted inquiries with the economy of someone who had done this often enough to know that the performance of seriousness was unnecessary when the actual seriousness was already in the room. "Dr. Luo," she said, "thank you for attending voluntarily." "The invitation was clear enough," Zhanyi said. She allowed this. "We have reviewed your submitted statement, which we appreciate for its candor. Our questions today are meant to clarify certain aspects of the timeline and the nature of the current arrangement." She looked at him over her reading glasses. "The therapeutic relationship with Mr. Pei Yunu. When was it formally terminated?" 7 weeks ago, Zhanyi said. "I initiated the termination. The documentation is in his file, which I submitted to the board with my statement. You cite external circumstances as the reason. Can you be more specific?" "I became aware," Zhanyi said, with the precision of a man who has practiced this sentence and is now delivering it, "that my clinical objectivity with respect to this patient had been compromised. Not in a way that affected the quality of the care delivered. I believe the record of our 3-year relationship supports that, but in a way that made continued treatment ethically inconsistent." "Compromised in what way?" He looked at the panel. "My feelings toward the patient were not clinically neutral." Dr. Song looked at him for a moment. The other 2 members were writing. "You subsequently accepted a protection arrangement with this same former patient," she said. "Yes. Can you explain the reasoning?" "The threat against Mr. Pei's safety and professional activities was credible and specific. I assessed that no available alternative could provide adequate protection given the particular knowledge of the patient's habits and circumstances that I had acquired over 3 years of therapeutic work. I accepted the arrangement with the understanding that it represented a professional risk that I had an obligation to manage with extreme care." "Did you manage it with extreme care?" she said. "It was not quite a question. I conducted myself," Zhanyi said, "within the ethical requirements appropriate to the situation." He paused. The situation was not, to be precise, a standard clinical situation. The framework I applied was the most appropriate one available, and I departed from it in no respect that would compromise the patient's welfare. Dr. Huang Fian's assessment notes that the arrangement itself constitutes a power imbalance, regardless of conduct within it. "Dr. Fian's assessment is accurate," Zhanyi said. "I said as much in my statement. The arrangement is professionally complicated. I accepted it with full awareness of that complication. I believed, and continue to believe, that the alternative, which was leaving a person under credible threat without adequate protection, was the greater ethical failure." "You believe," the second panel member said, a younger man, whose name Zhanyi had not caught, with the quality of a person testing a position, "that your personal feelings toward the patient had no influence on this assessment." Zhanyi looked at him. He was very quiet for a moment. "I believe," he said, that my personal feelings toward the patient made me more aware of the risk he was under and more determined to ensure he was adequately protected. I believe that the same feelings required me to be more rigorous in my conduct, not less, because I understood what was at stake professionally. And I believe that if I am claiming those feelings had no influence on any aspect of my decision-making, I would be providing you with an inaccurate account. He paused. I am not going to provide you with an inaccurate account. The room was quiet for a moment. Dr. Song wrote something in her notes. She did it without particular expression, which was the expression of a clinician conducting an inquiry fairly rather than toward a predetermined conclusion. He respected this about her, as he had respected it in her practice and in her public professional positions. She was the right person for this room. Dr. Huang has been proposed as a treating clinician, she said, should Mr. Pei continue to require therapeutic support. I referred him to Dr. Huang when I terminated the therapeutic relationship, Zhanyi said. My understanding is that he attended one session. Did he continue? He did not, Zhanyi said. I was not his treating physician by that point. His decision about continued treatment was not mine to influence. A pause. Though I would note, for the record, that Dr. Huang is an excellent clinician and that if Mr. Pei does not find her the right fit, the difficulty is specific to the patient's current state and his established wariness about therapeutic relationships, not a reflection on her practice. Dr. Song looked at him. Something in her expression, not warmth, not its opposite, but the specific neutrality of a person forming an assessment, settled slightly. You remain concerned about his welfare, she said. Yes, Zhanyi said. That does not require a professional relationship to sustain. She wrote again. The board will take approximately 1 week to reach a conclusion regarding the formal complaint. In the interim, we are issuing a preliminary directive. She looked at him over the glasses. The protection arrangement may continue until the exhibition date, given the active nature of the threat as documented. At the conclusion of that arrangement, any further contact with Mr. Pei Yunu that is not entirely social and voluntary on both sides, that is, any contact that implies a continuation of the professional or quasi-professional relationship, will require board approval. Zhanyi said, understood. There will be a formal reprimand in your file, she said. The severity will depend on the board's full review. I want to be honest with you about that. I appreciate the honesty, Zhanyi said. She looked at him for a moment longer with the quality of an experienced person looking at someone they have an opinion about that is separate from their opinion about what they did. You are a very good clinician, Dr. Luo, she said. The file on this case, 3 years of it, reflects exactly that. The difficulty is that being a very good clinician and being in a situation like this one are not always compatible. No, Zhanyi said. They are not. He was home by 4 in the afternoon. He changed out of his professional clothes into the rotation shirt and stood at the window of the French concession apartment that was and was not home. It was the place he had lived for 4 years, the rooms he had arranged with care and precision, the space that held his 4 identical shirts and his professional files and the life he had constructed after the ruins of his 22nd year. It was entirely his, and it felt, today, like a room he had been maintaining for someone who had already left it. He made tea. He sat at the desk. He opened the bottom drawer. The envelope was there. His name in his own handwriting on the front would have been absurd. He had written Pei Yunu on it, in the same characters he used for documentation, precise and evenly spaced. He had locked it away 6 months ago and had not opened the drawer since except to confirm it was still there. He looked at it for a long time. He was thinking about what Yunu had said, about being handled, about the difference between being protected and being seen, about the fact that Yunu had not read the letter, but had stood in front of the harbor painting and said, I know what you would have written. 3 years of Tuesdays. 3 years of careful distance and precise professional conduct and a meticulous maintenance of every appropriate boundary. And at the end of it, Yunu had stood in front of his unfinished painting and said, I've been watching you write it for 3 years. The distance had been, he understood now, with the comprehensive clarity that came only from having been through a board inquiry and been honest in it, doing 2 things simultaneously. It had been protecting the patient, which was its professional function. And it had been, underneath that function and without his full acknowledgement, protecting himself from the specific risk of wanting something, of wanting it openly, of being the kind of man who let a want become visible and then lost everything because of it. His father had been undone by wanting. Zhanyi had spent 12 years learning not to want things in ways that could be taken from him. He looked at the envelope. He thought about the board's preliminary directive until the exhibition. 7 days. And then the arrangement ended, and he had no professional reason to be in the French concession building, and the spare room that smelled of turpentine would have no one in it, and the harbor painting would be on a gallery wall being assessed by people who didn't know what it had cost. He did not take the envelope out. He closed the drawer. He sat at the desk for a long time, in the apartment that was and was not home, while the afternoon light moved across the floor in the long stripe that his east-facing window produced at this hour, which was a different stripe from the cafe building's office light, less precise, more diffuse. The light of a room that did not have a patient chair arranged at the optimal angle and a case file precisely positioned, and a life constructed to require nothing unexpected. He thought about the harbor painting, the figure turned toward, the face not yet painted. He had told Yunu in the studio, "I don't know." He had not said it in response to a question Yunu had asked with words. He had said it in response to the question the painting was asking, and the question the room was asking, and the question that had been asking itself for 3 years across the specific distance of a Tuesday appointment at 10 in the morning. "I don't know" was accurate. It was also, for a man who had spent 12 years knowing everything in advance and controlling every variable, an extraordinary thing to have said. He was examining this. He was examining it in the way he examined things that required careful handling, fully, without flinching from what he found. He found that "I don't know" felt improbably like the first honest thing he had said in this room in a very long time. He made a second cup of tea. He stood at the window. He looked at the French concession street below, which was not his street, but which had, over the past 6 weeks, become the street he knew best, because knowing a street required walking it, and he had been walking it every day for 6 weeks in the service of someone else's safety. He picked up his jacket. He went back to the French concession building. He had a key. He let himself in. He went up the stairs, noting, as always, the step that announced itself. The studio door was open. Yunu was at the harbor painting. He did not look up when Zhanyi came in, but he was aware of him. Yunu was always aware of the room, which included whoever was in it, and the painting continued without interruption, the focused quality of work happening in the presence of a person it was comfortable with. Zhanyi went to the spare room. He put his jacket on the back of the chair. He sat on the cot. He placed the key from his pocket on the shelf, the small brass building key, not the other one, and looked at it for a moment. Through the wall, the sound of the harbor painting. He lay back on the cot. He looked at the ceiling, at the water stain in the shape of nothing in particular. Outside, the evening was arriving in the October way, cooler than yesterday, the city adjusting its temperature. 7 days. He did not know what 7 days led to. He lay in the dimming light and listened to the painting being made on the other side of the wall and thought, with the precision he applied to all true things, even when they were inconvenient. "I would rather be in this room, not knowing, than in any room I've been in for 12 years that was arranged so that I could not be surprised." He did not say this out loud. He did not need to. The city went on. The painting went on. He lay in the spare room in the borrowed building, 7 minutes early even for himself, waiting for a thing he had not scheduled and could not document. He was, for the first time in a very long time, not afraid of what he didn't know. He was simply in it. Chapter 16. The painting that never leaves the room. The face was finished on a Tuesday. Yunu did not plan it that way. He had not been thinking about Tuesdays in any charge since, had been thinking only about the specific problem of the figure's expression and whether the quality of wanting he had been reaching toward was readable in the paint or only in his intention, which were two entirely different things, and which only one of them could be the painting. But it happened on a Tuesday at 11 in the morning, with the October light coming through the east window at the angle that made the shadow specific, and when he set the brush down and stepped back, it was done. He knew when paintings were done the way he knew when sentences were done, a cessation somewhere in the body of the need to continue. The need to continue was usually the most honest signal available, because the need to continue was what drove all the wrong additions, the covering over of things that should be left alone. When a need stopped, he stopped, and the result was either a finished work or a necessary pause. He had learned, over years of getting it wrong first, to know which was which. This was finished. He stood in front of it for several minutes without moving. The figure stood at the edge of the embankment in its dark coat, the Huangpu behind it in the flat gray of the pre-dusk light. The face was turned slightly, not quite toward the viewer, not quite away, at the angle that caught the light off the water. The expression was what Yunu had been working toward without being able to name it. The face of someone who has made a decision about what they want and has not yet discovered whether the wanting will be met. The suspension between those two states, the choosing and the consequence, was the specific moment the figure occupied. He had been painting toward that moment for 3 years without knowing it was the moment. He had known it was the moment as soon as he understood that the figure was not Yisei. Yisei had died in the suspension. The painting was not about that. The painting had never been about dying in the suspension. It had been, from the beginning, about what it looked like to decide to cross it anyway. He took the painting down from the easel and set it against the east wall in the full morning light and looked at it from across the room. It was, he thought, with the discomfort of an artist confronting a finished thing they did not want to be modest about, the best work he had ever made. He did not say this to anyone. He thought it with the specificity of a professional assessment rather than self-congratulation, because the assessment was accurate and accuracy was the only standard he held his work to. He left it facing outward in the full light and went to find Zhanyi. Zhanyi was at the kitchen table with a letter he had been composing for the board's formal statement, a document he had been working on in small increments over the past 4 days, writing and setting aside and returning to with the patience of a man who was being very careful about every word because he understood that every word mattered. He looked up when Yunu came in. "It's done," Yunu said. Zhanyi looked at him. He read the quality of the statement in the quality of Yunu's face, which was the face of a person who has just completed something that cost them and is still inside the cost. "The painting," Zhanyi said. "Yes." A pause. "May I see it?" "Later," Yunu said. He sat down at the kitchen table across from Zhanyi. He did not often sit at the kitchen table in the middle of the day. This was Zhanyi's domain in the mornings and his own in the late evenings when he needed to be somewhere that was not the studio. Sitting here now was a choice about proximity that he was making without particularly analyzing it. "I need to sit somewhere for a while first." "All right," Zhanyi said. He set the letter down. He did not put it away. He left it there between them, a material fact of the situation they were both in, and returned his hands to the table with the stillness that was, Yunu had concluded, one of the most genuinely remarkable things about him. The stillness of a man who had learned to be fully present in a room without requiring anything from the room in return. Yunu looked at the letter without reading it. He looked at Zhanyi's hands on the table. "I've been thinking about Yisei," he said. Zhanyi was quiet. "Not the way I usually do," Yunu said. "Not the argument. Not the last night. I've been thinking about the rest of it. The 2 years before." He looked at the wall above the window, the specific quality of thinking that required looking at something without seeing it. He was very certain about things. It was one of the things that was hardest about being with him, and one of the things I miss most. He knew what he thought. He knew what he wanted. He said it. I spent 2 years being fascinated by that, and unable to do it myself. He paused. "I used to think that was a character flaw," he said. "The not saying. I thought I was just constitutionally unable to be direct about certain kinds of things. And then I spent 3 years in a room with someone whose entire professional practice was built around helping people say the things they couldn't say, and I still didn't say them. And eventually I started to understand that the not saying wasn't an inability. It was a decision." Zhanyi looked at him. "I decided," Yunu said, "that the cost of saying certain things out loud was too high. That saying I need you meant being responsible for what happened after, which was either reciprocation or loss, and both of those required something from me I wasn't sure I had available." He turned his eyes from the wall to Zhanyi's face. "I decided I was better off not knowing." "Yes," Zhanyi said. He said it carefully, in a way he said things he had thought about at length without being asked. "You've made the same decision," Yunu said. A long pause. "Yes," Zhanyi said. "I have." The kitchen held this. Outside, the concession street was doing its mid-morning business. A cart, bicycle bells, the smell of the noodle shop beginning its lunch preparation below. The ordinary texture of a city that had no particular interest in the conversations being conducted inside it. The difference, Yunu said, is that Yisei didn't have 3 years. And we do. He held Zhanyi's gaze without the three-quarter angle, without looking at the wall, without the deflection he reached for when the true thing wanted to be said. Directly. We have however long we have, and I don't want to spend it not knowing. Zhanyi did not move. He was very still, the way he was when something had landed and he was inside it, in the particular quality of a man who had just received something he had been calculating the cost of for a long time, and was now being asked to reconsider the arithmetic. The board, he said. His voice was even. The inquiry. I know about the inquiry, Yunus said. I know the constraints. I'm not asking you to violate the inquiry or the board's directives or your professional ethics. He paused. I'm asking you to know that I know what this is. Not to say anything. Not to do anything that isn't right to do. Just to know that I know, and that I'm not going anywhere, and that when the things that need to resolve have resolved, I'll still be here. Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at the letter on the table. The careful, precise documentation of everything he had done and why. The record of a man accounting for himself with complete honesty. You should know, Zhanyi said, that the face in the painting. Yes, before you finished it. In the days when it was almost done. He paused. I understood, when I looked at it, what you were painting toward. I recognized it. Another pause, quieter. I want you to know that I recognized it. Yuna looked at him. That's all, Zhanyi said. That's what I can say right now, without the rest of it being something I'm not yet in a position to say. That's enough, Yuna said. For now. He stood. He went back to the studio. He stood in front of the finished harbor painting in the full morning light and looked at the face of the figure, the expression of wanting something anyway, and felt, with the specific completeness of a thing that has finally been allowed to be what it is, that the argument which had been running for 3 years had not concluded, but it had finally properly begun. He left the painting where it was, in the full light, facing outward. He did not cover it. He worked on smaller pieces for the rest of the day. Studies, the preparatory work for the other exhibition canvases, the technical tasks that kept the hands occupied while the interior continued its own separate operation. Zhanyi was in the corner for part of the afternoon, and then gone, presumably to the kitchen or the spare room. And the studio had the quality that it sometimes had on good working days, a room that was doing exactly what it was for without requiring anything from anyone who happened to be inside it. In the evening, Chengxi came. He arrived without the warning of a letter, which was how he usually arrived, and he came upstairs and knocked on the studio door with the particular knock that Yinu had known for 14 years and which still produced in him a small, uncomplicated comfort that had nothing to do with the complication of their current situation. He opened the door. Chengxi looked at him, then passed him at the harbor painting, which was in the full evening lamplight. He was quiet for a moment. You finished it, he said. This morning, Yunus said. Chengxi looked at it for a long time. He was not an expert on painting, had never claimed to be, but he had been looking at Yunus' work for 14 years and had developed, over that time, the specific literacy of someone who understood what the person making the thing was saying even when he couldn't have said why. He looked at the finished harbor piece with that literacy applied fully, and what Yunus saw on his face was not surprise, but recognition, followed by the specific quiet of a man deciding how to hold something that was larger than he had expected. It's good, Chengxi said. He said it plainly. He did not say it was very good or that it was the best thing Yinu had done, though he thought both of those things. Yinu could tell. He said it's good because that was the honest measure, and honest measures were what Chengxi offered instead of flattery. Yes, Yinu said. Chengxi came in. He sat in the chair by the window. His chair, the one Zhanyi had never used. He had a worn satchel over his shoulder, which he set on the floor, and he folded his hands on his knee and looked at the painting a while longer. I have information, he said, when the looking was done, about Wei Dangshan. Yinu sat on the floor with his back against the wall, his preferred position for conversations that required a certain quality of attention. Tell me, his administrative contact in the French concession offices has been removed from the relevant department, Chengxi said. A reassignment, not a dismissal, not connected to Wei Dangshan publicly. But the reassignment closes the specific channel he was using to apply pressure on the gallery. Who arranged it? Chengxi's expression shifted in the way it did when he was deciding how much chain to give a question before it ran out. Someone with interest in the cultural sector who decided that Wei Dangshan's interference was bad for business. Not our side. Not his. Someone else's. He paused. Li Fen may have had something to do with it. I don't know that for certain. Li Fen always knows, Yunu said. He thought about Zhanyi saying this in the car after the dinner. She's managing this more actively than she's let on to either of us. The practical result, Chengxi said, is that the administrative channel is closed. The exhibition is safe. He looked at Yunu. Wei Dangshan still has other means. He's not done, but his best option for stopping the show before the opening is gone. Yunu was quiet for a moment, absorbing the particular quality of good news delivered in circumstances where good news always required careful examination for what it was leaving out. And his other means, he said, less clean, Chengxi said, more visible, which makes him less likely to use them when the show is already on record as confirmed and anticipated. He paused. I think you're past the worst of it. The week before the opening is the risk period. After the opening, the work will have been seen, and suppressing it becomes a different kind of problem. 5 days, Yunu said. 5 days, Chengxi agreed. They sat in the way they sat when there was more to say, but the shape of it was not yet available. A silence that was not uncomfortable, but not resolved. The specific quiet of two people who had known each other long enough to understand that some things sat between them and required time to come to rest before they could be addressed. The doctor, Chengxi said, eventually. Yunu looked at him. He's good at what he does, Chengxi said. It was the most generous thing he had said about Zhanyi. It was not effortless. Yunu could see the effort. Whatever I think about where he comes from, he's kept you safe. And the painting, he looked at it again. The painting got finished while he was here. I don't know what to do with that, but I'm noting it. You could say thank you, Yunu said. To him. I could, Chengxi said. Eventually, he stood. He picked up his satchel. He looked at the harbor, painting once more. The figure is arriving, he said. Yes, Yunu said. Where? Yunu looked at the face, the expression of someone who has decided to want something anyway, in full knowledge of the cost, with the specific courage of a person who has stopped letting the calculation precede the wanting. Somewhere good, he said. Chengxi looked at him with a look that was 14 years of knowing a person and being genuinely glad for them, even when the gladness was complicated by the situation around it. He left without elaborating further. His footsteps on the stairs had the particular quality of someone who had come to say several things, and had said the most important one. Yunu sat on the floor in the studio for a long time after. The painting was in the lamplight. The face was finished. The figure was arriving. He thought about the last fight. The Tuesday in July, Yisei's room, the door, the permanent subsequent silence. He thought about it with the clarity of distance, not the corrosive guilt of the first year, not even the complicated grief of the second, but the flat, honest recognition of the third. He had been afraid. Not of Yisei, not of the relationship, not of the city or the danger or the political dimensions of what they were both in. Afraid of the specific vulnerability of saying, in words out loud, to a person who was present and alive and asking, I need you. The harbor painting had been a letter he was writing to that fear for 3 years. And the thing Zhanyi had said, in the spare room in the early morning with the pre-dawn light coming through the window, he didn't wonder. He knew. The last fight wasn't about whether you loved him. It was about whether you'd let yourself be known to love him. Yunu had been carrying the weight of the silence, as though the silence had caused the death. It hadn't. The raid had caused the death. The silence had caused something else, something smaller and also larger, a different kind of loss, the loss of a last possibility that had been there and he had not taken it. He was not going to make that decision again. He got up from the floor. He cleaned the brushes that needed cleaning, which was a practice he was meticulous about on days when he had finished something significant. The ritualistic aspect of it, the care for the tools, was a way of marking the completion without ceremony. He cleaned each brush in the correct order, from the largest to the smallest, and arranged them on the shelf in the sequence that made sense for the next day's work. He stood for a moment before turning out the studio lamp. He looked at the harbor painting one last time. The figure in the dim light, the face at the exact angle where the light caught the expression. Arriving, he turned out the lamp. He knocked once on the spare room door before going to bed, which was a habit they had developed, the way habits developed when two people shared a space. A small voluntary signal that indicated the day had ended and nothing had happened that needed to be addressed. Yes, Zhanyi said from inside. Good night, Yunu said. A pause. Good night, Zhanyi said. Yunu went to the cot. He lay down in the dark. He listened to the city outside doing its night business, and to the quiet of the spare room through the wall, and to the particular sound of the harbor painting in the lampless studio, which was nothing, no sound at all, only the knowledge of what was there. And he thought, 5 days. 5 days was enough time. He had been making do with less for years. Chapter 17. A Sibling's Fluency in Loss. Juanhao arrived on a Thursday with a bottle of rice wine and the particular ease of a man who had decided to do something and had not thought through all the implications of doing it, which was, Zhanyi reflected, his brother's primary operational mode, and always had been. He came in the afternoon, when Yunu was between the studio and the kitchen, moving through the apartment in the unsettled way he moved when a large piece of work had just been completed and the studio felt both right and wrong to be in, the space that had held the effort now holding its absence. Zhanyi had seen this quality in him before, in the days after finishing a significant study, but this was different in scale. The harbor piece had been 3 years, and 3 years was not a study. You look like something happened, Juanhao said to Yunu, taking in the quality of him with the directness that was simply the way Juanhao saw things. Something did, Yunu said. The painting's done. Juanhao looked past him toward the studio. The harbor piece. Yes. Can I see it? Yunu stepped aside. He let Juanhao in without ceremony, the particular openness of someone whose work was done and no longer required protection from observation. Zhanyi followed at a distance. In the threshold of the studio doorway, the position he had taken to occupying when the room contained more than one conversation. Juanhao stood in front of the finished painting for a long time. He had the quality he always had in front of Yunu's work, the genuine engagement, the looking that was actually looking, and Zhanyi watched his brother look at the figure and the face and the embankment and the specific quality of the light off the huangpu, which was almost right in the painting, which was as right as paint could get. The face, Juanhao said. Yes, Yunu said. What does it look like to you? Juanhao said. Yunu was quiet for a moment. Someone who decided to want something, he said. After spending a long time deciding not to, Juanhao looked at him, then at the painting, then, briefly, at Zhanyi in the doorway. A glance that contained more than its surface, and which Zhanyi received with the stillness of a man receiving information he has been expecting. It's the best thing you've made, Juanhao said. He said it without ceremony, the clean assessment of someone who had been looking at Yunu's work since they had met and whose opinions about it were without flattery. Yes, Yunu said. He said it without false modesty, which was not a thing Yunu did. He was honest about his work the way he was honest about everything, which was not comfortable to watch and was one of the things Zhanyi had found most distinctive about him from the very first session. Juanhao set the wine on the low table. He sat in the chair by the window with the easy claim of someone who had been in this room enough times to have developed a relationship with it. They talked about the exhibition, for days away now, about the preparation of the space and the placement of the works, about Li Fen's plans for the catalog, and whether Lu Mingzhu would come, and what he would say when he came. Yunu was animated in the way he got when he was past the grief of finishing a thing and into the clean side of it, where the thing existed and he could look at it from outside rather than inside. Zhanyi went to the kitchen. He put the kettle on. He stood at the kitchen window and looked at the street below and listened to the sound of his brother being easy with this person, the warmth of it carrying clearly through the building's inadequate walls, the laugh, the particular quality of Juanhao's questions. He had known for some time what this was. He had been watching it with the precision he applied to everything, cataloging and filing and not examining. And now, in the kitchen, with the kettle heating and the afternoon going about its business outside, he examined it. Juanhao loved Yunu. He did not love him the way Zhanyi loved him, which was a sentence Zhanyi was allowing himself to construct in his mind for the first time without immediately dismantling it. Juanhao loved him the way Juanhao loved things, openly, without complication, with the whole of his available warmth pointed in one direction without apology or management. He had probably not planned it. He had probably met Yunu in the studio on that first afternoon with the bakery bag and the 3 quick knocks, and had simply found himself in the presence of a person who made him feel entirely awake, and had continued feeling that way at each subsequent visit, and had not done anything to stop the feeling, because Juanhao, constitutionally, did not manage feelings. He had them, and then he dealt with the consequences. The consequences were arriving now. Zhanyi made the tea. He brought 2 cups to the studio and set them on the low table and left without sitting. He went back to the kitchen with his own cup and sat at the table and listened to the afternoon. Later, after an hour, after the wine had been opened and the conversation had moved through the exhibition and into Yunu's stories about the previous show, 3 years ago, the one where Li Fin had displayed 4 of his early pieces in her salon, and a visiting French collector had offered to buy all of them for a sum that was insulting by any reasonable standard, and which Yunu had described to Chengxi afterward in terms that were technically accurate and also very funny. Juanhao came to the kitchen. He sat at the table across from Zhanyi with the comfortable directness of a man who had decided, before crossing the room, what he was going to say. "You know," he said. "Yes," Zhanyi said. Juanhao looked at him. He had their mother's eyes and their father's chin, and the combination produced in him a face that was specific in the way faces were specific when all the right features had been assembled without a clear model for the assembly. A face that was entirely its own. He looked at Zhanyi with it now, the clear and slightly amused quality, and underneath the clear and amused something more careful. "How long?" he said. "The second visit," Zhanyi said. Juanhao absorbed this. He was not surprised. Zhanyi was not a person who missed things, and Juanhao had always known this about his brother, and there was a particular quality of relief in the acknowledgement, the relief of having the thing named after the effort of carrying it unnamed. "Is there something between you and Yunu?" Juanhao said. It was not quite a question in the way that. Some of Juanhao's statements were not quite questions. They had the grammar of questions, but the weight of someone who already knew at least the outline of the answer. Zhanyi looked at the table, at the grain of the wood, which was irregular in the way that the tables in Yunu's life were irregular, acquired without particular plan, functional, bearing the marks of whatever had been set on them. He thought about the harbor painting. He thought about the letter. He thought about the board's directive, 5 days until the exhibition, and then the arrangement ending and whatever came after. "The situation is complicated," he said. "Yes," Juanhao said. "I can see that it's complicated. I'm asking whether there's something." A pause. Then, with the honesty he had committed himself to in the board inquiry, in which it seemed he was now applying to rooms that were not board inquiry rooms, "Yes." Juanhao was quiet. "It's not something I've acted on," Zhanyi said. "The professional circumstances haven't permitted it. And the personal circumstances are. The ethical question is real." "I know the ethical question is real," Juanhao said. "That's not what I'm asking about." He looked at his hands on the table. He had their grandfather's hands, broader than Zhanyi's, the hands of a man who worked with physical things rather than documents. "I'm asking because I need to understand what I'm in." "What you're in," Zhanyi said. He stopped, started again, with the directness he had when he was saying something that cost him. "I'm in love with him. I've been in love with him since the second visit, or the third, or some point at which I'd already been in it long enough that I didn't recognize the moment I started." He looked at Zhanyi. "I'm not asking you to fix that. I'm not asking you to do anything. He paused. "I needed to say it somewhere, and you're the person it matters to most that I say it to, which I know is not comfortable for either of us." Zhanyi looked at his brother. He thought about all the things he had trained himself not to feel, and about Juanhao, who had trained himself in nothing, who had simply felt things and continued anyway, who had walked into a studio 4 weeks ago with a paper bag from the bakery and met someone who was precisely not available to him and had continued to come back because he was incapable of not coming back. He was not angry. He recognized that he should consider whether he was angry, and he was not. He was something closer to the particular quality of grief that was not about loss, but about the recognition of two people who deserve things they could not have simultaneously, which was not anyone's fault and was nobody's responsibility to resolve, and which simply was. I know, Zhanyi said. Does he know? Juanhao said. He suspects, Zhanyi said carefully. I think he's been deciding what to do with the suspicion. Juanhao nodded slowly. He was working through something, the particular private arithmetic of a man assessing a situation he'd already spent weeks assessing and had now been handed a further variable. And you, he said. What does he know about you? More than I've said directly, Zhanyi said. Less than he's already understood. He paused. He's very perceptive. Yes, Juanhao said. I know. He said it with the quality of a man who had experienced this perception firsthand and had found it both wonderful and terrible in the specific ratio those two things achieved when they applied to the same person. He looked at Zhanyi. You're not going to say anything to him. Before the exhibition. The board. Not because of the board, Juanhao said. He said it without heat, without accusation. Because that's who you are. You'll wait until the circumstances are resolved, until the professional complications are addressed, until there's no remaining reason that it could be construed as something you're not entitled to. He looked at his brother with the clear-eyed fondness of a man who loves someone and is also, with equal sincerity, exasperated by them. You'll do it correctly or you won't do it. Zhanyi said nothing. It was accurate, and he did not have a rebuttal. I'm going to tell him, Juanhao said, not to complicate things, not a strategy. Because, he stopped. He looked at his hands. Because I think carrying it without saying it is going to cost more than saying it, and I've never been very good at carrying things without saying them, and I'd rather know. He looked up. I think you should know that I'm going to tell him. Before I do. Yes, Zhanyi said. Thank you. Don't thank me, Juanhao said. It's not a gift. It's just, he stopped. Something in his face shifted, a brief private thing. The quality of a person who has been honest and found that honesty is both lighter and heavier than anticipated. I just think everyone should know where they are. For once. He went back to the studio. Zhanyi sat in the kitchen for a long time. He heard the conversation resume, Yunu's voice, then Juanhao's, the wine being poured, something being said that made them both laugh, the specific laugh of two people who have been in a room together long enough to have developed their own language of things that were funny. He sat with all of it, the sound of it through the wall, the quality of his brother's voice doing what Juanhao's voice always did, filling whatever space it was in with the simple and rather extraordinary fact of its warmth. He thought about what Juanhao had said, everyone should know where they are. He thought about where he was. He was in a kitchen in a borrowed building in the French concession, 6 weeks into an arrangement that was going to end in 4 days, with a letter locked in a drawer across the city that he had been writing and locking away for 6 months, waiting for circumstances to be resolved, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the professional complications to clear so that whatever was on the other side could be approached with clean hands. He thought about the harbor painting, about the face Yunu had finally been able to paint, the expression of someone who had decided to want something anyway, not after the decision was safe, not after the arithmetic had resolved in favor of the wanting, but in the specific moment of wanting despite the unresolved arithmetic. He had told Yunu, it's arriving towards something real. He had meant it. He had said it from the spare room doorway, and he had meant every word of it. And then he had gone back to the spare room and lain on the cot in the dark and been very careful and very quiet and very correct. He was tired of being very careful and very quiet. He picked up the kettle. He made tea. He brought a cup to the studio doorway. Juanhao and Yunu looked up. The afternoon had turned to early evening, the lamplight doing the October thing in the studio, and the harbor painting was in the corner facing outward, and the wine was half empty, and his brother was sitting in the chair by the window with the look of a man who had come to say something and had not said it yet. I should get the tram, Juanhao said. He stood. He picked up his jacket. He looked at the harbor painting one more time, a sustained look, the kind that said goodbye to something rather than simply registering it. And then he looked at Yunu. I'm glad it's done, he said. The painting. Thank you for coming, Yunu said. I wanted to, he stopped. He had the quality that people had when the prepared sentence had left them, and they were in the space between what they had planned to say and what they were going to say instead. He looked at Yunu with a clear, direct look that was the whole of him. Warm, honest, incapable of strategy. "I'm in love with you," he said. "I wanted to say that. Not because I expect anything. Just because I think you should know, and I think I needed you to hear it." The studio held the sentence. Yuna looked at him. He did not move immediately. He had the quality of someone receiving something he had been half expecting and half hoping not to receive, the particular combination of knowing and not being ready that was different from surprise. He held Juinhao's gaze with a directness he rarely used for things that hurt. "I know," he said. "I've known." And Juinhao said. He said it without bitterness, without pressure. The single syllable of a man who had said the true thing and was now waiting for the true response. Not because he expected it to be the response he wanted, but because he had committed to honesty, and honesty required the full exchange. "And I'm sorry," Yuna said. He said it with the specificity of someone who was not sorry for the situation, but sorry for the reality of what the situation was, which was different and more careful. You're exactly the kind of person I should be able to love, and I can't. Because of my brother," Juinhao said. Not a question. A fact he had already assembled from the available evidence. Yuna didn't answer. He looked at Zhanyi in the doorway with a look that said everything the answer would have said. Juinhao followed the look. He held it for a moment. The three of them in the room, in the lamplight, in the specific configuration of a thing that had no clean resolution and was not going to produce one. He did not look away from Zhanyi. He looked at his brother with the clear-eyed love that was the whole of who he was, even now, even in this. "He won't say it," Juinhao said to Yunu, still looking at Zhanyi. "You know that. He'll carry it around like everything else he carries." "I know," Yuna said. "Is that enough for you?" Yunu was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the harbor painting. The figure with the face Yunu had spent 3 years learning to paint. Arriving. "I don't know," he said. He said it with the honesty of the answer he could not make cleaner without making it false. Juinhao looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at Zhanyi. There was a quality in his face that Zhanyi would think about for a long time afterward. Not accusation, not defeat, but the specific grace of a person who has been disappointed by something that was never theirs to have and has decided, with more dignity than the situation required, to hold the disappointment without weaponizing it. He looked at his brother with that grace, and what Zhanyi saw in it was not a challenge. It was simply his brother, full of feeling, losing something without making it anyone else's fault. "Take care of yourself," Juinhao said. He said it to Zhanyi. "You too," Zhanyi said. Juinhao left. His footsteps went down the stairs and out the building's front door and out onto the street where the evening was doing its October business, cooling, the city settling into its night version of itself. Zhanyi listened to the footsteps until he couldn't anymore. Then the building was quiet. He was still in the doorway. The studio was exactly as it had been. The painting on the wall, the wine on the low table, the lamp doing its October thing. Yunu had not moved. He was standing in the center of the studio with his hands at his sides, which was the posture he had in the immediate aftermath of things that required sitting with before they could be addressed. Zhanyi did not say anything. There was nothing available to say. He set the teacup on the low table. He went back to the kitchen. He sat at the kitchen table and stared at the wood grain. He was aware, with the precision that had always been his dominant mode of awareness, that the room had just held a very large number of things simultaneously, and that the largest of them was his brother's face in the moment of saying, "I'm in love with you." And the second largest was Yunu's face saying, "I'm sorry. You're exactly the kind of person I should be able to love, and I can't." And the third, which was the one Zhanyi could not locate cleanly inside the file system, he applied to things he was processing. The look Yunu had given him, when Juinhao said, "Because of my brother," and Yunu had not answered but had looked at him. He looked at his own hands on the table. He took out the journal he kept for exactly this kind of deliberation, the private record, the document that said things the formal record couldn't. He uncapped the pen. He wrote one sentence. He looked at it. He crossed it out. He wrote it again. He left it. He closed the journal. He put it away. He went to the spare room. He sat on the cot. He looked at the water stain on the ceiling, which was still the shape of nothing in particular. He thought about where he was. He thought about where he was going to be in 4 days. He thought about Ju and Hao walking down the stairs and onto the street, carrying something that was not going to be returned to him, with more grace than most people managed in much smaller losses. He sat in the dark for a long time. Then he got up. He went to the studio doorway. Yinu was in the chair by the window now, the one Ju and Hao had been sitting in, the wine glass in his hand, but not being drunk from. The harbor painting was in the lamplight. "Are you all right?" Zhanyi said. Yuna looked at him. He had the expression he had when someone had asked him something he was going to answer honestly, which was notable because he did not always answer honestly, particularly when the honest answer was complicated. "No," he said. "I'm not particularly. I will be." Zhanyi looked at him for a moment. He thought about several things he could say. He thought about one thing in particular, the one that lived in the space between Ju and Hao's accusation. He won't say it, and what he was actually capable of. "I'm going to the spare room," he said. "If you need anything." "I know," Yuna said. He went to the spare room. He lay on the cot. Through the wall, the quiet of the studio. No painting tonight, just the person in the chair by the window, sitting with something that did not yet have language. He lay in the dark. The journal was in the chest at the foot of the cot. He had written one sentence and crossed it out and written it again and left it. The sentence was, "I'm not going to carry this the way I've carried everything else." He didn't know yet what that meant in practice. He was going to find out. He closed his eyes. Outside, the city went on as always. He let it. Chapter 18. What danger looks like in a city that's always been burning. The preliminary showing was at a small gallery on Avenue Joffre, 3 days before the main exhibition. Liefen had arranged it, a preview for collectors and the critical press, the specific social function of giving people who considered themselves important a reason to feel chosen before the general opening. Yinu found this logic cynical and also correct, and attended with the resigned professionalism of someone who had learned to use the gallery world's vanity as a delivery mechanism for the work. He had brought 3 pieces, 2 studies from the Harbor series and the Workers' District painting from the previous year. The one Qingxi had said Wei Dangshan's people had identified specifically. He had not brought the Harbor piece itself. The Harbor piece was at the gallery where it belonged, installed the day before by a crew Liefen had arranged, and Yinu had watched them hang it and had felt the specific quality of watching your work go somewhere that isn't yours anymore, which was the point and was still always slightly terrible. Zhanyi attended as he always did at these events, present, watching, occupying the social edge of things with the economy of someone for whom social occasions were operational environments. He wore the dark suit. He had the quality of a person who understood how rooms worked without being caught understanding it, which was different from the quality of people who simply worked rooms, and Yinu had found this distinction over 6 weeks, one of the more interesting things he had had occasion to observe. The evening began without incident. Liefen circulated with the precision of someone ensuring that all the right people encountered each other in the right sequence. Lu Mingzhu arrived and looked at the Harbor studies with the assessing expression of a man gathering his arguments and said something to Yinu about political clarity that was both wrong and interesting, as predicted. The collector from Guangzhou who had been mentioned in correspondence with the gallery expressed interest in the Workers' District piece in the specific language of people who were interested in a thing and wanted the artist to understand they were interested without having to be direct about what they were prepared to offer, which Yinu found both mercenary and rather restful compared to the alternative. He was talking to the Guangzhou collector near the east wall when he saw the man. He did not recognize him. That was the first information. He was not someone Yuna knew from the gallery world or from any of the other orbits his life occupied. He was middle-aged, well-dressed in the way of people for whom clothing communicated category rather than preference, and he was looking at the Workers' District painting with the quality of someone assessing rather than appreciating, the specific quality of someone taking inventory. Yinu filed this and continued the conversation. Zhanyi, across the room, had already noted the man. Yinu could tell from the quality of his not looking, which was the look he gave things he was watching peripherally with full attention. It was a look Yinu had learned to recognize and which he found, even in operational circumstances, somewhat remarkable. The capacity to look directly at one thing while attending completely to another. The evening continued. The man looked at the workers' district piece for an extended period, then moved to the harbor studies, and then stepped back from the paintings entirely and began to look at the room. Not at the people in the way of a person enjoying the social evening. At the configuration of people and art, the placement of things, the specific orientation of the three Yunu paintings in relation to each other and to the room's exits. Yunu excused himself from the Guangzhou collector and moved toward the refreshments table, which was positioned at the room's center. As he passed Zhanyi, he said, without looking at him, "The man by the east wall." "I see him," Zhanyi said. He said it with the flat quality of someone who has been seeing him for 20 minutes and has already formed a complete assessment. "What is he?" "Someone who was sent to look at the work," Zhanyi said, "not to acquire it." The distinction was clear. Yunu poured himself a cup of something and stood at the refreshments table and looked at the three paintings from the distance of the room's center, which was where he stood when he was evaluating whether the work was doing what he wanted it to do in the space. The workers' district piece was doing precisely what he wanted. The harbor studies were doing most of what he wanted. The man by the east wall was doing something specific with the workers' district piece that Yunu could not parse from the distance of the room center, and which required the specific professional attention of a person who had not spent 3 years as a psychiatrist, and then a number of years before that doing things that Zhanyi had characterized on a street in the old city district as a reasonable use of the damage. He did not move toward the man. He waited. The man produced something from his jacket pocket, small, flat, held briefly in his hand. He moved toward the workers' district painting. Zhanyi was across the room, and then not across the room. Yunu did not see him move. He saw the result of the movement, which was Zhanyi at the man's shoulder with a particular quality of a physical presence that communicated, without saying anything, that this space was occupied and its occupant was paying attention. He said something, very quietly, to the man. The man said something back. Zhanyi said, "One more thing." The man put whatever was in his hand back in his jacket pocket and left the room. Yunu looked at the workers' district painting. He looked at it from the distance of the refreshments table with the careful attention of someone who had been told one of his works was being specifically targeted and was now examining it for any evidence of interference. He could see none. The work was exactly as he had left it. He walked over. Zhanyi was standing with his hands at his sides, the operational stillness. He was watching the door through which the man had exited with the flat professional attention of someone completing a threat assessment. "What did you say to him?" Yunu said. "That the gallery employed security staff who were documenting the evening's attendees and that I had already sent a description of him to the relevant parties." He paused. "I had not done this yet. I did it immediately after he left." "To who?" "Chengxi," Zhanyi said. "Through contact. It will reach him within the hour." "What was in his hand?" "I couldn't see clearly from across the room," Zhanyi said. "My assessment is that it was either a chemical compound or a sharp implement. Either way, the intent was destruction of the work rather than theft." He said it without drama, with the flat clarity of someone reporting findings. "We should move the other 2 pieces now. I'll speak to Li Fin." "You want to find Li Fin?" Yunu stood in front of the workers' district painting and looked at it. The large format piece, the one that showed the labor district and the specific quality of late afternoon light during the strike, the women and men at the quayside with the particular posture of people who have decided to stop, which was a political act rendered as a physical fact, which is what good political painting was. He had made this work 18 months ago, in the weeks after the harbor painting had stalled again, in the specific anger of someone who could not finish what he wanted to finish and was going to finish something else with the same force. He had made it in anger, and it was better for the anger. He did not generally recommend this as a practice, but there it was. Li Fin arrived beside him with the quality she had in operational moments, the calm architecture of a woman who had been managing complicated situations for 30 years and had long since stopped being surprised by them. She looked at the painting, then at the door through which the man had gone. "The pieces should be moved tonight," Zhanyi said. He had appeared beside Li Fin without particular announcement, which was the manner he had when there was something to be addressed, and he had already addressed it, to the main gallery, where there is professional security. "The works shouldn't be in this space overnight. I've already sent word," Li Fin said. She said it with the serenity of someone who had made this decision before she crossed the room to receive the recommendation. The transport will be here within the hour. Zhanyi looked at her. I know who he was, she said, in answer to the look. Not his name. His affiliation. Wait, Dangshan has been more persistent than I expected. She looked at the workers' district piece with the expression of a patron who has invested in a thing and is now being asked to defend that investment in terms she had not initially anticipated. I underestimated the specificity of his interest. It's the content, Yunu said, not the fact of the show. I know, Leifin said. She turned and looked at him with the attention she had given him since the beginning of their arrangement. The full, assessing, entirely genuine attention of a woman who had been invested in his development for 2 years and was not about to revise that investment because someone had sent a functionary with something in his jacket pocket to a gallery preview. The main exhibition proceeds. I have spoken with the right people, but the risk before the opening is real, and it's tonight. I need the harbor piece moved, Eunice said. Leifin looked at him. She understood this. The harbor piece was already at the main gallery, but it was the main gallery's standard security, which was not the professional arrangement she was now improvising. I'll call ahead, she said. She went to telephone. Yunu stood in the room with the workers' district piece on the wall and the harbor studies propped against the east wall and the remaining guests conducting their conversations with a polite oblivion of people who had not been paying attention to the last 4 minutes. The evening was doing what evenings did when something had happened in a corner of them that most people in the room hadn't noticed. Continuing. He picked up his coat from the chair where he'd left it. We're going to the gallery, he said to Zhanyi. Yes, Zhanyi said. They went. The main gallery was on Nanking Road, 15 minutes by car. Leifin's driver took them. Leifin had arranged this with the efficiency of someone for whom logistical problems resolve themselves in the first 60 seconds of recognizing they existed. And in the car, Yunu sat with his hands in his lap and looked at the street going past and felt the specific quality of the city at night pressing in on the window's glass. The lights and the movement and the particular beautiful indifference of Shanghai to whatever was happening inside any individual vehicle. Moving through it, Zhanyi sat beside him, not at the professional distance of the formal arrangement. They were in the back of a car, and there was not room for professional distance. And Zhanyi, after 6 weeks in the same building, had stopped performing distance in circumstances that didn't require it. He sat with the quality of a person who was beside someone and knew they were beside them. Yunu was aware of this with the full precision of the painter's attention that cataloged everything and stored it for later. The gallery was dark when they arrived. The security guard let them in with the confirmation from Leifin's call. The space was large and empty in the specific way of exhibition spaces before they held an audience. Vast with a potential it hadn't yet discharged, the work on the walls waiting for the event that would give them their first public context. The harbor painting was on the main wall of the central room, installed at the height Yunu had specified in the hanging notes, in a light that had been set for it. He walked to the center of the room and looked at it. It was right. It was in this space, exactly what he had wanted it to be in this space. A painting that occupied the wall without requiring the wall, that held the viewer's attention not through its size, but through the quality of what it was doing, which was the figure at the edge of the embankment with the expression of someone deciding to want something anyway. He stood in the empty gallery and looked at it for a long time. Zhanyi stood behind him, not at the professional distance. Close, the specific 2 feet that had been, since the day in the studio, the distance at which everything became slightly different. It's good, Eunice said. Not to Zhanyi specifically, to the painting, or to the room, or to the question of whether 3 years of work had produced something that justified the 3 years. Yes, Zhanyi said. In here he stopped. He was looking at the figure in the painting, the face he had been working toward without knowing it. It looks like what I meant. Yes, Zhanyi said. They stood in the empty gallery in the dark between the pools of the artwork's lighting. The city was outside, muffled by the building's walls, doing its late-night negotiation with itself. The harbor painting was on the wall doing what it did, which was presenting a specific human question in paint and trusting the viewer to have enough inside them to recognize it. Yunu turned to check the other pieces, the harbor studies that had been brought over from Avenue Joffre, which were being placed by the gallery staff in the adjacent room. He moved through the space with the professional attention of an artist checking the installation of his own work, and Zhanyi moved with him 2 paces back, the operational position that had become in 6 weeks so automatic that it had stopped feeling like a position and had started feeling simply like where Zhanyi was. They were in the smaller room, Yunu assessing the placement of the second harbor study when the back door opened. The security guard was not at the back door. The security guard was in the front room. The back door should not have opened. Zhanyi was in front of Yunu before Yunu had finished processing the sound. It was not a dramatic movement. It was the immediate, economical movement of a man whose body had been trained to interpose itself between a client and a threat before the thinking had finished, and which was now conducting that training without the thinking being required. He was simply there, between Yunu and the door, in the specific arrangement of a person who has made a spatial decision with great finality. 2 men came through. Neither of them was the man from the gallery preview. They were younger, dressed for the weather rather than for an occasion, with the quality of people who had been given a practical task rather than an intelligence-gathering one. Zhanyi said, in a completely even voice, "You should leave." The first man said something that was not quite language, an expression of intention rather than communication. He moved. What happened next was too fast to follow in the way that things are sometimes too fast to follow. Not because they were confused, but because they were very precise, each movement following from the previous one with the efficiency of a system that had practiced itself into a form of thinking that bypassed deliberation. Zhanyi moved the first man away from his direction of travel with the specific economy of someone who was not interested in escalation and was also not going to allow the escalation to proceed. The second man found himself in a position he had not been in a moment before, which was between the wall and a person whose stillness communicated with complete clarity that continuing was not a good idea. They left, through the back door. The back door closed. Zhanyi stood in the room. His breathing was slightly different from usual, not labored, just elevated, the physical evidence of exertion that the rest of him was not showing. He looked at the door. He looked at Yunu. Yunu's hands were shaking. He was not going to pretend they weren't. He was standing in the corner of the smaller gallery room with the harbor study on the wall behind him and his hands shaking slightly at his sides, which was what happened when adrenaline arrived without warning and then receded without having had time to be used for anything. Zhanyi crossed to him. He did not ask if he was all right. The answer was clearly conditional, and he did not step back to the professional distance. He took hold of Yunu's hands, both of them, with both of his wrapping the shaking carefully, stopping the movement. They stood like that. Yunu looked at their hands, at Zhanyi's hands over his, the long-fingered stillness of them, which were never still for him. He had noticed this in session and continued to notice it now, that Zhanyi's hand were still everywhere else, and only not still where Yunu was the subject. They were not still now. They were holding, which was its own kind of stillness, the stillness of something that had finally found the form it was meant to take. He did not pull his hand away. Zhanyi looked at him. Neither of them moved for a long time. The gallery held its silence around them. The harbor painting was in the next room, doing what it did. The city was outside, being what it always was. Everything was exactly what it was. "Your hands," Yunu said. "Yes," Zhanyi said. "You're shaking too." A pause. "Yes," Zhanyi said. "I am." Yunu looked at him with the specific directness that he used when something had stripped away the management and left only the truth. The truth was, they were in a gallery in the dark, in the aftermath of something that had required Zhanyi's body to do what it had been trained to do without ceremony or permission. And the aftermath was this: 2 pairs of hands not letting go. "Zhanyi," he said. "The exhibition is in 3 days," Zhanyi said. He said it with the quality of a man reminding himself of something, not informing someone else. "The board's directive is in place until then. The professional question is—" "I know," Yunu said. "I'm not asking you to do anything." Zhanyi looked at their hands. "I'm just asking you to not let go," Yunu said. "For a moment. That's all." A pause. The longest one Zhanyi had produced that wasn't evasion. "All right," he said. They stood in the smaller gallery room with the harbor study on the wall and the city outside, and the hands not letting go for as long as the moment lasted. Then the security guard appeared at the doorway, asking if everything was all right, and they separated with the specific naturalness of people who have become accustomed to transitions. And Zhanyi went to speak with the guard about securing the back door, and Yunu stood in the room and breathed and looked at the harbor study on the wall until his hand stopped. They drove back to the French concession building in the same silence they had developed for the ends of operational evenings. The silence that acknowledged that something had happened and was still being processed. The city went past the car windows. The night was cool. The plane trees on the avenue made the particular sound of leaves in October wind, a dry and specific sound, the sound of a season reaching its end. In the kitchen, Zhanyi made tea. He did not say anything about the gallery. He was conducting the domestic operation of the kitchen with the attention he gave everything, which was full and precise and oriented toward the practical, because the practical was available when other things were not. Yunu sat at the table and watched him. He was thinking about the hands, about what it felt like to have someone stop the shaking, not by telling it to stop, not by applying the professional distance of a person managing a client's response, but by the simple physical fact of presence, which was its own argument, and one he had not known how to make, and apparently did not need to. 3 days, he said. 3 days, Zhanyi said. He set the tea on the table and sat across from Yunu, and they drank their tea in the kitchen in the ordinary way of two people who had been sharing a kitchen for 6 weeks and had developed, without planning to, all the small habits of people who have learned how to be in the same space. Yunu thought, 3 days is a very short time. He also thought, I have been in this room for 3 years, and 3 days is enough. He held both of these thoughts simultaneously, the way he held colors that didn't quite resolve into each other, but belonged on the same canvas. He drank his tea. The harbor painting was in the gallery, properly hung, properly lit, properly protected now. In 3 days, the exhibition would open, and people would stand in front of it and see, or not see, what it was about. He had finished it. Whatever happened, he had finished it. That was the thing that couldn't be taken back. He put his cup down. Good night, he said. Good night, Zhanyi said. He went to the cot. He lay down. He listened to the city. His hands were still now. He slept. Chapter 19. The confession that belongs to someone else. Zhanyi was out. He had left in the early afternoon. A meeting with Lifen about the final security arrangements for the exhibition opening, 2 days away now, the operational last stretch of what had been 6 weeks of operational work. He had told Yunu where he was going with the precision he applied to all departures, so that the departure and its expected duration were documented somewhere other than his own head. Yunu had been working in the studio. Small things, the kind of work that occupied the hands while the interior processed other material, studies and cleanings, and the reorganization of a shelf above the mixing table that had been needing reorganization since July. He was aware of the building being quieter than it had been in 6 weeks, the particular quality of a space that had held 2 people's presence and was now holding one. He had not thought, before the 23rd of September, that he would notice the difference. He had been wrong about this in the specific way. He had been wrong about several things in the past 6 weeks, all of them in the same direction. Juanhao's knock was the 3 quick raps. Yunu looked at the studio door. He had not expected Juanhao. He stood for a moment with the small brush in his hand and the quality of a person who is working out the geometry of what this visit meant. It was deliberate. Juanhao knew that Zhanyi had an appointment this afternoon, which meant the visit was at a time when Zhanyi would not be present, which meant Juanhao had chosen the time. Come in, Yunu said. Juanhao came in without the bakery bag, without the wine, with the quality of a man who has come to say something rather than to have an evening. He was wearing his usual jacket. He looked at Yunu with the clear-eyed directness he always had, and underneath the directness something that was working to stay even, that required effort to be as calm as it appeared. He sat in the chair by the window. He did not look at the harbor painting, which was at the gallery. Its absence in the studio registered as its own kind of presence. The space on the east wall, where it had been for 6 weeks, now holding a faint ghost of itself in the quality of the afternoon light. Yunu set the brush down. He sat on the floor, his preferred position for conversations of weight, with his back against the wall and his legs stretched out in front of him. They were quiet for a moment. I brought wine last time, Juanhao said. I didn't bring anything today. You don't have to bring anything. Eunice said. I know. He looked at his hands. I wanted to apologize for the other night. For saying what I said. You don't need to apologize for that either. I know I don't need to, Jiwenhao said. I'm doing it because I want to. Because I said something in a room that already had enough in it, and I didn't. I could have chosen a different moment. He paused. I chose that moment because I was afraid if I waited I'd lose the nerve. Which is true, but it doesn't mean it was the right moment. Yuna looked at him. You were honest, he said. I'd rather that than a right moment. Jiwenhao looked at him with the quality Yunu had come to recognize over the weeks of visits. The warmth that was total, that did not manage itself, that arrived before Jiwenhao had decided what to do with it. He looked at Yunu with all of it, and Yunu received it with the specific ache of someone who understood exactly how much was being offered and could not take it. I know you would, Jiwenhao said. He said it with a small, not quite amused quality. You and my brother are exactly alike in that. You both would rather have the difficult truth than the comfortable arrangement. The difference is that he was trained to extract truth from other people and never developed the corresponding skill of, he stopped. He was looking at the window, of saying it himself. He said things, Yunu said. Lately, Jiwenhao looked at him. What things? Yunu thought about the studio, the harbor piece. I remember everything you've shown me. The spare room doorway, the board inquiry, I want you to know I recognized it. The gallery, the dark, the hands not letting go. Enough, Yunu said. For now. Jiwenhao absorbed this. He was quiet for a moment, doing the arithmetic of it. Not with calculation or strategy, but with the genuine processing of a man who loved two people and was trying to understand where the three of them were in relation to each other. He's not going to say it first, Jiwenhao said. I know, even if he wants to. Even if it's been, I don't know how long it's been. Long time. He looked at the floor. He's been the responsible one since he was 22. He learned that if he let something show, it became a weapon. He's been very careful ever since. He paused. I'm not saying this to. You're not making me sorry for him, Yuna said. I already understand it. I know you do, Jiwenhao said. He looked at Yunu with the specific quality of a younger sibling who has spent a lifetime watching an older one and knows the shape of him better than the older one would choose to be known. I know you've been reading him since session 1. I know you understand him better than he thinks you do. He paused. I just want to say, as someone who loves him and who also loves you, which is a ridiculous situation, that he's worth whatever waiting you're doing. He stopped. He seemed to hear how this landed. That's a selfish thing to say, possibly. I'm saying it anyway. Yuna looked at him. He felt the particular quality of Jiwenhao's generosity, which was enormous and unguarded, and which was being extended in a direction that cost him in a way he was not making visible, but which was present if you were paying attention. He was paying attention. You're a good person, Yunu said. He said it simply, without the deflection he reached for when things were true and tender simultaneously. Jiwenhao laughed, a short, genuine thing. Don't, he said. I'm trying to be. I'm not always. He looked at his hands again. I'm in love with you. I want you to be happy. Those two things are coexisting in me right now, and I don't know how long that's sustainable, but today I can do both. Yuna said nothing. There was nothing adequate to say to this. He sat with it the way he sat with things that arrived at their full weight and required the full weight to be felt before anything could be done with it. I know, he said finally, and Jiwenhao said, he said it the same way he had said it before, not as pressure, as genuine question, wanting the truth. And I'm sorry, Yuna said. He said it the same way he had before, which was the honest version and therefore the most insufficient. I'm sorry because you're good and you're warm and you are exactly the kind of person I should be able to love and I can't. Because of Zhanyi, Jiwenhao said. Yuna didn't answer. Jiwenhao looked at the east wall where the harbor painting wasn't. He looked at it for a long time, at the empty space and the light, at the ghost of what had been there. He won't say it, he said, not with bitterness, with the quality of someone stating a fact about a person they know completely. You know that. He'll carry it around like everything else he carries, and he won't say it. Not until every possible circumstance that could be used to question the ethics of saying it has resolved, and not until he's certain that saying it will not damage you in any way, and not until he's prepared a full account of why saying it is appropriate. He paused. That could take a very long time. I know, Eunice said, and that's enough for you. He looked at the east wall, at the space where the harbor painting had been for 6 weeks. He thought about the figure in it, the face he had spent 3 years learning to paint, the face of someone who had decided to want something anyway. I don't know, he said. He said it with the honesty of the only answer he could give, the answer that was not no and not yes, and was therefore more truthful than either. I know that I'm not willing to decide it isn't. Zhu and Hao looked at him. He had the expression of a man who has received an answer he recognizes as complete. Not the answer he wanted, but a complete one from a person who is not giving him anything less than the full truth. He sat with it for a moment. Then he stood. He picked up his jacket from the back of the chair. He held it without putting it on. I'm not coming to the exhibition, he said. I know I said I would. He stopped. I need some time before I can be in a room with both of you and be reasonable about it. I understand, Eunice said. It doesn't mean he paused. He was choosing words with the care of someone who was not going to say something ungenerous, even though something ungenerous was available. It doesn't mean anything permanent. I just need some time. Take the time, Eunice said. Zhu and Hao looked at him for a moment. Then, with the frankness that was the whole of him, will you tell him I came? Eunice thought about this. He thought about Zhanyi, who would return from the meeting with Li Fin and would come up the stairs with the quality he had at the end of operational tasks, slightly lighter, the professional tension unwound slightly, and who would come to the studio doorway and look in and register whatever was in the room with the attention he gave all rooms. Yes, Eunice said. I'll tell him. Zhu and Hao nodded. He put on his jacket. He went to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. The threshold pause, the same one Yunu recognized in himself, and in Zhanyi, the moment before leaving when you're deciding whether there is anything further. He loves you, Zhu and Hao said, without turning around. I know you know. I'm saying it anyway. A pause. Someone should. He left. His footsteps went down the stairs, the specific rhythm of them, and then the building's front door, and then the street, and then nothing. The building went quiet in the way it had gone quiet after Chengxi's visits, and after Li Fin's calls, and after all the people who moved through it and left again, a quiet that held the shape of what had been in it briefly before the air settled. Yunu sat on the floor of the studio for a long time. He looked at the east wall, at the empty space where the harbor painting had been, in the afternoon light that the painting had been positioned to receive. He had hung it there on the first day of the arrangement, in the specific light he needed for the work, and it had occupied that space for 6 weeks, and he had not realized, until just now, how thoroughly it had become part of the room's geometry. Its absence was its own kind of presence, the same way certain silences were. He picked up the corner canvas from against the back wall, the one he had turned to face the room in the first weeks of the arrangement, the one with the figure he had not been able to paint. He carried it to the east wall and stood it where the harbor piece had been. He stepped back and looked at it. The figure in it was still faceless. He had not painted the face on this canvas. He had painted the face on the harbor piece, which was at the gallery, which was where it needed to be. He stood in front of this canvas for a while. The faceless figure, the embankment, the water behind, it suggesting the Huangpu without being it. He picked up a brush. He painted out the figure's face. Not because he wanted to. There was no face there to paint out. It was already paint and canvas in the negative space of a face that hadn't been done, but because the action of the brush on the canvas was a way of being inside what he was thinking. And what he was thinking was this. He had spent 3 years not knowing. He had spent 3 years in the suspension between arriving and leaving, between saying and not saying, between I need you and the silence that followed when he didn't say it. He was not going to do that again. Zhu and Hao had said, I don't know how long this is sustainable. He had said it about loving 2 people simultaneously. He had not said it about anything else. But Yinu sat with the sentence and understood that it also applied to the suspension. The suspension was not sustainable. He had proved this with 3 years of harbor paintings. You could live in the suspension. It was habitable, but it was not a place you could stay permanently without it becoming the whole of your life. He did not want the suspension to be the whole of his life. He wanted the figure to be arriving. He set the brush down. He looked at the corner canvas. He thought about Zhu and Hao walking down the stairs. He thought about he loves you. He thought about someone should. He thought about the hands in the gallery, not letting go. He sat in the studio until he heard Zhanyi on the stairs. The specific quality of those footsteps, which he had learned as thoroughly as he had learned the creak of the building's third step and the sound the studio window made when the river wind picked up. He listened to them come up and along the hall and stop at the studio door. Zhanyi knocked once. Yes, Yunu said. He opened the door. He looked at Yunu on the floor. He looked at the corner canvas on the east wall. His face was the professionally composed face, the one that had returned from an operational meeting, slightly unwound, reading the room. Jianhao came, Yunu said. Something in Zhanyi's expression shifted slightly. Not surprise. He had known, probably, that this was likely. But the shift of a man receiving information he had been half prepared for and finding that the half preparation was not quite the same as full preparation. What did he say? Zhanyi said. Yunu looked at him. He looked at him with the direct quality that was his way of saying, I'm not going to make this smaller than it is. He said he's not coming to the exhibition. He said he needs time. He paused. He said he loves you. Zhanyi was quiet. He looked at the corner canvas against the east wall, at the faceless figure. He told me to tell you that someone should say it, Yunu said, even if it couldn't be him. The studio held this. Zhanyi looked at the canvas. He looked at the east wall. He looked at Yunu on the floor, sitting with his hands in his lap, looking up at him with the directness that cost something to produce and which Yunu was producing anyway. All right, Zhanyi said. His voice was very even. All right. He went back to the spare room. Yunu sat on the floor. The city outside was doing its late afternoon business. The light was the October angle, the specific light that Yunu had been chasing for a year and had found and could not now reproduce because what it required was not the paint or the angle or the hour, but the specific combination of those things on a specific afternoon in October with the building quiet and the harbor painting of the gallery, where it was supposed to be, and the understanding, arriving now with the same completeness as the understanding that the figure was arriving, that he had done everything he could do from this side. The rest of it required Zhanyi. He sat with this. He picked the brush back up. He held it without using it. He looked at the corner canvas, the figure without a face, the embankment, the water suggesting itself. He put the brush down. He went to the kitchen and began making dinner, which was something he almost never did, but which seemed, tonight, like the right form for whatever he was feeling. The putting of things together, the application of attention to something that would be finished in a known amount of time and would produce a result he could evaluate. He made rice. He made a sauce with what was in the kitchen. He stood at the stove and watched the pot and thought about the exhibition in 2 days and about Jianhao on the stairs and about the hands not letting go and about the sentence he had been not saying and would not go on not saying much longer. He thought, 2 days. He thought, I've been making do with less for years, and I am done making do. The rice finished. He put it in 2 bowls. He set one on the kitchen table for himself and carried the other to the spare room door and knocked once. Yes, Zhanyi said. He opened the door. Zhanyi was at the small desk, the journal open. He looked up. Yunu held out the bowl. Zhanyi looked at it. He looked at Yunu. Something in his face, the composed, precise, carefully maintained face, had the quality it sometimes had in the early morning before the composure was fully assembled. The expression that lived in the gap between what he chose to be and what he simply was. He took the bowl. Thank you, he said. Yunu nodded. He went back to the kitchen. He sat at the table and ate and listened to the building, the spare room, the studio, the noodle shop below, closing for the night, the street. The ordinary texture of an ordinary evening in a building that was, for 2 more days, home. He finished eating. He washed the bowls. He went to the studio and stood for a while in front of the corner canvas with the faceless figure. He picked up the brush. He did not paint the face. That face was already painted, already at the gallery, already done. But he stood there with the brush ready, in the same position he had stood in front of the harbor piece in the days before it was finished. Not yet, not quite, but the direction resolved. The brush in his hand, the canvas in front of him. 2 days. Chapter 20, The Letter. Jianhao came to his apartment the following morning. Zhanyi had known he would. There was a logic to it that had been present since the night before, since the studio, since Yunu's voice saying he said he loves you, since the walk to the spare room, and the journal, and the one sentence written and crossed out and written again, and the logic ran in his brother's direction as consistently as it ran anywhere. Juanhao did not leave things unaddressed when he could address them directly. This was his primary character trait and his primary liability, and the thing Zhanyi had envied about him. In a private register he had never examined closely for most of their adult lives. He had come back to his apartment late, after Yunu had given him the bowl of rice and gone back to the kitchen, and the evening had subsided into its ordinary last hour. He had packed nothing. He had the habit, by now, of spending nights at the building when the situation warranted it, and the exhibition was tomorrow, and the situation still warranted it. But he had come here first, to the apartment, for reasons he had understood only when he found himself standing outside its door with a key in his hand at 10 at night, looking at the number on the door as if it could tell him something. He had gone in. He had sat at the desk. He had not opened the bottom drawer. He had looked at the drawer for a long time. He had gone back to the building and slept in the spare room with the journal in the chest at the foot of the cot, and the one sentence he had written in the city outside, making its night argument. Now it was 8 in the morning. He had made tea. He was at the kitchen table in the apartment, and Juanhao knocked, and Zhanyi went to the door and let him in. Juanhao looked at him. He had the face of someone who had not slept particularly well, but had used the not sleeping productively. The face of a person who has done their thinking in the dark and has arrived in the morning knowing where they are. He came in without ceremony and sat at the kitchen table and looked at the tea. "May I?" he said. Zhanyi poured him a cup without answering. They sat for a moment in the specific silence of brothers who have known each other for all the years that mattered and have developed, over that time, a language of pauses that required no translation. "I told him," Juanhao said. "I know," Zhanyi said. "He told me." Juanhao looked at his tea. "How much did he tell you?" "Everything you said." A silence. "And what did you?" Juanhao stopped. He started again. "How are you managing it?" "I'm not managing it," Zhanyi said. He said it with the flatness that indicated he had arrived at a thing and was reporting his position from it rather than analyzing it. "I've been managing things for 12 years. I'm not certain it's been useful." Juanhao looked at him. The clear-eyed look, the one with her mother's quality of attention, slightly ahead of whatever he was saying. "That's different from you," he said. "I'm aware." "What changed?" Zhanyi looked at his hands on the table. He thought about the gallery, the night before last, the two pairs of hands not letting go, Yinu's voice saying, "I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just asking you to not let go." He thought about the journal. He thought about the sentence. "You said it well," Zhanyi said. "In the studio, when you said someone should say it." He paused. "I've been waiting for the right circumstances. The board, the arrangement, the professional framework clearing so that what I wanted to do could be done correctly." He looked at his tea. "I understood, sometime last night, that there are no circumstances in which this would be correct. Not in the professional sense. The ethical question is real, and it doesn't resolve cleanly, and I have been waiting for it to resolve cleanly before I was willing to act, which is you," Juanhao said, without heat. "Which is me," Zhanyi agreed. "And which is, I think, the wrong approach." Juanhao was quiet for a moment. He was looking at his brother with the quality of attention he had given things since childhood, the quality Zhanyi had always found slightly disconcerting because it was so completely without strategy. Juanhao simply saw you, and then you knew you had been seen, and there was no gap between the seeing and the knowledge. "I'm in love with him too," Juanhao said. "I want to be clear that I'm not. I'm not recanting that. I'm not performing generosity here." "I know," Zhanyi said. "I told him because I needed to say it, not to make things happen or stop things happening." He paused. "But I also said someone should say it, because that's true. Someone should." "You can't," he stopped. He was choosing words with the care of a man who was being entirely honest and wanted the honesty to be accurate rather than simply raw. "You can't love someone in silence forever and call the silence consideration. At some point it becomes its own kind of problem, its own kind of abandonment." Zhanyi looked at him. "That's harder to say to you than it sounds," Juanhao said. "I want you to know that." "I know," Zhanyi said. They sat in the kitchen in the morning light. The apartment's kitchen, which was not the building's kitchen, which was tidier and emptier and did not smell of paint and had no evidence of another person's presence anywhere in it. He had lived here for 4 years, and it was the correct apartment, and it contained everything he needed, and it felt, looking at it now, through the specific lens of 6 weeks in a French concession building with thin walls and a cot and a water stain and the sound of someone working through the night on the other side of a wall. It felt like a room he had arranged to not need anything. He had arranged it very well. It had cost him very little. That was the problem, and also what the problem had been arranged to prevent feeling like a problem. "You're a very good liar," Jiwenhao said. He said it without accusation, in the tone of someone reporting an observation. For someone whose whole professional life is built on other people's honesty. Zhanyi did not respond. "I don't mean that cruelly," Jiwenhao said. "I mean that you've spent 3 years in a room with the one person you wanted to be honest with, and you've conducted the room with absolute professional precision, and you've protected everyone in it from the fact of your own feelings. He paused. "That's a very good lie, sustained over a very long time." "The professional circumstances required it," Zhanyi said. "Yes," Jiwenhao said, "and the professional circumstances have changed, and the arrangement ends tomorrow. And there are still things you haven't said." He looked at his brother. "I'm not going to the exhibition. I told Yunu. I need some time before I can." He stopped. "A brief private thing. Before I can be in the same room with both of you and be the person I want to be about it." He looked at his hands. "But I wanted to come here first. To say, don't be me about it. Don't sit with the feeling and wait for the right moment, because the right moment doesn't come on its own. It has to be made." Zhanyi was quiet. "He's going to be at the harbor," Jiwenhao said, "after the exhibition. He paints there Sundays. He told me once, before any of this." He paused. "I don't know if that's useful." "Thank you," Zhanyi said. Jiwenhao looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood. He picked up his jacket and put it on with the unhurried quality of a man who has said what he came to say and knows it. At the door, he stopped. He had the threshold quality that ran in the family. The pause before leaving, the decision about whether there was anything more. "I'm glad you're the one," Jiwenhao said. He said it quietly. "I want you to know that I can say that, and mean it, and also wish things were different simultaneously. Both of those are true." "I know," Zhanyi said. "Thank you." Jiwenhao left. Zhanyi stood in the kitchen doorway and listened to his brother's footsteps down the stairs and out onto the street, and then the specific silence of the morning after the footsteps were gone. He stood for a moment. Then he went to the desk. He opened the bottom drawer. The envelope was there. Pei Yunu written on the front in his own hand, the careful, precise characters he used for all documentation, which was not the right register for an envelope like this one, and which he had used anyway, because it was the only hand he had. He had put it here 6 months ago. He had confirmed it was still here on the day of the board inquiry. He had looked at it and locked the drawer again. He had carried the key in his jacket pocket. He took the envelope out. He opened it. He unfolded the letter. He read it. He read it the way you read something you wrote when you were telling the truth and have been hiding from since. Not for the information, which you already know, but for the quality of the person who wrote it, which you recognize and have been trying not to. He read it slowly. He read the part about the first session, the door that had stayed open for 3 seconds before anyone came through it, the paint-stained hands, and the look that was cataloging exits. He read the part about the lantern inside a closed fist. He read the part about the 8th month, and the painting, and the question he had not asked out loud. He read the part about witnessing, about how witnessing honestly required being willing to be changed by what you see, which he had said to Yunu in the spare room at 5 in the morning with the pre-dawn light coming through the window, and which was, he understood now, the most honest thing he had said in that room before or since. He read the postscript last, the cobalt blue. He put the letter down. He sat at the desk for a long time, in the apartment that was exactly as he had left it. 4 identical shirts in a wardrobe, the desk clear except for the pen holder and the case file that had been there for 6 weeks without him, the window facing east, and producing its morning light stripe across the floor in a pale gold that was not the light he had been watching for 6 weeks, and which struck him now as insufficient, though it was the same light it had always been. He thought about what Jiwenhao had said, about the lies sustained over a long time, about making the moment rather than waiting for it. He thought about the board's formal hearing, which was today. The full review. He had submitted his statement. He had been told the outcome would be communicated in the morning. He opened the desk's center drawer and removed the telephone directory. He found the board's offices and called the secretary, who informed him, with the professional neutrality of someone who had delivered outcomes in both directions, that the board's formal review had concluded that morning and the result of the inquiry would be a reprimand on record, conditions on future practice regarding patients with whom the clinician had prior personal involvement, and a requirement for supervisory review of any such cases for a period of 2 years. The arrangement itself, the secretary added, had been assessed as reflecting a genuine conflict of competing ethical obligations, and the board had noted, in the record, that Dr. Luo's conduct throughout the arrangement had been in keeping with the professional standards applicable to the exceptional circumstances. Zhanyi thanked her. He put the telephone down. He looked at the letter on the desk. He picked up the pen. He took a fresh sheet of paper. He dated it. The day, the month, the year, the precision of a man who documented things correctly regardless of what the documents were for. He looked at the blank page for a moment. He wrote, Pei Yunu. He did not cross it out. He wrote for a long time. He wrote in the manner of a man who had been not writing something for 6 months and was now writing it entirely, all of it, with no portion held back for the sake of propriety or professional caution or the self-protective management of the record. He wrote the things the first draft had contained, which he had been carrying since May, and the things the months since had added, which were more and which were different in quality, less careful, more specific, shaped by 6 weeks in the same building with the same person in the way that proximity shapes understanding of a thing, the way standing in front of a painting changes what you know about it. He wrote about the harbor painting. He wrote about the 8th month and the question he had not asked out loud. What is the figure waiting for? Which he had answered in the intervening 6 months in ways he had not predicted. He wrote about the light in the studio and the 4 identical shirts and the sound of someone working through the night on the other side of a wall. He wrote about the gallery and the hands. He wrote the cobalt blue. He wrote, I am not sending this letter. And then, because it was true, I am writing it at my desk in the apartment that does not at present feel like home, and I'm being rigorously honest with myself that I will not send it because I intend to give it to you in person or leave it somewhere you will find it, or find another way of making it real that is not simply paper in a drawer. I have had enough of paper in a drawer. He read it back once. It was the letter. He understood this with the specific recognition that came when you had been working towards something and arrived at it. The cessation of the need to continue, the body's knowledge before the mind's confirmation. He folded it. He put it in an envelope. He wrote Pei Yunu on the front. He held it for a moment. Then he opened the bottom drawer and placed it inside and locked it. He held the key. He sat at the desk. He sat for a long time, long enough for the morning light stripe on the floor to move its measured distance toward the window's edge, the way it always did, the same light doing the same thing it had done every morning for 4 years. He had watched it from this desk on a great many mornings and had found it, in various states of mind, either calming or irrelevant. This morning it was neither. This morning it was simply the light moving through a room he was in, on its way to where it was going, regardless of what he decided. He put the key in his jacket pocket. He gathered what he needed. The jacket, the documentation for the board's receipt, nothing else. He went to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. He thought about the exhibition, about the harbor painting on the main wall, about the figure with the face Yunu had spent 3 years learning to paint, arriving towards something it was not sure it was allowed to want, about the fact that the painting was finished, about the fact that this was not a small thing. He thought about what he was going to do after the exhibition. He thought, the harbor, Sundays, the section by the old French warehouses. He walked out. The board's offices were on the same street in the international settlement where the preliminary inquiry had been held, in the same building with the same institutional seriousness of thick stone and narrow windows. He arrived 7 minutes early. He sat in the anteroom and read nothing. The session was brief. He provided the signed receipt of the board's determination. He was given the formal documentation, the reprimand, the conditions on future practice, the supervisory requirement. He signed the acknowledgement. He answered the 2 follow-up questions from Dr. Song with the precision he had brought to the inquiry in all its stages, which was the precision of a man who had decided to be completely honest with the record regardless of what the record then did with the honesty. At the end of the session, Dr. Song looked at him over her glasses with the expression of a senior clinician who has completed a professional obligation and has a separate, personal thought she is deciding whether to share. "Dr. Luo," she said. He waited. "The record here is complete," she said. "What you do after the arrangement concludes is, within the conditions we've discussed, your own affair." She paused. "I mention this only because I have reviewed 3 years of your clinical notes on this case, and they reflect a quality of professional practice that I would not want to see compromised by a situation that was regrettable in its origin, but not, I think, without its own kind of integrity." He looked at her. "The reprimand stands," she said. "The conditions stand. I am simply saying that the board's concern is the professional record, and the professional record is now addressed." A pause. "Whatever else there is elsewhere." "Understood," Zhanyi said. He walked out of the board's building into the October Street. The international settlement at 10 in the morning was in its commercial iteration, the avenue running its usual argument of automobiles and rickshaws and pedestrians, the buildings producing their ordinary combination of commerce and bureaucracy, the city going about its daily negotiation with itself with complete indifference to what had just been determined inside one of its institutional rooms. He stood on the pavement. He thought, the record is addressed. He thought, whatever else there is elsewhere. He looked at the street, at the city doing what the city always did. He thought about the apartment and the 4 identical shirts and the letter in the bottom drawer with the key in his jacket pocket and the exhibition opening at 7 this evening and the harbor on Sunday and the specific quality of the distance between now and Sunday, which was a distance he had been measuring in one form or another for 3 years, and which was, he understood now, not a distance he wanted to keep measuring. He took the car back to the French concession building. He went upstairs. He knocked on the studio door. "Come in," Yunu said. He was at the corner canvas, the one that had been facing the wall and had been turned outward and had been facing outward since the first weeks of the arrangement. He was painting, not the harbor figure, not the face he had already painted and placed in the gallery, something else. Something Zhanyi could not yet read from the doorway because it was in its early state, color and form not yet resolved into whatever they were going to be. Yuna looked up. "How did it go?" he said. "Reprimand on record," Zhanyi said. "Conditions on future practice. The arrangement is formally acknowledged and closed." He paused. "The exhibition is this evening." "I know," Yuna said. He looked at Zhanyi with the specific quality he had in the late morning after working, slightly stripped of the management, more present, the tiredness of sustained concentration making him more himself rather than less. "Are you all right?" It was the same question Zhanyi had asked him after Juanhao left, and Yunu had answered honestly. "No, I'm not particularly. I will be." Zhanyi held the question for a moment. "Yes," he said. He said it with the quality of someone who means it and is slightly surprised to mean it. "I am." Yuna looked at him. He had the expression of someone assessing whether this was the true version or the professional version and arriving, after a moment, at his conclusion. He turned back to the canvas. "There's tea," he said, "in the kitchen." Zhanyi went to the kitchen. He made tea. He brought a cup to the studio and set it on the low table. He sat in the corner chair. He picked up the case file he had left there yesterday. Through the room, the sound of the brush on the canvas, the particular rhythm of early-stage work, finding its way toward the thing it was going to be. The studio was in its usual state, the accumulated evidence of 6 weeks of work, the organized chaos of someone whose interior logic was not visible from the outside, but whose hands knew where everything was. The morning light came through the east window at the October angle. He did not open the case file. He sat in the corner with his tea and looked at the painting being made in the October light and thought, this evening, the exhibition, the harbor painting on the main wall, whatever the room did with it, and after, the letter in the drawer, and after that, whatever came next. He looked at his hands in his lap, which were still, the stillness he had practiced for 12 years, the discipline he had taken on at 22 when everything fell apart, and he had rebuilt himself from the requirement that nothing could fall apart again. The stillness of a man who had decided that want was a liability and had maintained that decision through every subsequent Tuesday and every session and every morning in this building's kitchen. He thought about the journal sentence. I am not going to carry this the way I've carried everything else. He uncapped his pen. He opened the case file. He turned to the section for the arrangement's formal close. He wrote the notation for today's date. He wrote, formal board determination received. Reprimand acknowledged. Conditions accepted. Protective arrangement concludes upon exhibition date per board directive. He paused. He wrote, subject secure. Exhibition confirmed. Professional obligations discharged. He read it back. He added, in the margin, in smaller characters than the rest, 3 years and 6 weeks. Everything that could be done was done. He capped the pen. He closed the file. He set on a shelf. He looked at the corner canvas, the early stage work, the color not yet resolved, the form still becoming whatever it was going to be. He watched Yunu work. He watched the brush find its way toward the thing it was reaching for, the way it always did, the hands knowing before the mind confirmed. He sat in the corner until the light changed. He did not touch his left cuff. Chapter 21, Two People Not Sleeping in the Same City. The exhibition opened at 7. Pei Yunu arrived at 6:45 with the specific quality of a person who had decided to be early without deciding to be comfortable about it. He stood outside the gallery on Rue du Consulate and looked at the windows, lit from inside, gold against the October dusk, the silhouettes of people already moving through the space with the careful choreography of an opening still assembling itself. He could see, from where he stood, a portion of the main wall. The harbor painting was there. He had known it would be there. He had placed it there himself 2 days ago with Liefin and the gallery assistant, had watched them hang it, had said nothing when Liefin stood back and said quietly, that's the centerpiece then. It was the centerpiece. He stood on the pavement and looked at it through the window and thought about the figure in it, the face he had painted after 3 years of not painting it, the resolution he had arrived at without understanding he was arriving at it until the brush was already in his hand and the decision was already made. The figure was arriving. He had said that to Zhanyi at the gallery 2 nights ago. The light changing, the question asked, the answer given. The figure is arriving. Zhanyi had looked at him with an expression Yunu had been cataloging for 6 weeks and had finally, in that moment, allowed himself to name. And then Jiwenhao had happened. And then the walk back to the building in the rain. And then the days since, 2 days of the particular texture of time, when something has shifted and no one has yet said what the shift means or where it goes next. He went inside. The gallery was in its opening night iteration. White walls, careful lighting, the smell of fresh paint underneath the smell of wine and perfume, and the October air coming in every time someone opened the door. Liefin was near the entrance, already in conversation with someone Yunu didn't recognize, a man in an expensive suit who had the look of a buyer. She saw Yunu, acknowledged him with the smallest movement of her eyes. Later, the look said, we'll talk later, and continued her conversation without pause. Yunu moved through the room. His work was on 3 walls. The harbor piece on the main wall, centered, lit with the precision Liefin had insisted on and which he had resisted and which was, looking at it now, exactly right. The series of smaller studies on the east wall, the river at different hours, the industrial structures along the Huangpu, the quality of light that Shanghai wore in the months before winter. And on the north wall, the canvas he had not intended to include. The faceless figure in the corner, the one he had turned outward in the studio and had been working on in the weeks of the arrangement. He had finished it 3 days ago. He had brought it to the gallery without telling anyone it was coming. It was not the harbor painting. It was something else. A figure in a doorway, neither entering nor leaving, the space around it ambiguous. Interior, exterior, the threshold between them rendered in the quality of light that belonged to neither. The face was not detailed. The hands were. He looked at it for a moment from across the room. Chengxi found him near the wine table. You came, Yunus said. I told you I would. Chengxi was in his usual clothes, the worker's jacket, the trousers that had paint on them that wasn't paint from a canvas. And he looked, in the gallery's carefully composed light, like exactly what he was, someone from the other version of Shanghai, the one that didn't hang art on white walls. Though I'll admit this isn't my preferred environment. I know. The harbor piece is good, Chengxi said. He said it without ceremony, the way he said most things about Yunu's work, with the bluntness of someone who had known Yunu since before the work mattered to anyone and had earned the right to assess it honestly. Better than the last exhibition. More finished. It's finished, Yunu said. I can see that. Chengxi looked at him. How are you managing? I don't know, Yunus said. He said it with the flatness of someone who had been asked the question multiple times in the past 2 days and had not yet developed a satisfactory answer. The arrangement ends tomorrow. The painting's done. The exhibition is, he gestured at the room. This, and Luo Zhanyi. Yunu looked at his hands. The paint was still there, faintly, under the thumbnail. Cobalt blue. He had scrubbed it before coming, and it had not entirely come out. I don't know, he said again. Chengxi was quiet for a moment. Then he said, Juanhao's not here. I know. He told me he wasn't coming. That was gracious of him. Yes, Yunus said. It was. They stood together near the wine table and watched the room fill. The buyers, the critics, the collectors, the people who came to openings because they were the kind of people who came to openings. Madame Chow Lifen moved through them with the choreography of a woman who had built her influence by being indispensable to everyone in the room simultaneously. She was wearing green silk and pearls and the expression of someone who was cataloging everything and revealing nothing. Yuna watched her for a moment. She knows, he said. Of course she knows, Chengxi said. She's Lifen. She knew before you did. At 7:15, Dr. Huang Fian arrived. Yunu saw her from across the room, a woman in her late 30s in a dark blue dress, moving through the gallery with the unhurried quality of someone who was here for a specific reason and was not performing interest she didn't feel. She looked at the harbor painting for a long time. Then she looked at the threshold piece. Then she found Yunu. Mr. Pei, she said. Dr. Huang. He had met her once. One session, 6 months ago. He had declared her fine, but not right, and had not returned. She had taken the declaration with the equanimity of someone who was used to being assessed by patients and did not take it personally. The work is extraordinary, she said. She said it with the directness he remembered from the single session. No performance, no social cushioning, just the things said plainly. The harbor piece in particular. That's a painting that knows what it's about. Thank you. I want to tell you that Dr. Luo's review concluded this morning, she said. Reprimand on record, conditions on future practice. The arrangement itself was assessed as ethically complex, but conducted appropriately given the circumstances. Yunu looked at her. I'm telling you this, she continued, because I think you should know the professional record is now closed. What happens after the arrangement concludes is, she paused, choosing her words with visible care, is no longer a professional matter. She said it and then waited in the way clinicians wait to see if the information would be received or deflected. Yunu held the information for a moment. Thank you, he said. She nodded once. She moved back into the room. Yunu stood near the wine table and looked at the threshold painting on the north wall and thought about what she had said. The professional record is closed. What happens after is no longer a professional matter. He thought about the harbor, about Sundays, about the fact that he had told Juanhao 2 nights ago in the rain that he painted there, had said it as information, as context, but had known even as he said it that it was more than information. It was an answer to a question no one had asked out loud. He looked at the room, at the people moving through it, at Lifen near the entrance, still in conversation, at Chengxi by the east wall, looking uncomfortable and staying anyway, at the threshold, painting with a figure that was neither entering nor leaving, at the empty space near the door where someone was not. The exhibition continued. People came. People looked. The harbor painting drew attention in the specific way that good work draws attention. Not loud, not immediate, but accumulating. A critic Yunu recognized from previous exhibitions stood in front of it for 10 minutes without speaking. A buyer made an offer to Lifen, who received it with the calm of someone who had been expecting it and was prepared to negotiate. Yunu moved through the room in the manner he always moved through openings, present but not performing, answering questions when asked directly, retreating to the edges when the attention became too sustained. He was good at this by now. He had been doing it for 3 years. He had developed the choreography of someone who wanted the work to be seen, but did not particularly want to be the person being seen while the seeing happened. At 8 o'clock, he went outside. The street was quieter than the gallery. The October evening had settled into its blue hour, the sky going dark but not yet night, the quality of light that Shanghai wore in the space between day and whatever came after. He stood on the pavement and looked at the river in the distance and thought about nothing in particular. The door opened behind him. He turned. It was not Zhanyi. It was a woman he didn't recognize, young, well-dressed, someone who had been inside looking at the work. She smiled at him with the slightly tentative quality of someone who wanted to say something and was deciding whether to. "Mr. Pei?" "Yes. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you. The harbor painting, it's remarkable. I've been looking at it for 20 minutes and I still can't." She stopped. Started again. "The figure. Is it arriving or leaving?" Yunu looked at her for a moment. "Arriving," he said. She looked pleased, as if he'd confirmed something she'd suspected. "I thought so. The light around the figure, it has that quality of something coming into focus rather than fading." "Yes," Yunu said. "That's right." She thanked him and went back inside. Yunu stood on the pavement for a moment longer. Then he went back in. The exhibition continued until 9. The crowd thinned gradually. The buyers first, the collectors, the people who had other openings to attend. Leafin circulated until the end, and then she found Yunu near the threshold, painting, and stood beside him without speaking for a moment. "The harbor piece sold," she said. "I know. I saw the buyer. He's paying well over the asking price. I negotiated. Thank you." She looked at him with the expression of someone who was deciding how direct to be. "Dr. Luo didn't come." "No," Eunice said. "He didn't." "I see." She said in the tone that meant she saw more than what had been said, which was what she always did. "The arrangement concludes tomorrow." "Yes." And after that, Yunu looked at the threshold painting, at the figure that was neither entering nor leaving, suspended in the doorway, the light ambiguous. "I don't know," he said. Leafin was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The work is good, Yunu. The best you've done. Whatever else is happening, don't lose that." "I won't." She touched his arm once, briefly, and then she was gone. Yunu helped the gallery assistant close the exhibition. They turned off the lights, locked the doors, left the paintings on the walls for tomorrow when the gallery would reopen and the work would continue to be seen by whoever came to see it. He walked out onto Rue du Consulate at 9:30 with the city moving through its evening argument and the October air carrying the smell of the river. He walked back to the building. He went upstairs. He opened the studio door. The room was exactly as he'd left it. The corner canvas still turned outward, the brushes still on the table, the particular quality of a space that had been worked in and then abandoned mid-thought. He sat on the floor. He sat there for a long time, in the studio with the unfinished work around him and the finished work at the gallery and the city outside doing what the city always did. He thought about the exhibition, about the harbor painting on the main wall, about the figure in it arriving. He thought about the fact that Zhanyi had not come. He thought about what Fian had said. The professional record is closed. He thought about the harbor, about Sundays, about the fact that he had said it to Juanhao, and Juanhao had probably said it to Zhanyi, and Zhanyi now knew where to find him if finding him was something Zhanyi wanted to do. He sat on the floor and waited for something to resolve. Nothing resolved. At midnight, he got up. He went to the kitchen. He made tea. He sat at the kitchen table and drank it and looked at the spare room door, closed, as it had been since this morning when Zhanyi had left for the board meeting. The arrangement ends tomorrow. He finished the tea. He washed the cup. He went back to the studio and stood in front of the corner canvas, the one that was not the harbor painting, the one that was something else, and looked at it for a long time. Then he picked up the brush. He painted through the night. Across the city, Luo Zhanyi was not sleeping. He was at his apartment, the apartment he had lived in for 4 years, the one with the 4 identical white shirts and the wardrobe and the desk facing east and the window that produced its morning light stripe with mechanical regularity. He had returned from the building at 6 o'clock. He had not gone to the exhibition. He was sitting at the desk. The bottom drawer was open. The envelope was on the desk in front of him. Pei Yunu written on the front in his own hand. He had written it this morning. He had locked it in the drawer. He had gone to the board meeting. He had received the determination, reprimand, conditions, the arrangement formally closed. He had returned to the building and told Yunu the outcome. He had seen the expression on Yunu's face when Yunu asked if he was all right, and Zhanyi had said yes, and meant it, and been surprised to mean it. And then he had come here, and then he had not gone to the exhibition. He looked at the envelope. He thought about the gallery, about the harbor painting on the main wall, the figure with the face Yunu had finally painted, arriving towards something it had spent 3 years learning it was allowed to want. He thought about Yunu, standing in the gallery alone, surrounded by people who were looking at his work, being the version of himself he was in public spaces, present but not performing, visible but not available. He thought about what Juanhao had said. Don't sit with the feeling and wait for the right moment, because the right moment doesn't come on its own. It has to be made. He thought about what Dr. Song had said. The professional record is addressed. Whatever else there is elsewhere. He looked at the envelope. He picked it up. He opened it. He took out the letter and read it. He read it the way you read something you've just written, with the specific combination of recognition and distance that comes from encountering your own voice after the fact. He read the part about the first session, the part about the lantern inside a closed fist, the part about the harbor painting and the 8th month, and the question he had not asked out loud. He read the postscript about the cobalt blue. He put the letter down. He sat at the desk for a long time. He thought about the harbor, about Sundays, about the fact that Juanhao had told him casually in the kitchen this morning as information that might or might not be useful, that Yunu painted there. The section by the old French warehouses. He thought about going there tomorrow, about walking to the embankment with the letter in his jacket pocket, about finding Yunu at the easel and giving him the letter and saying the things that the letter said out loud, in person, without the distance that paper provided. He thought about arriving, and then he thought about the other version. The version where he went to the harbor and Yunu was not there, where Yunu was there, but the moment was wrong, the approach mistimed, the careful orchestration of disclosure collapsing under the weight of its own intention. The version where he arrived with the letter and found that what he had been building toward in his head for 6 months did not, in the translation to the actual, survive contact with the real. He thought about control, about the life he had built around it, about the fact that control had kept him safe for 12 years, and had also, in ways he was only beginning to understand, starved him. He sat at the desk. The apartment was silent around him, the silence of a space that had been arranged to hold nothing unexpected, which was what he had wanted when he moved here and what he had maintained with discipline, and which now, at 1 in the morning with the letter on the desk, and the exhibition over, and tomorrow arriving, whether he was ready for it or not, felt like the specific silence of a room that was waiting for him to decide something. He looked at the letter. He thought, I could go to the harbor tomorrow. I could give him this. I could say what I've been not saying for 3 years. He thought, I could not go. I could lock the letter back in a drawer. I could let the arrangement end the way arrangements end, cleanly, professionally, with the record addressed, and whatever else there is remaining elsewhere, unspoken, preserved in the particular safety of a thing that was never made real. He sat at the desk and held both versions in his mind simultaneously, the going and the not going, the letter given and the letter kept, the arrival and the absence, and understood, with the clarity that sometimes came at 1 in the morning when you had been sitting with a decision for too long, that this was the same choice he had been making for 12 years in every version of his life that mattered. Control or contact, safety or seen, the distance that protects or the proximity that changes you. He sat at the desk. The city outside was doing what the city always did at 1 in the morning, making its night argument, the sound of automobiles in the distance, and the river, and somewhere a radio, playing music he couldn't quite identify. Shanghai in October, moving through its hours with complete indifference to what anyone inside it was deciding. He picked up the letter. He folded it. He put it back in the envelope. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put the envelope in the inside pocket of his jacket. He stood. He went to the window. He looked out at the city, the lights, the street below, the particular quality of Shanghai at night, when it wore its most honest face, which was the face that admitted it was beautiful and corrupt and completely indifferent to private resolutions. He thought about Yunu in the studio across the city, probably not sleeping, probably painting through the night the way he did when something needed to be worked through with his hands rather than his head. He thought about tomorrow, about the arrangement ending, about the harbor on Sunday. He thought, I have 2 days to decide. He thought, I have already decided. I decided in May when I wrote the first version of this letter. I've just been managing the decision ever since. He stood at the window for a long time. Then he went to the bedroom. He lay down on the bed without undressing. He did not sleep. He looked at the ceiling and thought about the letter in his jacket pocket and the harbor on Sunday and the specific distance between now and then, which was a distance he had been measuring in one form or another for 3 years, and which was, he understood with absolute clarity, not a distance he could keep measuring without cost. Something had to be made. The night continued. Across the city, in a studio in the French concession with thin walls and a water stain and the smell of turpentine, Pei Yunu painted. He painted the way he always painted when he was working something out. Fast, without planning, the brush making decisions his conscious mind had not yet caught up to. The corner canvas in front of him. The figure in the doorway. He had thought, when he started it weeks ago, that it was about thresholds, about the space between entering and leaving, the suspension of decision, the particular ache of standing in a doorway and not knowing which direction to commit to. But he understood now, at 3 a.m. with his hands blue and the canvas resolving into something he had not intended, that it was not about suspension. It was about the moment before commitment, the breath before the step, the specific quality of standing at the edge of something and knowing that once you move forward, you cannot move backward, and deciding, actively, deliberately, to move forward anyway. The figure was not suspended. The figure was deciding. He painted through the night. He painted through the pre-dawn hours when the city was at its quietest and the studio was filled with the particular quality of light that came just before morning. He painted until the canvas resolved into what it had been trying to be all along. At 5 a.m, he put down the brush. He stepped back. The figure in the doorway had a face now. The hands were detailed. The light around it was no longer ambiguous. It was the light of arrival, the quality that came when something was moving into focus rather than fading. The figure was entering. He looked at it for a long time. Then he went to the kitchen. He made tea. He sat at the kitchen table and drank it and looked at the spare room door. Still closed, still empty, the arrangement ending in 12 hours. He thought about the exhibition, about the fact that Zhanyi had not come. He thought about the harbor, about Sundays, about the fact that he had said it, had given the information, had left the door open, and did not know if the door would be walked through. He thought about what Fian had said. The professional record is closed. What happens after is no longer a professional matter. He thought, I can go to the harbor on Sunday. I can set up the easel. I can paint. And if someone comes, someone comes. And if no one comes. He stopped. He sat at the kitchen table with the tea and the pre-dawn light coming through the window and the city beginning to wake around him. He thought, if no one comes, I will know. And knowing will be better than this. He finished the tea. He went back to the studio. He stood in front of the canvas with a figure entering and thought about the fact that he had been painting Zhanyi for 6 months without admitting he was painting Zhanyi, and the admission had cost him nothing except the pretense that he hadn't known what he was doing all along. The light changed. Morning came. The arrangement had 1 day left. Chapter 22, A Man Without a Letter. The arrangement ended on Saturday at noon. Zhanyi arrived at the building at 11:30, early, as always, though the earliness now had a different quality than it had for the past 6 weeks. This was not the earliness of professional punctuality. This was the earliness of someone who had something to do and wanted it done before the wanting became more complicated than the doing. He knocked on the studio door. Come in, Yunu said. The studio was in its mid-morning state. Light coming through the river-facing window, the particular quality of space that had been worked in overnight and then briefly abandoned for sleep. Yunu was at the table with tea. wearing the paint-stained trousers and the jacket 3 sizes too large, looking at Zhanyi with the expression he had when he was cataloging something he wasn't ready to name. "The arrangement ends at noon," Zhanyi said. "I know. I wanted to return the keys. And to confirm that the painting has been moved to the safe location we discussed." "Chengxi moved it yesterday," Yunu said. "It's in a warehouse in Hongkou. He has the address if you need it." "Thank you." They stood in the studio with the morning light between them and the careful choreography of an ending being conducted with precision. Zhanyi looked at the corner canvas, the one that had been facing outward for weeks. It was finished now, a figure in a doorway, no longer faceless, the light around it resolved into arrival. "That's new," he said. "I finished it last night." Zhanyi looked at it for a moment. The figure's face was not detailed in the way portraits were detailed. It was suggested the quality of a person rendered in the minimum necessary elements. But there was something in the posture, in the hands, in the way the light fell. He looked at Yunu. Yunu was watching him with the expression that meant he knew what Zhanyi was seeing and was not going to make it easier by acknowledging it directly. "It's good," Zhanyi said. "Thank you." Zhanyi put the keys on the table. He had prepared what to say next, had rehearsed it in the apartment this morning, in the car on the way here, in the 30 seconds of silence before Yunu had said come in. He had the words arranged in the correct order. He had the tone calibrated to the appropriate register of professional closure. He looked at Yunu and understood that none of it was going to work. "The board determination was delivered yesterday," he said instead. "Reprimand conditions on future practice. The review is closed." "I know," Yunu said. "Dr. Huang told me. At the exhibition." "She attended?" "Briefly." Yunu looked at his tea. "She said the professional record is addressed. What happens after the arrangement concludes is no longer a professional matter." Zhanyi was quiet. "You didn't come," Yunu said. "To the exhibition?" "No." "Why?" Zhanyi looked at him, at the paint under his thumbnail, the cobalt blue that had been there for weeks and which Yunu had stopped trying to scrub out completely, at the studio around them, the canvases, the light, the particular texture of a space that had been Yunu's for 3 years before Zhanyi arrived and would be Yunu's after he left. "Because I didn't trust myself to be in the room with you and maintain the appropriate boundaries," he said. Yunu looked at him for a long moment. "The arrangement ends at noon," Yunu said. "It's 11:40 now. In 20 minutes, there are no boundaries to maintain." "I am aware. So why are you here, giving me keys and talking about professional closure instead of saying what you actually came here to say?" Zhanyi felt something in his chest, the specific pressure that came when you had been holding something carefully for a long time and someone had just asked you to put it down. He looked at Yunu and thought about the letter in his jacket pocket, about the harbor on Sunday, about the careful orchestration of the moment he had been planning. "Because saying it correctly matters," he said. "Does it?" "Yes." Yunu put down his tea. He stood. He crossed the studio until he was standing 2 feet away, the same distance as the office, the same distance as the gallery 2 nights ago, when the light was changing and Juanhao's confession was still in the room and everything was about to shift. "I've been painting you for 6 months, Yunu said. "I told you that. At the gallery. Do you remember?" "Yes." "So you know I've been looking at you. Closely. Every week for 3 years, and then every day for 6 weeks. You know I notice things." "I know." "Then you know I can tell when you're managing something instead of saying it." Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was neither guarded nor careful, just present. The version of Yunu that appeared in the early morning before the day's defenses were assembled, which was the version Zhanyi had seen in this building for 6 weeks, and which he had cataloged with the precision he gave everything he wanted to remember. "The arrangement ends in 18 minutes, Zhanyi said. "And after that?" "After that what?" "After that I don't know." "You don't know," Yunu repeated. He said it without heat, but there was something underneath it. Not anger, but the specific frustration of someone who had been waiting for something and had decided to stop waiting. "You wrote me a letter. You told me about it. You locked it in a drawer. You've been carrying the key in your jacket pocket for 6 weeks. I've seen you touch it, the left inside pocket, every time something matters, and you're standing here telling me you don't know." Zhanyi went very still. "I'm an artist," Yunu said. "I notice hands. I notice when people touch things that aren't there." You touch that pocket the way I touch a brush when I'm not holding one. The way people touch the thing that matters when they can't touch the person. Zhanyi looked at him and said nothing. There was nothing to say. Yunu had just named the thing Zhanyi had been not naming for 6 months with the precision of someone who had been watching closely and had arrived at his conclusions without help. The letter is in my apartment, Zhanyi said finally. I didn't bring it. Why not? Because giving it to you here in the building while the arrangement is still, he stopped. Because the timing matters. The context matters. I wanted to wait until Sunday, Yunu said, at the harbor. When I'm painting and you can arrive with the letter and the moment is correct and everything happens the way you've planned it. Zhanyi said nothing. I told Ju and Hao I paint there Sundays, Yunu continued. And Ju and Hao told you. I know he did. I said it deliberately, so you would know where to find me. He paused. But I'm not interested in a choreographed moment, Zhanyi. I'm interested in the actual thing. The actual thing, Zhanyi repeated. Yes. Yunu took a breath. I'm interested in the version where you stop planning how to say it correctly and just say it. Here. Now. Without the letter, without the harbor, without waiting for the arrangement to end so you can tell yourself it's ethically clean. Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was entirely present, entirely unguarded, the version of Yunu that Zhanyi had been seeing in fragments for 3 years and in fullness for 6 weeks, in which he had cataloged with such precision because looking away had never been an option, had never been possible, had stopped being possible the moment Yunu walked into his office 3 years ago and looked at him like he was an obstacle to be walked around. The clock in the studio ticked. 11:45. 15 minutes. I wrote the first version of the letter in May, Zhanyi said. 6 months ago, after the 8th month of sessions when you showed me the portfolio, and I asked about the harbor painting, and you said it was about thresholds, about arriving or leaving. He paused. I wrote it because I needed to say the thing I was not allowing myself to say in the room. And then I locked it in a drawer because saying it would have been a violation. And now, Yunu said, and now the arrangement ends in 14 minutes, and the professional relationship is terminated, and the board's review is closed, and there is no ethical framework under which what I feel constitutes a violation. He stopped, except the one I'm constructing in my head to protect myself from the possibility that saying it will change things in ways I can't control. Yunu looked at him for a long moment. What do you feel? He said. Zhanyi looked at him, at the paint-stained hands, at the cobalt blue, at the expression that was asking him, without softening the ask, to put down the thing he had been holding for 3 years and trust that putting it down would not destroy him. He thought about the letter in his apartment, about the careful sentences, about the postscript. He thought about what Ju and Hao had said. At some point, silence becomes its own kind of abandonment. He thought about the fact that Yunu was standing 2 feet away asking him for the actual thing, and the actual thing was not the letter. The actual thing was what the letter was trying to say without the paper between them. I'm in love with you, Zhanyi said. The studio held the words. Outside, the river traffic continued. The noodle shop below was open, the smell of broth and ginger coming up through the floorboards. Shanghai at noon on a Saturday, doing what it always did. Yunu did not move, did not speak. He was looking at Zhanyi with an expression that was complicated and tired, and something else that Zhanyi had been cataloging for 3 years and was naming now, finally, in the light of the studio with the arrangement 11 minutes from ending. I've been in love with you since the first session, Zhanyi continued. I knew it then, and I have been managing it since. I've been managing it through 3 years of appointments and 6 weeks in this building, and every morning when I came downstairs and you were in the kitchen making tea, and every evening when I could hear you working through the wall, and every night when he stopped. When I went to sleep in the spare room, knowing you were 30 feet away and completely unavailable to me in every way that mattered. Yunu was quiet. I wrote you a letter because I couldn't say in person, Zhanyi said, and I locked the letter in a drawer because saying it at all felt like a violation. And I've been carrying the key in my pocket because letting go of it felt like letting go of the last piece of control I had over something that has been out of my control since May. He paused. He was aware, suddenly, of his own breathing, of the specific physicality of standing in a room and saying true things and not knowing what would happen next. I'm not asking you to do anything with this information, he said. I'm simply telling you, because you asked for the actual thing. And the actual thing is, I'm in love with you. I have been for 3 years. And I don't know what happens now, except that I needed to say it before the arrangement ended, and I lost the courage to say it at all. The clock ticked. 11:50. 10 minutes. Yuna looked at him for a long time. Then he said, very quietly, the harbor painting, the one at the exhibition, the figure I finally painted after 3 years. Yes. Do you know what the face is? Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was neither guarded nor careful, just entirely present, asking him to see what had been visible all along if he had been willing to look. Me, Zhanyi said. You, Yunu confirmed. I've been painting you since the 8th month when you asked about thresholds, and I understood, without meaning to understand it, that you were asking about something else. I've been painting you in the harbor piece and the corner canvas, and probably half the work I've done in the past 6 months without admitting I was doing it, because admitting it would mean admitting I wanted you to arrive. He paused, and I didn't know if I was allowed to want that. If wanting it would, he stopped. If it would ruin things the way wanting ruined things before. Yisei, Zhanyi said. Yisei, Yunu agreed. I told him I didn't need him. I refused to need him. And then he died, and I understood that refusing to need someone is not neutrality. It's a choice, and the choice has consequences. He took a breath. I've been standing in doorways for 3 years, he said. Literally, metaphorically, in paintings, in life, not entering, not leaving, just suspended in the threshold because committing to either direction felt like admitting I wanted something, and admitting I wanted something felt dangerous. And now, Zhanyi said. Yuna looked at him, at the expression that had been carefully controlled for 3 years and was now, in the light of the studio with 9 minutes left in the arrangement, entirely without control, just present, just honest, just the thing itself. And now I'm telling you I want you to arrive, Yuna said. I'm asking you to. I finished the harbor painting because I finally understood what the answer was. The figure is arriving. And I need you to know that I'm not afraid of that anymore. Or I am afraid of it, but I'm more afraid of spending the rest of my life standing in doorways waiting for the right moment to commit to entering. He stepped closer, 1 foot between them now. So, I'm asking you, Yuna said. Stop carrying the letter in your pocket. Stop planning how to say it correctly. Just what? Zhanyi said. Just be here. The clock ticked. 11:55. 5 minutes. Zhanyi looked at Yunu, at the cobalt blue under his thumbnail, at the paint-stained hands that had been painting him for 6 months, at the expression that was asking him, without reservation, to close the distance. He thought about the letter in his apartment, about the careful sentences, about the postscript that said, I noticed it on your hands last Tuesday. I've been thinking about it, off and on, all week. I don't know what that means. Perhaps you do. He thought about the fact that he didn't know what it meant, had known for 6 months, had been cataloging it with the precision he gave everything that mattered and everything he was not allowing himself to have. He thought about control, about the life he had built around it, about the fact that control had protected him from nothing except the one thing he actually wanted. He closed the distance. He reached out and took Yunu's hand, the right hand, the one with the paint under the thumbnail, the cobalt blue he had been noticing for weeks, and held it. Yuna looked at their hands. Then he looked at Zhanyi. The arrangement ends in 4 minutes, he said. I know, Zhanyi said. And after that, I don't have a professional obligation to maintain distance. And personally, Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was neither guarded nor defended, just entirely present, asking for the actual thing without softening or ceremony. Personally, Zhanyi said, I would like to stop maintaining distance. Yunu smiled. It was the first time Zhanyi had seen him smile like that. Not the careful version, not the managed version, just the thing itself. Uncomplicated. Present. All right, Yuna said. The clock ticked to noon. The arrangement ended. Zhanyi did not let go of his hand. They stood in the studio with the morning light coming through the window and the city outside, making its noon argument, and the specific quality of a moment that had been building for 3 years finally arriving at what it had been building toward. "I need to tell you something," Zhanyi said. "All right, the letter, the one in my apartment. I'm going to give it to you. Not now, not today, but soon. He paused. "When I'm ready to let you see all of it." "I can wait," Yunus said. "I know." Zhanyi looked at their hands. "But I don't want you to wait. I've made you wait for 3 years. I don't want to." Yunus squeezed his hand. "Zhanyi," he looked up. "I'm not waiting anymore," Yunus said. "I'm here. You're here. The arrangement is over. Everything else is," he paused. "Everything else is just us figuring out what comes next." Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "What comes next?" "Yes. I don't know what that looks like." "Neither do I," Yunus said. "But I know what it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like you standing in your apartment, planning the perfect moment. It doesn't look like me standing in doorways waiting for permission to enter." He paused. "It looks like this. Whatever this is." Zhanyi looked at their hands, at the way Yunus's fingers were threaded through his, at the cobalt blue that was now on both of them. "This," he said, "is something I've wanted for 3 years and have been telling myself I wasn't allowed to have. And now I'm allowing myself to have it." Yunus smiled again. "Good." They stood in the studio for a while longer, not speaking, not moving, just standing with their hands together in the light. Then Yunus said, "Are you hungry?" "What? Are you hungry?" "It's noon. I haven't eaten since yesterday. The noodle shop below is open." Zhanyi looked at him, at the complete lack of ceremony in the transition from the moment to the mundane, which was so entirely Yunu that Zhanyi felt something in his chest loosen. The specific relief that came from understanding that what he had been afraid of losing by being honest was not, in fact, going to be lost. "Yes," he said, "I'm hungry." "Then let's go downstairs." They went downstairs. They sat at the small table in the noodle shop, the one near the window, the one Yunu always sat at when he came down, and ordered soup and tea. The owner knew Yunu, nodded at Zhanyi with the recognition of someone who had seen him coming and going from the building for 6 weeks, and had drawn his own conclusions about what that meant. They ate. They talked about nothing in particular, the exhibition, the painting that sold, Chengxi's discomfort at the gallery. Ordinary things. The texture of a conversation between two people who were no longer conducting the conversation across a professional distance. Halfway through the meal, Yunus said, "Are you going back to your apartment after this?" "I was planning to," Zhanyi said. "Why?" "Because I want to know if you're coming back." "Here, to the building." Zhanyi looked at him. "The arrangement is over." "I know," Yunus said. "I'm not asking you to come back as my bodyguard. I'm asking if you're coming back as," he paused, "as whatever this is." Zhanyi held the question for a moment. He thought about the apartment, about the 4 identical white shirts, about the desk and the letter in the bottom drawer, and the life he had built around not needing anything. He thought about the building, about the studio and the spare room, and the sound of someone working through the night on the other side of a wall. "Yes," he said, "I'm coming back." "When?" "Tonight." "If that's," he stopped, "if that's acceptable." Yunu looked at him with the expression that meant he had just heard something that required acknowledgement. "It's acceptable." They finished eating. They went back upstairs. Zhanyi went to his apartment to collect what he needed. He stood in the apartment and looked at it. The correct apartment, the one with everything arranged precisely, the one that had felt like home until 6 weeks ago when he learned what home actually felt like. He went to the desk. He opened the bottom drawer. He took out the envelope. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put it in the inside pocket of his jacket. He gathered what he needed: a change of clothes, the documentation from the board, the small things that mattered. He locked the apartment and took a car back to the French concession. He climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. He knocked on the studio door. "Come in," Yunu said. Zhanyi came in. Yunu was at the easel. Not the harbor painting, not the threshold canvas, something new. He looked up when Zhanyi entered and said, without ceremony, "The spare room is empty if you want to put your things there." "Thank you." Zhanyi went to the spare room. He set down what he'd brought. He looked at the room, the cot, the desk, the window facing west toward the river. The room where he had spent 6 weeks, managing the distance between what he wanted and what he was allowing himself to have. He went back to the studio. Yunu was still painting. Zhanyi stood near the window and watched him work. The way his hands moved, the quality of attention he brought to the canvas, the specific absorption that meant he was working something out that mattered. After a while, Yunu put down the brush and looked at him. "What?" he said. "Nothing," Zhanyi said. He paused. "I'm here." Yunu looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, you are." The light changed. The afternoon continued. Zhanyi stayed. Chapter 23. The figure is arriving. Sunday arrived with the quality of light that belonged only to Shanghai in October. The particular blue that came in the hour before the city woke fully, when the river was visible from the studio window as a ribbon of silver gray, and the air carried the smell of water and industrial smoke and the morning argument beginning somewhere below. Pei Yunu woke in the studio where he had fallen asleep sometime after midnight, still wearing yesterday's clothes, the brush still on the table beside him where he'd put it down. He sat up. He looked at the canvas he'd been working on, another harbor study, not the one at the exhibition, but something related to it, the same quality of light rendered from a different angle. He stood. He went to the kitchen. Zhanyi was already there. He was at the small table with tea and the morning's newspaper, wearing one of the 4 identical white shirts and trousers, his hair slightly disarranged by sleep or the lack of it. He looked up when Yunu entered and said, without ceremony, "Good morning." "Morning," Yunu said. He poured himself tea and sat across from Zhanyi and looked at him in the early light, at the expression that was less controlled than it had been a week ago, more present, the version of Zhanyi that appeared in the mornings before the day's composure was fully assembled. "I'm going to the harbor today," Yunu said. "I know. You could come, if you wanted." Zhanyi looked at him over the newspaper. "Is that an invitation?" "Yes." "Then I'll come." They finished their tea in the particular silence of 2 people who had learned, over 6 weeks in the same building, how to be quiet together without the silence meaning absence. Then Yunu went to gather his materials, the easel, the canvas, the brushes, the small case that held the paints he needed for the harbor light, which was different from the studio light and required different colors. Zhanyi helped him carry everything downstairs. They took a rickshaw to the harbor district, the section by the old French warehouses where the river turned, and you could see 3 different kinds of light at once. Yunu had been painting here for 2 years. He knew the embankment, knew where the light fell at what hours, knew which spots were quiet enough for work. They set up the easel near the water's edge. The morning was quiet, a few workers moving through the warehouses in the distance. A boat on the river, heading upstream. The city beyond still waking. Yunu prepared the canvas. He mixed the colors, the cobalt blue, the gray-green of the water, the particular yellow that Shanghai wore in the early hours. He stood in front of the easel and looked at the river and thought about what he wanted to paint. Not the harbor piece from the exhibition. That was done, sold to an anonymous buyer, hanging somewhere he would never see it again. This was something else. He picked up the brush. Zhanyi was standing a few feet away, looking at the river. He had his hands in his pockets, the left inside pocket, where the letter had been for 6 months until yesterday when he had taken it out and brought it to the building and not yet given it to Yunu, because the giving, he had said, required the right moment. Yunu painted. He painted for an hour without speaking. Zhanyi did not interrupt. He stood near the embankment and watched the river and occasionally looked at Yunu working and said nothing. This was the agreement they had arrived at without discussing. When Yunu was working, he was allowed to work without conversation. When he was finished, he would indicate that he was finished. Until then, the silence was his. At 9 o'clock, Yunu put down the brush. "It's not resolving," he said. Zhanyi looked at the canvas. "What's it trying to be?" "I don't know yet." Yunu looked at the river, at the light that was different now than it had been an hour ago. Higher, flatter, the blue fading into the morning's ordinary brightness. "The light I want is earlier. 5, 6 in the morning. This is too late. We can come back next week." "Earlier." Yunu looked at him, at the fact that Zhanyi had said we, not you. At the assumption built into the phrasing that coming back next week was something they would do together. "Yes," he said. "We can." They packed the easel. They walked along the embankment toward the main road, where they could find a rickshaw back to the building. Halfway there, Zhanyi stopped. He was looking at something in the distance, a figure near the water's edge, bent over something Yunu couldn't see from this angle. What? Yunu said. Nothing. Zhanyi looked at him. I was thinking about something you said. In the gallery. The night, Jiu and Hao. When I said I was painting you, Yunu said. Yes. I am. I know. Zhanyi paused. He had the expression of someone who was choosing words carefully, which was what he always did, but the carefulness now had a different quality. Less about control, more about precision. About saying the thing accurately. I wanted to ask you something. All right. The harbor painting. The one at the exhibition. When you finally painted the figure's face, when you decided the figure was arriving rather than leaving, was that about Yisei, or was that about me? Yuna looked at him. At the question that was asking for something specific, something true, without softening the ask. He thought about the harbor painting, about the 3 years he had spent painting and abandoning it, starting over, painting again, about the face he had finally given the figure after Juinhao's confession, after the walk back in the rain, after the night in the studio, when he understood what the painting had been trying to be all along. Both, he said. Zhanyi waited. Yisei was the first version, Yunu said. The one I couldn't finish, because finishing it would mean admitting he was gone and I was still here, and the last thing I said to him was a refusal. He paused. But when I finally painted the face, it wasn't Yisei's face. He stopped. It was the face of someone arriving. And that was you. He looked at Zhanyi. I painted Yisei leaving for 3 years, he said. And then I painted you arriving. And when I understood that's what I was doing, the painting finished itself. Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, I brought the letter. Yuna went still. I was going to wait, Zhanyi continued, until the moment was right, until we were at the harbor and the light was correct and I could give it to you in the context I've been planning. He paused. But I've spent 3 years planning the correct context for things I should have said without context, and I'm tired of planning. He reached into his jacket pocket, the left inside pocket, the one Yunu had noticed him touching for 6 weeks, and withdrew an envelope. Pei Yunu written on the front in careful, precise characters. He held it out. Yunu looked at the envelope, at the handwriting, at Zhanyi's hand, steady, offering something that had been locked in a drawer for 6 months. He took it. You don't have to read it now, Zhanyi said. You can read it later when... I want to read it now, Yunu said. He opened the envelope. He unfolded the letter. He read it standing on the embankment with the river behind him and a morning light changing and Zhanyi 2 feet away, watching him read. He read it slowly. He read the part about the first session, the door that stayed open for 3 seconds, the paint-stained hands, the look that cataloged exits. He read the part about the lantern inside a closed fist. He read the part about the 8th month, the portfolio, the harbor painting, the question asked and not answered. He read the part about witnessing, about how witnessing honestly required being willing to be changed by what you see. He read the postscript last. P.S. The cobalt blue you use in the harbor series. I noticed it on your hands last Tuesday. I've been thinking about it, off and on all week. I don't know what that means. Perhaps you do. He folded the letter back on its creases. He looked at Zhanyi. Zhanyi was watching him with the expression of someone who had just given away something he had been holding for a very long time and was not certain what would happen next. You wrote this in May, Yunu said. Yes. 6 months ago. Yes. And you've been carrying it in your pocket ever since. Zhanyi looked at him. Not the original. The original was in the desk. But I rewrote it yesterday. The substance is the same. The postscript is new. The cobalt blue, Yunu said. Yes. Yunu looked at the letter in his hands, at the careful sentences, at the handwriting that was precise and controlled, and underneath the control, entirely honest. I knew you were looking, he said, at my hands. Every week. I noticed. I know you did. I didn't say anything because he stopped. Because saying something would mean admitting I wanted you to be looking, and admitting that felt dangerous. And now, Zhanyi said. Yunu looked at him, at the expression that was no longer defended, no longer controlled, just entirely present. The version of Zhanyi that Yunu had been painting for 6 months without admitting he was painting it. Now I'm telling you I wanted you to look, Yunu said. I wanted it for 3 years. I wanted you to see me. All of it. The parts one show and the parts one don't. He paused. I wanted to be known. By you. Specifically. Zhanyi took a step closer. You are, he said. Known. By me. I know, Yunu said. I've always known. That's why it terrified me. They stood on the embankment with the river behind them and the city beginning its Sunday argument in the distance and the letter between them. Not literally, Yunu had folded it and put in his pocket, but present anyway, the thing that had been written and locked away and finally given. What happens now? Yunu said. I don't know, Zhanyi said. I've been planning this moment for 6 months, and now that we're in it. He stopped. I have no idea what I'm doing. Yunu smiled. You've been very obvious about that. I've been meticulous. You looked at my hands, Yunu said. Every week. For 3 years. You asked about the harbor painting. You touched your pocket every time something mattered. You came back to the building yesterday when the arrangement was over and you had no professional obligation to return. He paused. You've been obvious about what you wanted. You just didn't know how to say it. Zhanyi looked at him, at the paint under his thumbnail, at the cobalt blue that was still there, faintly, from yesterday's work. I'm saying it now, he said. I know. I want. Zhanyi stopped. Started again. I want to stop measuring the distance between what I want and what I'm allowing myself to have. I want to stop managing this. I want to. He stopped. He had run out of words, or he had arrived at the thing words couldn't quite reach. Yunu understood. He stepped forward. He closed the distance between them, the 2 feet that had been present in the office for 3 years, the specific space that had meant professional boundaries and ethical walls, and all the things that kept the wanting managed. He reached out and took Zhanyi's hand. Zhanyi looked at their hands. Then he looked at Yunu. The letter says, I'm in love with you, Yunu said. It says you've been in love with me since the first session. It says you've been noticing my hands and cataloging everything and trying not to feel what you feel because feeling it was a violation. Yes, Zhanyi said. And now the professional relationship is over. The arrangement is over. There's no violation. No. So I'm asking you, Yunu said. What do you want to do about it? Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment, at the expression that was entirely unguarded, entirely present, asking for the actual thing without ceremony or softening. He thought about the years of measured distance, about the office with the frosted glass door and the careful silences, about the building with the thin walls and the sound of someone working through the night, about the gallery 2 nights ago when Juanhao had said someone should say it and Yunu had walked away alone in the rain. He thought about the fact that he had spent 3 years constructing the perfect container for his feelings, and the container had kept nothing safe except the distance itself. I want to stop being careful, he said. Yunu smiled. All right. I want to be here. With you. Without planning how to be here correctly. All right. I want. Zhanyi stopped. He looked at their hands, at the way Yunu's fingers were threaded through his. I want this. Whatever this is. This, Yunu said, is us figuring it out as we go. I'm not good at figuring things out as I go. I know, Yunu said, but you're here anyway. Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was entirely honest, entirely kind, entirely without the performance of patience. Just present. Yes, he said. I am. The river turned. The light changed. The morning continued its progression toward afternoon, the blue hour fading, the ordinary brightness of the day arriving. Shanghai doing what it always did, completely indifferent to what anyone standing on its embankments was deciding. They stood there for a while. Then Yunu said, There's something I want to show you. All right. They walked back to where the easel was still set up. Yunu gestured to the canvas, the harbor study he'd been working on, the one that wasn't resolving. This one's not right, he said. The light is wrong. But I have another one. At the studio. I finished it the night after the exhibition. I want you to see it. The threshold painting, Zhanyi said. The figure entering. You saw it. Yesterday, when I came to return the keys. Yunu looked at him. And did you know what you were looking at? Zhanyi was quiet for a moment. Then he said, yes. And it's Zhanyi paused. He was choosing words with the precision he gave everything that mattered. It's arriving. The figure. It's not suspended anymore. It's committed to entering. Yes, Yunu said. I painted it the night you didn't come to the exhibition. I painted it because I needed to understand what I was doing, whether I was standing in the doorway waiting for permission or whether I was ready to enter without permission. And what did you decide? Yuna looked at him, at the expression that was asking something specific, something that mattered. I decided I was tired of waiting, he said. I decided the figure was entering. And then I painted you. Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. I want to see it, he said. The finished version. Then let's go back. They packed the easel. They walked back along the embankment to the main road. They found a rickshaw and gave the driver the address of the building in the French concession. The ride took 20 minutes. They sat in the rickshaw without speaking, watching the city move past. The street vendors setting up for the afternoon, the pedestrians, the automobiles, the usual choreography of Shanghai on a Sunday morning. Zhanyi's hand was still in Yunu's. Neither of them let go. When they arrived at the building, Yunu paid the driver, and they climbed the stairs to the second floor. Yunu unlocked the studio door, and they went inside. The threshold painting was where Yunu had left it, on the easel near the window, facing outward, finished. Zhanyi stood in front of it for a long time. The figure was in the doorway, as it had been for weeks. But the face was detailed now. The hands were specific. The light around the figure was no longer ambiguous. It was the light of arrival, the quality that came when something was moving into focus. The figure was entering, and the face was— Zhanyi looked at it, at the details, at the way Yunu had rendered him. Not precisely, not photographically, but with the attention of someone who had been looking closely for a very long time and had finally allowed himself to paint what he was seeing. It's me, Zhanyi said. Yes. You painted this the night of the exhibition. Yes. Zhanyi looked at the painting. Then he looked at Yunu. I should have come, he said. To the exhibition. I should have been there. You're here now, Yunu said. I am. That's what matters. Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was entirely without resentment, entirely without the need for him to apologize for the absence. Just present. Just honest. I don't know how to do this, Zhanyi said. I don't know how to be— He gestured at the painting, at the figure entering. I don't know how to be the version of myself that's arriving instead of managing the arrival. Yunu crossed the studio. He stood in front of Zhanyi, close enough to see the slight tension in his jaw, the way his hand had moved toward the jacket pocket and stopped halfway, the habit interrupted mid-gesture. You don't have to know, Yunu said. You just have to be here. You just have to stop standing in the doorway, deciding whether you're allowed to enter. Zhanyi looked at him. I'm here, he said. I know. He stopped. He took a breath. I'm terrified. I know that too, Yuna said. But you're here anyway. They stood in the studio with the morning light coming through the window and the threshold painting on the easel and the city outside, making its ordinary Sunday argument. Then Zhanyi stepped forward. He closed the last distance between them. He reached out and cupped Yunu's face in his hands. Carefully, precisely, with the attention he gave everything that mattered. Yuna looked at him, at the expression that was no longer defended, no longer managed, just entirely present. The letter said, I don't know what the cobalt blue means, Zhanyi said quietly. But I do know. I've known for 6 months. It means I've been looking at you. Closely. Every week. Cataloging everything. The paint under your thumbnail. The way you hold a brush. The quality of attention you bring to the work. He paused. It means I've been in love with you and trying not to be and failing completely. Yunu smiled. Good, good. Yes. Yunu reached up and covered Zhanyi's hands with his own, the cobalt blue transferring between them, the paint that marked both of them now. I'm glad you failed. Zhanyi looked at him, at the paint on their hands, at the way Yunu was smiling, entirely uncomplicated, entirely present. The version of him that appeared when the defenses were down and the truth was just the truth. I'm going to kiss you, Zhanyi said. All right. He stopped. I've never done this before. I know, Yunus said. Neither have I. Not like this. Not with— He paused. Not with someone I've been painting for 6 months. Zhanyi smiled. It was the first time Yunu had seen him smile like that. Not the control version, not the professional version, just the thing itself. Uncomplicated. Then we're both figuring it out, Zhanyi said. Yes. Zhanyi kissed him. It was careful at first, The kiss of someone who had been holding something locked for 3 years and was learning how to hold it differently. But then something shifted. The carefulness became something else. Became presence. Became the actual thing without the distance. When they pulled apart, Yunu said, "That was—" "Yes," Zhanyi said. "We should—" "Yes." They stood in the studio with their hands still touching and the paint between them and the threshold painting on the easel, showing the figure entering. The light changed. The city continued. They stayed. Later, much later, when the afternoon had faded into evening and the studio had filled with a particular quality of light that came before dark, Yunu said, "The harbor painting. The one at the exhibition. It sold during the opening." "I know," Zhanyi said. "You told me. I didn't tell you who bought it." Zhanyi looked at him. "You said it was anonymous." "It was," Yunu said. "Liefen handled the transaction. The buyer didn't want to be identified." He paused. "But I know who it was." "How?" "Because Liefen told me later. After the buyer specifically requested that I be told, but only after the sale was complete." Zhanyi waited. "It was you," Yunu said. "You bought the harbor painting." Zhanyi went very still. "When?" he said. "During the exhibition. While I was standing in the gallery, trying not to think about the fact that you weren't there. You were arranging the purchase through Liefen." Zhanyi looked at him. "I wanted you to finish it. I wanted the figure to arrive. And when you finally did, when you finally painted the face and brought it to the gallery, I wanted to—" He stopped. "I wanted to own the thing you made when you decided to stop being afraid." Yunu looked at him for a long moment. "It's in my apartment," Zhanyi said. "The painting. I had it sent there yesterday." "I know," Yunu said. "Liefen told me that too. I was going to tell you. I just—" "You didn't know how to say it," Yunu finished. "I know. You never know how to say things. You just do them and hope I notice." Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was kind and honest and entirely without judgment. "I notice," Yunu said. "I've always noticed." "I know," Zhanyi said. They stood in the studio as the light faded and the evening arrived and the city outside began its transition from day to night. Then Yunu said, "Show me." "What?" "The painting. At your apartment. I want to see where you put it." Zhanyi looked at him. "Now?" "Yes. It's across the city." "I know," Yunu said. "But I want to see it. I want to see the thing I made in the place where you live." Zhanyi held a request for a moment. Then he said, "All right." They left the studio. They walked downstairs and out onto the street and found a rickshaw. Zhanyi gave the driver the address of his apartment in the international settlement. The ride took 30 minutes. They sat in the rickshaw and watched the city transform around them. The French concession giving way to the international settlement. The architecture changing, the quality of the streets different, more ordered, more Western. When they arrived, Zhanyi paid the driver and led Yunu upstairs to the 4th floor. He unlocked the door. The apartment was exactly as Yunu had imagined it would be. Precise, ordered, everything in its place. 4 identical white shirts visible in the wardrobe through the open door. The desk facing east. The window producing its evening light stripe across the floor. And on the wall opposite the window, the harbor painting. Yunu stood in the doorway and looked at it. It looked different here. In the gallery, it had been surrounded by other work, other light, the white walls and the careful staging. Here, in Zhanyi's apartment, against the plain wall with the evening light coming through the window, it looks like it belongs here, Yunu said. "Yes," Zhanyi said. "It does." Yunu walked closer. He stood in front of the painting and looked at the figure he had finally finished after 3 years. At the face he had painted. At the light that said arriving, not leaving. "I've been trying to catch this color for 2 years," he said. He pointed to the blue in the harbor painting. The particular blue of Shanghai evenings. This exact shade. I could never get it right in the studio. "And now," Zhanyi said, "now I understand why." Yunu looked at him. "You can't paint toward a color while you're still holding the question of whether you're allowed to want it." Zhanyi crossed the apartment. He stood beside Yunu in front of the painting. "I bought it because I wanted to remember," he said quietly. "The moment you decided the figure was arriving. The moment you committed to it." He paused. "I wanted to own that moment. Even if I never told you I owned it." Yunu looked at him. "You're telling me now?" "Yes." "Why now?" "Because—" Zhanyi stopped. He looked at the painting. at the figure arriving. Because I'm done keeping things locked in drawers. I'm done managing what I want. I'm done. He stopped. He had run out of words again. Yunu understood. He took Zhanyi's hand. You're done standing in the doorway, he said. Yes, Zhanyi said. I'm done standing in the doorway. They stood in front of the harbor, painting as the evening deepened and the light in the apartment changed, and the city outside moved through its Sunday evening with complete indifference to what anyone inside its apartments was deciding. After a while, Yunus said, I should go back to the studio. I have work. Stay, Zhanyi said. Yunu looked at him. Stay here tonight, Zhanyi said. With me. Yunu held the invitation for a moment. Then he said, all right. They stayed. The evening became night. The city's argument continued. And in an apartment in the international settlement, two men who had spent 3 years measuring the distance between what they wanted and what they were allowing themselves to have finally stopped measuring. The figure was arriving. They both were. Chapter 24, The Exhibition. 3 weeks later, Pei Yunu stood in a different gallery in a different part of Shanghai and looked at work he had not intended to show. The exhibition had been Lifan's idea. A solo show, she had said, coming to the studio 2 weeks after the harbor painting sold. You have enough work. The Threshold series. The new harbor studies. The pieces you've been finishing since. She had stopped there. Since Zhanyi, she meant. Since the arrangement ended. Since whatever had shifted in Yunu's work in the past month had made itself visible in ways even Lifan, who noticed everything, could not ignore. He had resisted at first. One exhibition in October was enough. He did not need another one 3 weeks later. But Lifan had the specific quality of persuasion that came from knowing exactly what argument would land. And she had said, the work is good. Yunu, the best you've done. Don't waste it. So here he was. The gallery was smaller than the last one. A space in Hongkou, less prestigious, less Western, more Chinese. The crowd was different too. Fewer collectors, more artists. People who came to see the work rather than to acquire it. Yunu moved through the room in the manner he always moved through openings, present but not performing. He answered questions when asked directly. He retreated to the edges when the attention became sustained. Chengxi found him near the wine table. The Threshold painting is good, Chengxi said without preamble. Better than the harbor piece. That's not possible, Yunu said. The harbor piece took 3 years. Which is why it's not as good, Chengxi said. You can see the 3 years in it. You can see the hesitation. The Threshold painting doesn't hesitate. Yunu looked across the room at the canvas in question, the figure in the doorway, entering, the face detailed, the hand specific. The painting he had finished the night Zhanyi didn't come to the first exhibition. It's more honest, he said. Yes, Chengxi said. That's what I mean. They stood together and watched the room fill. The buyers, the critics, the artists who had come because they knew Yunu's work or knew of it, or simply here because this was what you did on a Wednesday evening in November if you cared about painting. Madame Chow Lifan arrived at 7:30. She was wearing black silk and jade, and the expression of someone who had been waiting for this exhibition specifically and had cleared her schedule to attend. She moved through the room with her usual precision, looking at each piece with the attention she gave everything she had decided was worth her time. When she reached the Threshold painting, she stopped. She looked at it for a long time. Then she found Yunu. Mr. Pei, she said. Madame Gao. The Threshold series. She gestured to the 3 paintings on the north wall, variations on the same image, the figure in the doorway, each one showing a different stage of entering. They're extraordinary, quite different from your previous work. Thank you. I'm curious, she said. She said it with the tone that meant she was not curious at all. She already knew. She was simply deciding whether to acknowledge what she knew. The figure. In all 3 paintings. It's the same person. Yes. Someone you know. Yuna looked at her, at the expression that was entirely neutral, entirely strategic, and underneath both of those things, genuinely interested in what he would say. Someone I'm getting to know, he said. Lifan smiled. It was the smallest movement of her mouth, the barest acknowledgement. I see. She moved on. Yunu stood near the wine table and thought about what he'd said. Someone I'm getting to know. It was true. He had been painting Zhanyi for 6 months, had been in the same building with him for 6 weeks, had been, whatever this was, with him for 3 weeks now. And he was still learning. Learning the way Zhanyi held a teacup, the way he read the newspaper in the morning, the particular quality of attention he brought to everything that mattered, which turned out to be most things. Learning that the control Yunu had been cataloging for 3 years was not coldness, but discipline, and underneath the discipline was someone who felt everything and had simply been managing the feeling for so long he'd forgotten there was another option. Learning that Zhanyi touched his left cuff when he was suppressing something, that he went very still when he was genuinely moved, that he asked questions instead of making statements, even in personal conversations. And this was not deflection, it was how he oriented himself to new information. Learning that he was terrible at improvisation and extraordinary at presence, once the presence was allowed. Learning how to be known by someone who noticed everything and cataloged it with precision and refused to use any of it against him. At 8 o'clock, Zhanyi arrived. Yunu saw him from across the room, tall, composed, wearing one of the 4 identical white shirts under a dark jacket, moving through the gallery with the unhurried quality of someone who was here for a specific reason and was prepared to wait until the reason presented itself. He saw Yunu. He acknowledged him with the smallest movement of his eyes. Later, the look said, "We'll talk later," and continued moving through the exhibition without approaching directly. Yunu watched him look at the paintings. He watched Zhanyi stop in front of the Threshold series. Watched him look at all 3 canvases, the figure hesitating, the figure deciding, the figure entering. Watched him stand there for 5 minutes without moving, without speaking, just looking. Then Zhanyi moved on. He looked at the new harbor studies, the river pieces, the industrial series Yunu had started in September and finished in October, the quality of light along the Huangpu rendered in the particular attention he brought to things when he was working something out. Zhanyi looked at everything. Then he found Yunu. "The work is extraordinary," he said without preamble. "Quite different from the last exhibition. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true." Zhanyi paused. He was looking at Yunu with the expression he had when he was cataloging something. "What changed?" Yunu looked at him, at the question that was asking for something specific, something honest. "I stopped being afraid of finishing things," he said. "I see. Do you?" "Yes," Zhanyi said. He said it quietly, in a voice that meant he was saying something true without ceremony. "I see it in the work. The Threshold series in particular. He stopped. It's resolved. There's no hesitation in it." "No," Yunu said. "There isn't." They stood in the gallery with the crowd moving around them and the paintings on the walls and the specific quality of a conversation being conducted in public that was nevertheless entirely private. "I should circulate," Yunu said. "Liefen will notice if I stand here talking to you for too long." "She's already noticed," Zhanyi said. "She's been watching us for the past 5 minutes." Yunu glanced toward the entrance. Liefen was indeed watching them, though she was doing it with the subtlety of someone who had built her entire influence on the ability to observe without being obvious about the observation. "Then I should definitely circulate," Yunu said. "Yes." "Will you stay?" "Until the end," Zhanyi said. "If that's acceptable." "It's acceptable." Yunu moved back into the room. He answered questions about the work. He talked to a buyer who was interested in one of the harbor studies. He stood near the Threshold series while a critic he recognized examined the paintings with the attention of someone who was going to write about them later and wanted to get the details correct. The exhibition continued. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Huang Fian arrived. Yunu saw her near the entrance. The same dark blue dress she'd worn to the last exhibition, the same unhurried quality. She looked at the Threshold series first. Then she found Yunu. "Mr. Pei," she said. "Dr. Huang. The work is remarkable, even better than the last exhibition." "Thank you." She looked at him with the expression she'd had in their single session 6 months ago, direct, assessing, entirely without performance. "I'm glad you're finishing things." Yunu looked at her. "Did Zhanyi?" "Dr. Luo didn't say anything," she said. "He doesn't need to. I can see it in the work." She paused. "And I can see it in you. You're," she chose her words with visible care, "you're less defended than you were." "Is that a clinical observation?" "It's a human one," she said. Take it however you want. She moved on. Yunu stood near the wine table and thought about what she'd said. Less defended. It was true. He had spent 3 years defending against everything. Help, proximity, the possibility of needing someone. And then the arrangement had happened, and Juenhao's confession, and the walk back in the rain, and the harbor painting finished, and Zhanyi at the door with the keys and the letter in his pocket. And somewhere in all of that, he had stopped defending. He had started entering instead. At 10 o'clock, the crowd began to thin. The buyers left first, then the collectors, then the artists who had other places to be. Liefen stayed until the end, as she always did. She found Yunu near the Threshold series. The work sold well, she said. Which pieces? 2 of the harbor studies. 1 of the Threshold paintings. Which one? The second one. The figure deciding. Yunu looked at the painting in question, the middle canvas of the 3, the moment between hesitation and commitment, the figure poised in the doorway with the light shifting. Who bought it, he said. Anonymous buyer, Liefen said. Though I suspect you can guess. Yunu smiled. I suspect I can. Liefen looked at him with the expression of someone who was deciding how direct to be. Dr. Luo stayed until the end. He's outside, waiting. I know. Are you? She paused. Are you managing this well? Whatever this is. I think so, Yunu said. He said it honestly, without the deflection he would have used 3 weeks ago. I don't know yet, but I think so. Good, Liefen said. She touched his arm once, briefly. Don't lose the work, Yunu. Whatever else happens. Don't lose the work. I won't. She left. Yunu helped the gallery assistant close the exhibition. They turned off the lights, locked the doors, left the paintings on the walls for tomorrow when the gallery would reopen. He walked out onto the street at 10:30. Zhanyi was there, standing near the entrance, waiting. The figure deciding sold, Yunu said. I know, Zhanyi said. I bought it. Of course you did. I wanted to remember, Zhanyi said. The moment between hesitation and commitment. The moment when you're still afraid, but you do it anyway. Yunu looked at him, at the expression that was entirely honest, entirely without the management he'd maintained for 3 years. You're collecting them, he said. The paintings? Yes. Why? Zhanyi looked at him. Because I want to own the moments when you decided to stop being afraid. All of them. Every version. Yunu held that for a moment. Then he said, that's going to be expensive. I know, Zhanyi said. I don't care. They stood on the street in Hongkou with the November evening around them and the gallery behind them and the city doing what it always did, making its night argument indifferent to private decisions. Where are you going now? Zhanyi said. Back to the studio. I have work. Come to my apartment. Yunu looked at him. Now. Yes. It's late. I know, Zhanyi said. I don't care about that either. Yunu smiled. All right. They found a rickshaw. Zhanyi gave the driver the address. They sat in the rickshaw and watched the city move past. Hongkou giving way to the international settlement, the quality of the streets changing, the architecture shifting. When they arrived at Zhanyi's apartment, they went upstairs. Zhanyi unlocked the door. The apartment was exactly as it had been 3 weeks ago when Yunu had first seen it. 4 identical shirts in the wardrobe. The desk facing east. The window. And on the walls now, 3 paintings. The harbor piece opposite the window. The threshold painting. The figure entering on the north wall. And the new one, the figure deciding, propped against the desk, not yet hung. Yunu stood in the apartment and looked at them. You're building a collection, he said. Yes. Of my work. Of your decisions, Zhanyi said. To finish things. To commit to entering. He paused. To arrive. Yunu looked at him. At the expression that was entirely present. Entirely without the distance he'd maintained for 3 years. I have a new piece, Yunu said. At the studio. I finished it last week. I didn't bring it to the exhibition because it's not ready to be shown yet. What is it? A portrait, Yunu said. Of you. Zhanyi went very still. I've been painting you since May, Yunu continued. In fragments. In the harbor piece. In the threshold series. In every canvas where there's a figure whose face I've been trying to resolve. He paused. But this one is different. This one is direct. Just you. No doorways. No metaphors. Just the thing itself. When can I see it? Zhanyi said quietly. When it's finished. When will that be? I don't know, Yunu said. Soon. They stood in the apartment with the paintings on the walls and the evening deepening and the city outside, making its November argument. Then Zhanyi said, Stay. I'm staying. No, I mean, he paused. Move in. Here. Bring your work. Bring whatever you need. The apartment has space. The light is good in the mornings. You could, he stopped. You could paint here. Yuna looked at him. At the invitation that was being offered without ceremony, without planning, just the actual thing asked for directly. You've been thinking about this, Yuna said. For 3 weeks, Zhanyi said. Since the first time you stayed. I've been trying to find the right moment to ask. The correct context. And now I'm done waiting for the correct context, Zhanyi said. I'm asking you now. Here. Without planning how to ask correctly. Yunu looked around the apartment. At the space that was precise and ordered and entirely Zhanyi. At the paintings on the walls, his paintings, his decisions, rendered visible. He thought about the studio, about the building in the French concession with the thin walls and the water stain, about the space he'd lived in for 3 years, the space where he'd painted the Harbor Piece and the Threshold series and every canvas that mattered. He thought about what it would mean to leave it, to bring his work here, to paint in Zhanyi's apartment instead of his own studio. He thought about arriving. Yes, he said. Zhanyi looked at him. Yes. I'll move in. Zhanyi crossed the apartment. He took Yinu's hands, carefully, precisely, with the attention he gave everything that mattered. When he said, Next week, I need to pack the studio, move the canvases, arrange storage for the pieces I'm not bringing. I'll help. I know, Yunu said. He looked at their hands, at the paint that was always there, faintly, under his thumbnail, at the way Zhanyi was holding him, not tightly, just firmly, the way you hold something you've decided to keep. You always help. They stood in the apartment as the evening became night and the city outside moved through its hours. Then Yunu said, The portrait, the one I'm finishing. I want to give it to you when it's done. You don't have to. I want to, Yunu said. I've been painting you for 6 months without admitting I was painting you. I want to give you the version where I admit it, where I paint you directly and call it what it is. What is it? Zhanyi said quietly. Yuna looked at him, at the expression that was entirely undefended, entirely present, asking for the truth without softening it. Love, he said. It's love. Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, I wrote you a second letter. When? Last week, after you stayed here the first time. He paused. It's in the desk. I was going to give it to you at the right moment. The correct context. And now I'm telling you it exists, Zhanyi said. And you can read it whenever you want. Or never. I don't, he stopped. I don't need you to read it to know what it says. I just needed to write it. What does it say? Yunus said. Zhanyi looked at him, at the paint-stained hands, at the expression that was entirely honest, entirely without performance. It says I love you, he said. It says I've been in love with you for 3 years, and I'm done managing it. It says I want you here, in my apartment, in my life, in every version of my life that matters. Yuna held that for a moment. Then he said, I want to read it. Now. Yes. Zhanyi crossed to the desk. He opened the drawer, not the bottom drawer, a different one, and removed an envelope. He held it for a moment. Then he gave it to Yunu. Yunu opened it. He unfolded the letter. He read it standing in the apartment with Zhanyi 2 feet away, watching him read. The letter was shorter than the first one, more direct, less careful. It said what Zhanyi had said. I love you. I want you here. I'm done managing this. It ended with a postscript. P.S. I bought the Threshold painting because I wanted to remember the moment you decided to enter. But what I actually want to remember is this, the moment you decided to stay. Yunu folded the letter. He looked at Zhanyi. I'm staying, he said. I know, not just tonight. I am staying. Here, with you, in whatever version of this we're figuring out. Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was entirely present, entirely without defense. Good, he said. They stood in the apartment with the paintings on the walls and the letters between them and the city outside, making its November argument, indifferent to what anyone inside its apartments was deciding. Then Yunu said, The portrait. I'll finish it next week, before I move in. So when I arrive, I can bring it with me. All right. And when I give it to you, you'll have all of them. All the versions. The harbor piece. The threshold series. The portrait. Every painting where I decided to stop being afraid. Yes, Zhanyi said. I will. They stayed. The evening became night. The night became late. And in an apartment in the international settlement, two men who had spent 3 years measuring the distance between what they wanted and what they were allowing themselves to have finally stopped measuring entirely. The paintings watched from the walls. The figure arriving. The figure entering. The figure deciding to stay. All of them. All at once. Epilogue. What was found? Pei Yunu found the first letter 3 months after he moved into the apartment. He was reorganizing the studio space Zhanyi had cleared for him. The east-facing room with the good morning light, the one where he'd set up his easel and his paints and the canvases he was working on, when he found a box of old portfolios tucked behind the bookshelf. His portfolios. The ones he'd brought from the French concession building when he moved in December. He opened the first portfolio. Inside were the early harbor sketches. The ones from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the abandoned attempts at the painting that would eventually become the centerpiece of the October exhibition. He flipped through them. Stop at one. There, tucked between 2 sketches, was an envelope. Pei Yunu written on the front in Zhanyi's careful, precise hand. He pulled it out. He turned it over. Unopened. The seal still intact. He sat on the floor of the studio with the afternoon light coming through the window and looked at the envelope. He tried to remember when this could have gotten here. When Zhanyi could have placed it in his portfolio without him knowing. Then he understood. The building. The studio in the French concession. The 6 weeks of the arrangement, when Zhanyi had been living in the spare room, and Yunu had been painting through the nights, and the portfolios had been everywhere, stacked against walls, leaning in corners, accessible. Zhanyi had put it there then, months ago, before the arrangement ended, before the harbor painting finished, before everything shifted. Yunu opened the envelope. The letter inside was dated May. 6 months before he found it. 7 months before he was sitting here in Zhanyi's apartment. Their apartment now. Reading it. He unfolded it. He read, Pei Yunu, I have written this sentence 11 times. I have started with dear and crossed it out because dear is what you write to someone at a safe distance. And there is no safe distance from which I am writing this. I have started with your name alone, which feels presumptuous. I have started with I'm sorry. And that's the worst of all because it implies this letter is about my guilt, and it isn't. Or it isn't only. You came to me 3 years ago. You were referred by Dr. Chun at the hospital. You told me in our first session that you didn't believe therapy could help you because you didn't believe you were the problem. You said, I'm a starving artist in a city of opium dens and capitalists, Dr. Luo. The problem is structural. You were wearing paint-stained trousers and a jacket 3 sizes too large, and you looked at me like I was an obstacle you were deciding whether to walk around. I knew then. I want to be honest with you about that. I knew then, and I proceeded anyway, because I told myself that what I knew was simply recognition, the recognition of an interesting mind, a difficult patient, a case that would require careful handling. I told myself many things. I am very good at telling myself things. You refused help for 6 months. You came to your sessions, and you sparred with me, and you left every week without having said anything true. I found this. I should not tell you this. I found this magnificent. Most people, when they are in pain, leak it immediately. You held yours like a lantern inside a closed fist. You were furious at yourself for hurting. You were furious at me for noticing. You were furious, I suspect, at the harbor and the city and your brother and the ghost of Yisei, and at the whole arrangement of a world that had given you gifts you couldn't afford to use. In the 8th month, you show me a painting. You didn't mean to. You had your portfolio with you for a meeting afterward, and I asked, professionally, appropriately, with the measured curiosity of a clinician who had learned to notice when patients brought objects into the room. I asked if you minded showing me what you were working on. You said no for approximately 3 seconds. Then you turned the portfolio around. It was the harbor piece, the early version, the figure at the water's edge, faceless, suspended between intentions. You said, it's about thresholds, arriving or leaving. I can't resolve it. I said, what is the figure waiting for? You looked at me. You said, I don't know yet. I have thought about that conversation every week since. I have thought about the fact that you brought the portfolio into the room, that you showed me the painting, that you said you didn't know what the figure was waiting for, and I understood, without meaning to understand, without professional justification, that you were asking me. Not asking me to tell you what the figure was waiting for, asking me to be what the figure was waiting for. I cannot be that person, not while you are my patient, not while I am responsible for your therapeutic care, not while the power dynamic between us is structured in a way that makes any acknowledgement of what I feel a violation of everything I have built my professional life around. But I need you to know, I want to say it somewhere, even to paper, even to a letter I'm not going to send. I need you to know that I see you. I've been seeing you every week for 3 years. I notice the pain under your thumbnail. I notice when you come in 7 minutes early and when you leave without looking back. I notice the quality of your attention when you talk about the work and the way you go quiet when something matters. I notice everything about you, and I have been cataloging it with the precision I give everything I cannot categorize and am not prepared to abandon. I hope you finish the harbor painting. I hope you let someone in. I hope, when you do, that it goes better than you planned for. Zhanyi. P.S. The cobalt blue you use in the harbor series. I noticed it on your hands last Tuesday. I've been thinking about it, off and on, all week. I don't know what that means. Perhaps you do. Yunu read the letter twice. Then he sat on the floor of the studio with the afternoon light changing and the city outside, doing what the city always did, and the letter in his hands. He thought about May, about the 8th month, about the session where he'd shown Zhanyi the portfolio, half by accident, half on purpose, testing something he hadn't been ready to name. He thought about the fact that Zhanyi had written this then, had placed it in the portfolio, had left it there for Yunu to find whenever Yunu found it, which it turned out to be now, 3 months after moving in, 7 months after it was written, in the apartment they shared with the paintings on the walls and the life they were building together, one careful decision at a time. He folded the letter. He sat with it for a while. Then he stood. He went to find Zhanyi. Zhanyi was in the main room, at the desk, working on something Yunu couldn't see from the doorway. He looked up when Yunu entered. I found something, Yunu said. Zhanyi looked at the letter in his hand. His expression shifted. Not surprise, exactly, but recognition. Ah, you put this in my portfolio. In May. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Zhanyi set down his pen. He looked at Yunu with the expression he had when he was being entirely honest. Because I wanted you to find it when you were ready. Not when I gave it to you. He paused. I wanted you to discover it. The way you discover things in your work. By accident. By looking for something else and finding the thing you didn't know you were looking for. Yunu crossed the room. He sat on the edge of the desk. I read it, he said. I assumed you would. It's different from the second letter. The one you gave me at the harbor. Yes, Zhanyi said. The first letter was written when I was still managing what I felt. The second letter was written when I'd stopped managing it. And now I don't need to write letters, Zhanyi said. I could just say it. Yunu looked at him, at the expression that was entirely present, entirely without the distance he'd maintained for 3 years in the office with the frosted glass door. The postscript, Yunu said, about the cobalt blue. Yes, I knew you were looking. At my hands. Every week. I knew. I know you did, Zhanyi said. You told me. At the harbor. But I didn't tell you this, Yunu said. I kept the paint under my thumbnail deliberately. Every week. I would scrub my hands before sessions and leave the cobalt blue. So you would keep noticing. Zhanyi went very still. He stopped. You knew I was looking and you left it there. Yes. For 3 years. For 3 years, Yunu confirmed. I wanted you to see me. I wanted you to keep looking. Even when I couldn't say that's what I wanted. Zhanyi looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, we were both terrible at this. Yunu smiled. Yes, we were. And now we're better at it, Yunu said. Not good, but better. Zhanyi reached out and took his hand, the right hand, the one with the paint under the thumbnail, even now, cobalt blue, from this morning's work. He looked at it. You still keep it there, he said. Yes. Why? Because you still notice, Yunu said. And I still want you to. Zhanyi looked at him. at the expression that was entirely honest, entirely without performance. Then he smiled, the uncomplicated smile, the one that appeared when the defenses were down. "I'll always notice," he said. They sat in the apartment with the afternoon light coming through the window and the city outside, making its March argument and the first letter between them, the one that had been hidden in a portfolio for 7 months, waiting to be found. After a while, Yunu said, "I finished the portrait when? Last week. I've been waiting for the right moment to show you. And now is the right moment. Now I'm done waiting for the right moment," Yunu said. "Now I'm just showing you." He stood. He went back to the studio. He returned carrying a canvas, facing away so Zhanyi couldn't see it yet. "Close your eyes," Yunus said. "Why?" "Because I want to set it up correctly." "Please." Zhanyi closed his eyes. Yunus set up the portrait on the easel near the window. He positioned it in the best light. He stood back and looked at it for a moment, at the thing he'd been working on for 3 months, the painting he'd started the week he moved in and had been refining ever since. "All right," he said. "You can open them." Zhanyi opened his eyes. He looked at the portrait. It was him, not metaphorical, not suggested, direct. His face rendered in the attention Yunu brought to everything that mattered. The expression he wore in the early mornings before the day's composure was assembled. The hands that touched his left cuff when he was suppressing something. The quality of presence he brought when he was no longer managing the distance. Zhanyi looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Yunu. He stopped. "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything," Yunus said. "I just wanted you to see it. To see yourself the way I see you." "How do you see me?" Yunu crossed the room. He stood beside Zhanyi in front of the portrait. "I see someone who spent 3 years in a room with me, trying not to feel what he felt," he said. "I see someone who wrote me letters and locked them in drawers. I see someone who noticed paint under my thumbnail and cataloged it with precision and never said what the noticing meant." He paused. "I see someone who decided to stop managing and started arriving instead." "I see." He stopped. He looked at Zhanyi. "I see you," he said. "All of it. The control and what's underneath the control. The distance and what the distance was protecting. I see all of it, and I—" He stopped again. Some things were still hard to say, even now, even after 7 months. "And you what?" Zhanyi said quietly. "And I love all of it," Yunus said. "I love you." Zhanyi looked at him, at the expression that was entirely present, entirely without reservation. Then he said, "I love you too." They stood in front of the portrait as the afternoon deepened and the light changed and the city outside moved through its hours. After a while, Zhanyi said, "Where should we hang it?" "Wherever you want." "I want to hear," Zhanyi said. "In the main room, where I can see it every day." "All right." They hung the portrait on the wall opposite the desk, the wall where the morning light fell, the wall Zhanyi would see first thing every morning when he sat down to work. When it was in place, they stepped back and looked at it. "It's strange," Zhanyi said, "seeing myself through your eyes." "Is it?" "Yes." He paused. "It's what?" "It's kinder than I expected," Zhanyi said. "The way you see me. It's kinder than the way I see myself." Yuna looked at him. "Then maybe you should start seeing yourself the way I see you." Zhanyi smiled. "Maybe I should." They stood in the apartment with the portrait on the wall and the harbor painting opposite the window and the Threshold series in the studio and all the paintings Zhanyi had collected over the past 7 months. All the versions of Yunu's decisions, rendered visible. "I should tell you something," Yunus said. "All right. The harbor painting. The one you bought at the first exhibition. It sold 3 years later." Zhanyi looked at him. "What? 3 years from now?" Yunus said. "In the timeline of the painting. The one where the figure is arriving. It sells at an exhibition in the French concession." He paused. "To an anonymous buyer." "How do you know that?" "Because that's how it ends," Yunus said. "The painting I started 3 years ago and finished in October. That's the ending I always knew it had. The figure arrives. The painting is seen. It sells to someone who understands what it means." He looked at Zhanyi. "It sells to you. 3 years from when you first bought it." Zhanyi was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You knew that when you painted it." "I knew it when I finished it," Yunus said. "I knew the figure was arriving because you were arriving. And I knew the painting would be seen because you would be the one seeing it." "I'm already seeing it," Zhanyi said. "It's on the wall." I know, Eunice said. But 3 years from now, you'll see it again. At an exhibition. And you'll buy it again. And when you do, you'll understand. He stopped. Well, I understand, Zhanyi said. That we were both arriving, Yunu said. Not just me. Both of us. You toward me. Me toward you. The painting knows that. Even if we didn't know it yet when I painted it. Zhanyi looked at the harbor painting on the wall. At the figure arriving toward something it had spent 3 years learning it was allowed to want. I do understand that, he said quietly. I've understood it since the day you showed me the painting in the studio. Since the day I asked what the figure was waiting for, and you said you didn't know yet. And now you know. Now I know, Zhanyi said. The figure was waiting for permission. To want something. To arrive toward it. To stop standing in the doorway, deciding whether entry was allowed. Yes, Yunus said. That's exactly right. They stood in front of the paintings, all of them, the harbor piece and the threshold series and the portrait, all the versions of arriving rendered in paint and light, and the specific attention Yunu brought to things when he was ready to commit to finishing them. Then Zhanyi said, Thank you. For what? For painting me, Zhanyi said. For seeing me. For letting me arrive. Yunu looked at him, at the expression that was entirely honest, entirely without the management he'd maintained for 3 years. You're welcome, he said. The light changed. The afternoon became evening. The city outside began its transition from day to night, indifferent as always to what anyone inside its apartments was deciding. But inside the apartment, 2 men who had spent 3 years learning how to arrive were no longer measuring the distance. They were here, both of them, at the same time. The paintings watched from the walls. The harbor painting sold 3 years later, at an exhibition in the French concession. The buyer was anonymous. The figure in it, everyone agreed, was clearly arriving. Pei Yunu read the review twice and then used it to clean a palette knife. He did not correct the record. He had never been particularly interested in other people's interpretations of arrival. He knew what the painting meant. Zhanyi knew what the painting meant. That was enough. The brush in his hand, the canvas in front of him, the city outside doing what the city always did. He picked up the brush. He had new work to finish.